The advancement of science. Science without legend, objectivity without illusions. Philip Kitcher. Oxford University Press. For Andrew and Charles. Preface. This is the book I have wanted to write ever since I began studying the history and philosophy of science. More exactly, it is concerned with the topics that have interested me the most throughout the past 20-odd years. The versions of it that I would have produced at different times during that period would have diverged, sometimes quite dramatically, from what I have now written. I suspect, furthermore, that my ideas about the growth of scientific knowledge will continue to evolve. These are not, I hope, my last thoughts about the issues that occupy me. However, I also hope that their formulation will help to stimulate improved thoughts, both for me and for others. I owe an enormous intellectual debt to two people who taught me when I was a graduate student at Princeton in the early 1970s, C.G. Hempel and Thomas Kuhn. Although my treatment of virtually all the questions I address differs from theirs, I could not have arrived at my own conclusions without their deep insights. I have also been greatly influenced by the writings of Alvin Goldman, Hilary Putnam, and W. V. Quine, all of whom have shaped my ideas in important ways. I began work on the writing of this book during 1988-89, when I had leave from teaching at the University of California at San Diego. That leave was largely made possible by a fellowship from the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation, and I am most grateful for the foundation's support. Earlier, the development of my ideas had been aided by the opportunity to serve as co-director of an institute to investigate new consensus in the philosophy of science, during which I had the chance to listen to presentations made by many of the world's leading philosophers of science. I would also like to thank the Office of Graduate Studies at the University of California at San Diego for supporting a workshop on naturalizing the philosophy of science. Many people have read large parts of this book and offered valuable comments on it. I am grateful to John Dupre and Elliot Sober for many philosophical insights, and to Larry and Rachel Lawton for illuminating discussions. Michael Rothschild provided extensive comments on Chapter 8, which have enabled me to make considerable improvements. From my colleagues Martin Rudwick and Robert Westman I have learned much about the craft of history and about the more specific aspects of the history of science for which they are well known. Martin Rudwick's careful reading of Chapter 6 was particularly helpful. To the many others who have listened to lectures in which I presented rough-hewn fragments of the material of this book, and who have offered insightful suggestions, my belated thanks. In recent years I have been fortunate to work with a group of extremely talented graduate students. Their questions, comments, criticisms, and suggestions have improved many parts of this book. In particular, I would like to thank Gillian Barker, Michael Bishop, Jeffrey Brown, Sylvia Culp, Michael Dietrich, Bruce Gilmore, Peter Godfrey Smith, Gary Hardcastle, Todd Jones, Alex Levine, Sam Mitchell, Eric Palmer, Neelam Sethi, and Andrew Wayne, all of whom have left their mark on the pages that follow. I am also grateful to Joe Ramsey for his preparation of the index. During the past 6 years, my thinking about epistemology and the history and philosophy of science has been greatly helped by discussions with Stephen Stick and Stephen Shapin. Neither is likely to agree with the conclusions of this book, but both can pride themselves on having diverted me from even sillier things that I might have said. I am also extremely grateful to an anonymous reader for Oxford University Press, who not only gave me numerous specific suggestions for improvement but also convinced me that the bloated penultimate version needed to be put on a diet. Above all, I would like to thank 3 exceptionally perceptive philosophers and generous friends, who sent me detailed written comments on the entire penultimate draft. Small tokens of my thanks to Wesley Salmon, Kim Stirlney, and John Worrell are scattered throughout the following pages, but there is no way to convey in footnotes the more global suggestions they have made that have helped me, again and again, to bring my ideas and arguments into clearer focus. I am immensely grateful to them. Finally, as always, Patricia Kitcher has provided sage advice, generous encouragement, and warm support, without which this project would never have been completed. Our 2 sons, Andrew and Charles, have offered both distraction and delight. As I reflect on the writing of this book, I recall the many baseball games, soccer practices, attacks on computer games, piano festivals, tennis foursomes, and mountain hikes from which I have returned to philosophy, refreshed. The joy of their conversation and their many enthusiasms deserve a better return, but this is the book I wrote and, with all its flaws, it is theirs. P.K. La Jolla, California, June 1992. Contents: 1. Legend's legacy. 3. 2. Darwin's achievement. 11. 3. The microstructure of scientific change. 58. 4 varieties of progress. 90. 5 realism and scientific progress. 127. 6 dissolving rationality. 178. 7 the experimental philosophy. 219. 8 the organization of cognitive labor. 303. Envoy. 390. Bibliography. 392. Index. 407. The advancement of science. -1. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun, coral is far more red than her lips red, if snow be white, why then her breasts are dun, if hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I have seen roses damasked, red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks, and in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go, my mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground, and yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. William Shakespeare, Sonnet CXXX. -2. 1. Legend's legacy. Once, in those dear dead days, almost, but not quite beyond recall, there was a view of science that commanded widespread popular and academic assent. That view deserves a name. I shall call it legend. Legend celebrated science. Depicting the sciences as directed at noble goals, it maintained that those goals have been ever more successfully realized. For explanations of the successes, we need look no further than the exemplary intellectual and moral qualities of the heroes of legend, the great contributors to the great advances. Legend celebrated scientists, as well as science. The noble goals of science have something to do with the attainment of truth. Here, however, there were differences among the versions of legend. Some thought in ambitious terms, ultimately science aims at discovering the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about the world. Others preferred to be more modest, viewing science as directed at discovering truth about those aspects of nature that impinge most directly upon us, those that we can observe. On either construal, discovery of truth was valued both for its own sake and for the power that discovery would confer upon us. According to legend, science has been very successful in attaining these goals. Successive generations of scientists have filled in more and more parts of the complete true story of the world. Champions of legend acknowledged that there have been mistakes and false steps here and there, but they saw an overall trend toward accumulation of truth, or, at the very least, of better and better approximations to truth. Moreover, they offered an explanation both for the occasional mistakes and for the dominant progressive trend. Scientists have achieved so much through the use of scientific method. Variants of legend often disagreed, sometimes passionately, on details of method, but all concurred on some essential points. There are objective canons of evaluation of scientific claims. By and large, scientists have been tacitly aware of these canons and have applied them in assessing novel or controversial ideas. Methodologists should articulate the canons, thus helping to forestall possible misapplications and to extend the scope of scientific method into areas where human inquiry typically falters. In short, science is a clearing of rationality in a jungle of 3. Muddle, prejudice, and superstition. 1. Indeed, Many advocates of legend would maintain that science is the pinnacle of human achievement not because of its actual successes but in virtue of the fact that its practice, both in attaining truth and in lapsing into error, is thoroughly informed by reason. Even those whose historical situations lead into making mistakes still do the best they can in the interests of truth, judging reasonably in the light of the available evidence and bowing to whatever new findings expose their errors. Who were and are these advocates of legend? Many reflective people, if asked for an assessment of science, would respond with a version of legend. Practicing scientists have sometimes been more ambivalent, proclaiming legend on high days and holidays, sometimes unconsciously using it in formulating their plans, sometimes, in their cups, confessing that the realities of science do not reflect legend's rosy glow. However, the most detailed articulations of legend have been provided not by the practitioners but by their amanuenses in history of science, philosophy of science, and sociology of science. To find confident testimonials to the progressiveness of science and the rationality of individual scientists, we need look no further than some widely read writings of the 1940s and 1950s. James Bryant Conant's volumes of case studies in experimental science, designed to convey to general readers the variety of methods by which sciences have advanced, attempted to recreate the evidence and reasoning that led scientists to support novel ideas. Objectivity and rationality are the order of the day. Similarly, Bernard Barber, reflecting on the cultural values of the modern world, recognized a belief in and an approval of progress in this world, a progress which is not necessarily of a unilinear evolutionary kind, but which is somehow cumulative in the way in which science and rational knowledge are cumulative. 3. Although the truth about nature may be difficult to attain, Barber insisted that the cornerstone of scientific morality is devotion to the truth and that it is worth endless human striving to attain those provisional and approximate statements of truth that make up the substance of science at any given historical moment in its course of development. Philosophical articulations of legend are even more rich and impressive. The failure of simple attempts to demarcate the cognitively meaningful from the cognitively meaningless inspired the original members of the Vienna Circle and their philosophical kin to investigate the characteristics of good science. For Rudolf Carnap, Karl. Underscore 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 underscore. Gustav Hempel, Ernest Nagel, Hans Reichenbach, and Karl Popper endeavored to analyze good science by focusing on questions about the confirmation of hypotheses by evidence, the nature of scientific laws and scientific theories, and the features of scientific explanation. They differed on many points of detail, but some major articles of doctrine united them. Among these was the conviction that the succession of theories in the physical sciences constituted a progression and that the achievements of earlier theories were retained in later theories. Another was the understanding that, while there is no systematic way to generate new hypotheses, once hypotheses have been proposed there are principles for their proper assessment in light of statements of evidence. Inspired by the work of Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell, the architects of modern mathematical logic, logical empiricist philosophers of science propose to uncover the logic of confirmation, the logical structure of theories and the logic of explanation, thus formulating with precision those canons and criteria that they took to be tacitly employed by scientists in their everyday work. References to logic reverberate like drum rolls through the classic works of logical empiricist philosophy of science, works that, because of their clarity, rigor, and attention to a wide range of considerations, belong among the greatest accomplishments of philosophy in our century. So much for the dear dead days. Since the late 1950s the mists have begun to fall. Legend's luster is dimmed. While it may continue to figure in textbooks and journalistic expositions, numerous intelligent critics now view legend as smug, uninformed, unhistorical, and analytically shallow. Some of these critics, the science bashers, regard the failure of science to live up to legend's advertising as reason enough to question the hegemony of science in contemporary society. I shall not be concerned with them, but with the critiques of the legend bashers, those who believe that legend offered an unreal image of a worthy enterprise. 5. Underscore 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 of presenting a criterion of cognitive significance. Although logical positivists sometimes offered analyses of particular parts of particular sciences, their involvement in issues of general methodology was rather limited. With the demise of the demarcation problem, attention shifted to trying to understand the features of science that make it cognitively valuable. Thus, in the 1940s and 1950s, former positivists and sympathizers began intensive studies of scientific confirmation, explanation, and the structure of theories. These studies belonged to a new movement, logical empiricism, which no longer insisted on positivist doctrines about meaning and meaningfulness, and no longer viewed the positivist demarcation problem as either central or solvable. Ironically, the movement included, prominently, one outspoken former critic of positivism, Karl Popper, whose important had begun to tackle many of the problems that later became central to logical empiricism. I want to emphasize that the detailed articulations of legend are the fruits of logical empiricism. For a classic account of the demise of the demarcation problem, see, whose final section outlines the agenda for logical empiricist philosophy of science. My aim in this book is to probe the notions of progress and rationality, dear to legend's champions but often trimmed, defaced, or discarded by detractors. Contemporary scholars have raised penetrating questions about truth and scientific progress. Can we legitimately view truth as a goal of science? Is it meaningful to talk of approximations to the truth or to see science as converging on truth about nature? Can we expect to attain even part of the truth about nature? Does the historical record show even the accumulation of truths about observable phenomena? These questions raise venerable worries. Some can be posed with renewed force in light of contemporary accounts of change in science. The famous opening sentence of history, if viewed as a repository for more than anecdote or chronology, could produce a decisive transformation in the image of science by which we are now possessed. Began the enterprise of comparing the actual course of science with legend's ideal of accumulation of truth. Disentangling two strands in the skeptical questions of the last paragraph, we might pick out issues of the coherence of certain putative aims, issues that have been addressed many times in the history of Western philosophy, and issues of the attainability of those aims. In the wake of Kuhn's work, the practice of science, past and present, is seen as raising doubts about whether the aims beloved of legend have actually been attained, and these doubts then serve as the basis for wondering whether they are attainable. These latter concerns can also be motivated by adding the perspectives of the biologist, the cognitive scientist, and the sociologist. If scientists, like other people, are recognized as biological entities, who have evolved under selection pressures that are quite remote from the demands of the quest for the truth about quarks or about jumping genes, who are, in consequence, cognitive systems with identifiable limitations and deficiencies, and who are embedded in complex networks of social relations, then the chances that their activities will result in the attainment of truth can seem distressingly low. Attacks on legend's conception of the rationality of science accompany the critique of scientific progress. Philosophers, inspired by the view of scientists as paradigmatic reasoners, undertook the task of exposing the rules of good inference that their subjects were following. Ideally, the result of their labors was to be a system of logic, as lucid and precise as that which has been provided for deduction. Criticisms of the rules specified by Carnap, Reichenbach, Popper, and others, on the grounds either that those rules did not endorse the right inferences or that they could not be articulated to reconstruct the actual inferences made by scientists, led to the more general claim that scientific inference should not be viewed as an algorithmic activity, that there is no set of rules that underlies the appraisal of hypotheses and theories in science. Here again is a seminal work. Kuhn did not simply propose that existing accounts of good reasoning underscore 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 in science were wrong, that the idealizations they employed were too simple, or that their vocabulary needed enrichment. Instead, he suggested that the entire project of finding a calculus of scientific reasoning ought to be abandoned. One way of developing that conclusion would be to claim that there are no standards of good reasoning in science that are binding on all scientists at all times, or at least that such standards would be insufficiently powerful to endorse all the major decisions made in the history of science. In a celebrated discussion, Paul Feyerabend maintained that Galileo's defense of Copernicanism violated philosophers' favorite rules of good reasoning, and he concluded that the only maxim that can be applied across all historical instances is anything goes. Norwood Russell Hanson campaigned for the theory-latenness of observation, suggesting that there is no theory-neutral body of evidence to which scientific theories must conform. So, by emphasizing the lack of shared methodological rules and the inefficacy of those few canons that are shared, by insisting on the variability of what is taken as evidence, some critics of legend made it seem appropriate to talk of major scientific decisions as conversion experiences. 6. Because massive underdetermination of belief by objective factors came to seem omnipresent, there opened up a vacuum into which social explanations of scientific behavior could be inserted. Instead of an ordered abode of reason, science came to figure as the smoke-filled back rooms of political brokering. This was not the way in which Kuhn intended to go, and, to the disappointment of some who have drawn inspiration from him, he has continued to insist on a set of commitments that scientists share, that cannot be articulated as rules but that function in distinguishing good reasoning from bad. 7. Critics of scientific rationality maintain not only that those who resisted past decisions that we endorse as correct may have been just as reasonable as their opponents, but also that our endorsement itself is crucially dependent on that initial decision. We should not comfort ourselves with the idea that the choice among rival theories was temporarily underdetermined and that those who prevailed were luckily subsequently vindicated by the exposure of decisive evidence. Instead, we should recognize that either the choice underscore 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 actually made or its rival would have been self-sustaining. Had matters gone differently, our counterparts would have seen a history of success, congratulating themselves on the fact that subsequent evidence had supported the initial decision. From this perspective, claims about the success and rationality of science are a wonderful illusion, fostered by our ability to rewrite history and to lose sight of the possibilities of discarded points of view. Legend's praise of science is only the kind of boosterism that any proponent of any form of life might engage in. Contemporary societies, at least those of the industrialized world, have made science part of their forms of life, but those are, in the end, no better or worse than the practices of the Azanda, the recommendations of homeopathy, or the promises of parapsychology. They are simply ours. 8. Despite the efforts of a few philosophers, little headway has been made in finding a successor for legend. If anything, recent work in the history of science and in the sociology of science has offered even more sweeping versions of the original critiques. Philosophy of science, meanwhile, has enjoyed a renaissance of studies of particular sciences. 10. However, the contemporary attention to a wide range of examples is typically eclectic. Practitioners borrow what general philosophical categories they need for the purposes of their individual studies, attempting only to rely on concepts and distinctions that seem to have survived legend's demise. Perhaps these individual studies represent the proper role for the discipline. Perhaps there is no general picture of the sciences that philosophers can give. Perhaps individual scientific disciplines and achievements are just that, individual, bound together by nothing more than family resemblance. 11. Although these suggestions may offer sound advice, I am not yet ready to abandon the search for generality. For without some substitute for legend, minimal, eclectic, and tacit though it may be, it is not clear that individual studies of particular sciences can be pursued. Moreover, the arguments of the legend bashers deserve answers or acknowledgement of their correctness. The goal of this book is to draw a picture of how science advances, using underscore 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 underscore. The commonsensical ideas that underlie legend, the insights of legend's critics, as well as the contributions of contemporary philosophers, historians, sociologists, and cognitive scientists. The chief questions I shall address are those that legend took as central. What is scientific progress? How is science pursued rationally? Problems about progress occupy chapters 4 and 5. The goal of chapter 4 is to provide a definition of scientific progress, or, more exactly, to characterize some varieties of scientific progress and to connect them to aims that I take to be worth satisfying. Chapter 5 attempts to defend my characterizations against criticisms to the effect that the aims I specify are incoherent or unattainable, and I try to rebut charges that science does not make progress in the senses I pick out. In Chapter 6 I turn to questions about scientific rationality, attempting first to specify what an ideal or ideals of rationality ought to be. The traditional project of articulating canons of rationality for the epistemic projects of individuals is taken up in Chapter 7. Finally, in Chapter 8, I turn to the important, though largely neglected, issue of how various combinations of individual epistemic strategies might advance or retard the community's epistemic enterprise. 12. Before these accounts can be developed, some preliminary work is necessary. My attempts to combine what I take to be important insights of logical empiricism with the aperisis of historians and sociologists will rest on a novel way of idealizing the phenomena. Instead of thinking of science as a sequence of theories and of theories as sets of statements, I shall offer a multifaceted description of the state of a science at a time. Moreover, I shall be concerned to treat the growth of science as a process in which cognitively limited biological entities combine their efforts in a social context. Placing the knowing subject firmly back into the discussion of epistemological problems seems to me to be the hallmark of naturalistic epistemology. 13 Chapter 3 is my attempt to construct a framework for naturalism in the philosophy of science. The constructions of Chapter 3 will be guided by a review of some phenomena. In Chapter 2 I shall offer an extended illustrative example, on which subsequent discussions will be able to draw. 14 I shall examine some facets of underscore 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 the history of evolutionary ideas, from the mid-19th century to the present, with a view to fixing ideas about goals, methods, progress, rationality, individual scientific behavior, and the social structure of science. All the discussions that follow are suffused with a vision of philosophy of science that should be made explicit. In my judgment, philosophical reflections about science stand in relation to the complex practice of science much as economic theory does to the complicated and messy world of transactions of work, money, and goods. Much traditional philosophy of science, in the style of some economic modeling, neglects grubby details and ascends to heights of abstraction at which considerable precision and elegance can be achieved. We should value the precision and elegance, for its own sake, for its establishing a standard against which other efforts can be judged, and for the possibility that extreme idealizations may lay bare large and important features of the phenomena. But, like ventures in microeconomics, formal philosophy of science inevitably attracts the criticism that it is entirely unrealistic, an aesthetically pleasing irrelevancy. To rebut such charges or to concede them and to do better service to philosophy's legitimate normative project we need to idealize the phenomena but to include in our treatment the features that critics emphasize. Legend's legacy is the task of recognizing the general features of the scientific enterprise, most importantly by scrutinizing the apparent progressiveness of science, the seeming individual rationality of individual scientists, and the collective rationality of the scientific community. In light of the serious challenges to legend, there is no doubt that the task is difficult. However, recurrent pronouncements of the death of philosophy notwithstanding, it is too important to be discarded. underscore 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 2. Darwin's achievement. 1. A triumph for heresy. Between 1844, when Charles Darwin first confessed to Joseph Hooker his unorthodox ideas on the species question, and 1871, when Thomas Henry Huxley was prepared to declare that in a dozen years the origin of species has worked as complete a revolution in biological science as the Principia did in astronomy, biology underwent the most important transformation in its history. 1. The origin has continued to dominate the biological sciences, and, as we look back over the 130 years since its publication, the initial impression is of a steady, cumulative building on Darwin's original achievement. Scrutinizing the initial phase of the Darwinian revolution and its aftermath offers us the opportunity to examine in a concrete context some of the ideas about progress and rationality that are at the heart of legend. Legend might view Darwin as combating superstition, achieving a surprising victory because of his ability to marshal the evidence. But part of the secret of Darwin's quick success surely lay in his political skill. We should not be beguiled by the picture of the unworldly invalid of Down, whose quiet walks in his beloved garden were the occasion only for lofty musings on points of natural philosophy. Darwin's study was the headquarters of a brilliant campaign, too directed with energy and insight. His letters are beautifully designed to make each of his eminent correspondents Hooker and Huxley, Charles Lyell, Alfred Russel Wallace, and Asa Gray feel that he is the crucial lieutenant, the man on whose talents and dedication the cause depends. 3. Morale is kept up and the troops are deployed with skill. Underscore 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 underscore. Darwin earned a sympathetic hearing from his friends, in part by working his way up the English scientific hierarchy in the years after the Beagle Voyage, in part by intertwining his scientific exchanges with social occasions. For Darwin was, undeniably, well connected. It was important to him to be well connected, and his connections were evident in the discussions that followed the publication of The Origin. Yet, as I shall argue in what follows, his exploitation of the social structure of British science was not the entire secret of his success. Those who fought on his behalf were recruited to the campaign through his patient presentation of elaborate arguments about biological issues, and, in their public defenses of Darwin's ideas, they explained and amplified the reasoning distilled in The Origin. 5. Assessing the role of reason in the initial triumph of Darwin's heresy is only one of the projects of this chapter. If we are to advance a clear account of scientific progress, it will be useful to examine the career of Darwin's ideas, attempting to identify the extent to which they have endured and been extended within subsequent biology. Contemporary discussions of alleged foibles in our understanding of evolution often complain that the initial controversies about natural selection have never been satisfactorily resolved, so that the history of biology reveals an oscillation among competing rivals rather than a steady advance toward truth. 6. What follows is a case study, an approach to an episode in the history of biology that abstracts, sometimes in extreme fashion, from many important historical details in the hope of illuminating philosophical issues. Because case studies are in bad odor among some historians of science, I should make plain what I intend to achieve. I hope to satisfy two adequacy conditions: if something is attributed to a past figure, then the attribution is correct, nothing is omitted which, if introduced into the account, would undermine. Underscore 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 underscore. To a quartet, Huxley, Hooker, and Lyell had been joined by Asa Gray. Darwin concluded a letter to Gray: "It is the highest possible gratification to me to think that you have found my book worth reading and reflection. For you and 3 others I put down in my own mind as the judges whose opinions I should value most." There is no inconsistency here, but the juxtaposition of the passages reveals Darwin's tact. The point being made: My guiding analogy is with a sketch that lays down the main lines around which the detailed picture is subsequently drawn. Philosophically oriented history should not reconstruct in the sense of drawing lines that would have to be altered in a more detailed presentation. 7. 2. Before Darwin. To understand the context in which Darwin's ideas were received and debated, we need to identify some major themes in early 19th century thinking about the history of Earth and of life. From the close of the 18th century on, it had become increasingly evident to the cognoscenti that the time span for life on Earth was far longer than had traditionally been assumed. In the early decades of the 19th century, Georges Cuvier established the phenomenon of extinction, and, in the wake of his painstaking paleontological work, natural historians formulated an increasingly detailed picture of a succession of organisms. 8. But the problem of identifying the process driving the succession of organisms, Darwin's mystery of mysteries, was bypassed in favor of other biological projects. The tradition of natural theology, especially strong in Britain, 9 was dedicated to the idea of exhibiting the exquisite fit of animal to environment. The utilitarian conception of life, favored by the British who conceived of the Creator as engineer extraordinaire, contrasts with the approach of the German Naturphilosophien. Influenced by the ideas of the poet Johann Wolfgang Goethe, the Romantic morphologists sought archetypes for the major groups of organisms. The principal task of comparative biology, as they conceived it, was not to discern the intricate ways in which organic structures contributed to the well-being of their bearers, but to expose the underlying communities of structure. Ultimately, all organisms were to be organized by considering the ways in which each diverged from the corresponding archetype, so that the plan of creation would be exhibited by an underscore 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 understanding the unities of type and the principles governing the divergences from the archetypes. 10. Cuvier's insistence on the existence of a functional role for every structural element collided with the program of the Naturphilosophien in a public debate before the Paris Academy of Sciences in 1830, where Cuvier demolished his colleague Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. 11. Despite Cuvier's success in exposing weaknesses in Geoffroy's arguments for homologies between vertebrates and invertebrates, those who reflected on the debate in the 1830s were usually convinced that Geoffroy's notion of homology, while in need of clarification, was valuable. Between panfunctionalism and mystical appeals to unity of type, biologists sought a compromise. One form of compromise, which loomed large on the British intellectual scene in 1859, was proposed by Richard Owen. In 1831, long before he had become the Dean of Comparative Biology in Britain, Owen visited Paris. Initially persuaded by Cuvier, he modified his ideas during the 1830s, and, in a series of memoirs on various structures in various animal groups, he developed the language in which comparative anatomy was to be described. Central to Owen's program was a conception of homology, a descendant of Geoffroy's seminal idea, which he enunciated in his anatomical lectures and published in his Analogue, a part or organ in one animal which has the same function as a part or organ in a different animal. Homologue, the same organ in different animals under every variety of form and function. What is most significant about this double introduction of terms is the implicit recognition of two types of affinity in animal structures. Some similarities represent commonality of function. Others indicate community of type. As his ideas developed in the 1830s and early 1840s, Owen revived the concept of the archetype, regarding it as a formal distillation of the homologies revealed in his specimens. The task of the comparative anatomist was to include more than the simple tracing of individual homologies. Ultimately, underscore 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 Owen hoped to display the archetype's structural plans or Platonic ideas that underlie the diversity of organisms. Functional biology was to investigate the ways in which the plan is modified in its embodiment, so that organisms are adapted to their environments. Owen's method of fusing the ideas of some of his predecessors could be extended to a view of the history of life that articulated the tradition of natural theology in a novel way. Paleontology reveals a succession of organisms, each of which embodies one of a limited stock of archetypes. To uncover the plan of creation is to trace the ways in which the sequence of living things through time articulates the timeless ideas, how each organism is exquisitely adapted to its environment and yet how each is fundamentally structured on one of a small number of plans. To appreciate both the economy of archetypes and the harmonies of adaptation is to recognize the beneficence and wisdom of the Creator. 12. In the early 1830s, Charles Lyell published his magisterial Principles of Geology, ordering the fossils of the Cenozoic and offering, contra Cuvier, a picture of the history of the Earth in which changes in environment result from the action of presently observable forces over immense periods of time. Within the next 15 years, several outstanding puzzles of the fossil record were resolved, and the paleontologists of the 1840s and 1850s could, with some confidence, pronounce on the relative ordering of strata, assigning fossils to their temporal ranges. Commitment to the idea of extinction and renewal of the Earth's fauna entailed, of course, commitment to the existence of some process through which new species were produced. There were, apparently, two options. Either the new species were descended from those now extinct or they had been called forth in a new act of creation. The sophisticated drew back from speculation. Lyell declined to pronounce on the processes by means of which novel species have appeared. Similarly, Owen maintained a studied agnosticism. It was enough for both of them to declare that the types of organisms that emerge are determined by secondary causes. From a post-Darwinian point of view, this failure to attempt a resolution of the issue appears strange. Surely one must ask how new species have originated. To dissolve the mystery, we need to know two aspects of the pre-Darwinian situation. First, with transmutationism in disrepute, partly as a result of Lamarck's formulation of it, partly because of the force of the familiar objections that Cuvier had marshaled so effectively, inquiry into the process of species origination threatened to degenerate quickly into irresponsible speculation. Second, both Lyell and Owen could pose for themselves and their colleagues manageable and apparently significant research problems: the replacement of appeals to catastrophes with uniformitarian X. Underscore 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 underscore. Planations, the continued description of the fossil record, the display of homologies and, ultimately, the delineation of the unfolding of the archetypes in the history of life. 13. But, even before Darwin, there were some areas within biology in which considerations of pattern seemed insufficient, in which considerations of history became evident, and in which speculations about creation surfaced. Just as the early 19th century witnessed a great increase in understanding of the distributions of animals through time, so too the voyages of exploration yielded a greatly enriched stock of biogeographical phenomena. The discoveries of very different faunas on different continents, especially the Australian marsupials, made it very difficult to maintain that there had been a single center of creation from which the animals had dispersed. For early 19th century biogeography, the principal questions were to understand what the spatial distributions of plants and animals actually are and why they are that way. In its latter project, biogeography became historical, and the history involved facing the topic of the origins of species. The leading biogeographers of the early 19th century invoked the notion of centers of creation, a concept that had been proposed in the 18th century and had quietly been accepted as a way of modifying the biblical story of creation. 14. Thinking of species as immutable, pre-Darwinian biogeographers were severely constrained in their historical analyses. Similar contemporary species have similar, but distinct, populations of founders, and, after one has reconstructed their histories of dispersal, one is forced to conclude that they were separately created, perhaps at the same center. What principles underlie the origination of some groups of similar species in certain places, and the origination of different groups of similar species in different places, even when the centers of creation have, apparently, quite similar. Underscore 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 underscore. Environmental conditions. 15. Biogeography, by the 1850s, was teetering on the edge of those issues that the program of comparative morphology studiously avoided. In the early decades of the century, appeals to the transmutation of species were hardly respectable. 16. But in 1844, the year of Darwin's first acknowledgement, in a private letter, of his heretical views, an anonymous author published vestiges of the natural history of creation. The author, who was later discovered to be Robert Chambers, called down on his head a vast number of critical reviews or, more exactly, thunderous denunciations which assured the popular success of his book. 17. Perhaps Chambers drew the fire that would inevitably be directed at the first effort to introduce evolutionary ideas into British discussions of natural history. At any rate, by the mid-1850s there were signs of a softening in attitude. In 1855, the Reverend Baden-Powell, Savilian professor of geometry at Oxford and a well-respected natural philosopher, published his essays on the spirit of the inductive philosophy, the unity of worlds, and the philosophy of creation. In the third part of this work, Baden-Powell offered a measured defense of the possibility of the transmutation of species. 18. Even my brief review of the background against which Darwin's work was set should make it evident that the origin was not pitched into a vacuum of biological ideas and that its competition was not some dominant, dogmatic fundamentalism. Darwin's contemporaries and predecessors were practicing biology in sophisticated ways. Above all, they were practicing biology in different ways. In 1859, there were remnants of the natural theology tradition. There were serious projects of displaying the functional significance of traits and structures, ventures in biogeography and in paleontological reconstruction. Perhaps most importantly, in the work of Richard Owen, arguably the leading British biologist of the 1850s, there was a serious and successful program in comparative morphology. Owen had fused important elements of the ideas of the Naturphilosophien, of Geoffroy, of Cuvier, and of Lyell. His research suggested that it might be possible to attain significant scientific goals without delving into murky questions about modes of species origination. Underscore 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 underscore. 3. Darwin's innovations. Virtually everyone would agree that the origin offers something new, a new theory, the theory of evolution by natural selection, or several new theories. 19. Attempts to specify what the novel theory is are inevitably influenced by general ideas about scientific theories. A battered and truncated version of the received view lingers on. Even those who are skeptical about the need for distinctive theoretical vocabulary, or correspondence rules, or axiomatizability, or any of the other ingredients of the logical empiricist picture, 20 are likely to suppose that any scientific theory worthy of the name must consist of a set of statements, among which are some general laws, and that such laws should be used to derive previously unaccepted statements whose truth values are subject to empirical determination. 21. When this residual thesis is applied to the case of Darwin, we are led to expect that the origin advances some collection of new general principles about organisms. After all, what else could Darwin's theory be? 22. Underscore 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 underscore. The expectation is fostered when we turn to the opening chapters of The Origin, where we seem to discover exactly the kind of principles that were anticipated. Darwin's theory apparently rests on four fundamental claims. 1. At any stage in the history of a species, there will be variation among the members of the species. Different organisms belonging to the species will have different properties. 2. At any stage in the history of a species, more organisms are born than can survive to reproduce. 3. At any stage in the history of a species, Some of the variation among members of the species is variation with respect to properties that affect the ability to survive and reproduce. Some organisms have characteristics that better dispose them to survive and reproduce. 4. Heritability is the norm. Most properties of an organism are inherited by its descendants. From these principles more exactly from, and one can obtain by a plausible argument. Typically, the history of a species will show the modification of that species in the direction of those characteristics which better dispose their bearers to survive and reproduce. Properties which dispose their bearers to survive and reproduce are likely to become more prevalent in successive generations of the species. The justification for reconstructing Darwin's theory in this way is relatively straightforward. Darwin assembles the first four principles at the beginning of the origin, and the main theoretical work then appears to be the derivation of the principle of natural selection from them. Expositors of Darwin from T.H. Huxley to Richard Lewontin have reconstructed the heart of his theory in the way that I have done. Nor will my own account entirely forsake this great tradition. But it should trouble us that the suggested reconstruction is at odds with an assumption that historians and philosophers of science often tacitly and legitimately make. We expect that the fundamental principles of a new scientific theory should be those statements introduced by the theory. Underscore 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 underscore. That most stand in need of defense and confirmation, and that the arguments assembled by the innovative theorist should be directed at the fundamental principles of the novel theory. Virtually all of Darwin's opponents would have accepted None of the great naturalists of the mid-19th century would have denied, and none should have denied, that species vary, that the increase of a species is checked, that some variation affects characters relevant to the ability to survive and reproduce, that many properties are heritable. Moreover, they saw the force of the argument for, assenting to the idea that natural selection has the power to adjust the distribution of traits within a species, eliminating variants whose characteristics render them less able to compete in a struggle for limited resources. What was in dispute was not so much the truth of as their significance. 23. For the committed Darwinian, these principles were the key to understanding a vast range of biological phenomena, and the principal theoretical and argumentative work of the origin consists in showing how the seemingly banal observations about variation, competition, and inheritance might answer questions that had previously seemed to be either beyond the scope of scientific treatment or else only addressed in a partial and limited way by Darwin's predecessors. Acceptance of is compatible with the doctrine of fixity of species. However, Darwin did not simply accept and add the historical claim that lineages have been modified to the extent that they embrace members of different species. Owen seems to have defended something like that view. 24. Nor did Darwin simply conjoin with the denial of the fixity of species and the vague declaration that natural selection has been the primary force of evolution. The origin contains a novel and well-articulated theory precisely because it fuses with the suggestion that species are mutable to fashion powerful techniques of biological explanation. If we are to make plain the nature of Darwin's innovation, we need a new way of thinking about the complex entity that is the state of a science at a time. Reconstructing the origin will provide an exemplar. I shall start from the idea that the origin proposes an explanatory device, aimed at answering some general families of questions which Darwin made central to biology, by presenting and applying what I shall call Darwinian histories. To fix ideas, I shall characterize a Darwinian history in a preliminary way as a narrative which traces the successive modifications of a lineage of organisms from generation to generation in terms of various underscore 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 factors, most notably that of natural selection. The main claim of the origin is that we can understand numerous biological phenomena in terms of the Darwinian histories of the organisms involved. Consider first issues of biogeographical distribution. For any group G of organisms, perhaps a species, a genus, or some higher taxon, we can identify the range of that group. With respect to any such group, we can envisage a complete description of its history. From the Darwinian perspective, this historical description will trace the modification of the current group from its ancestors, revealing how properties change along a lineage, and how, as these changes occur, the area occupied by members of the group alters. Darwinian histories provide the basis for answers to biogeographical questions. Darwinian histories provide the basis for acts of explanation, and, confronted with the practical question of biogeographical distribution, incomplete knowledge of a Darwinian history will enable us to offer an answer. When we ask why a group G occupies a range R, we typically have a more particular puzzle in mind. For example, someone who wonders why so many marsupial species are found in Australia is likely to be perplexed by the fact that so few are found elsewhere. Perplexity is relieved by outlining the Darwinian history of the marsupials, describing how they were able to reach Australia before the evolution of successful placental competitors, how the placentals were able to invade many marsupial strongholds, and how the placentals were prevented from reaching Australia. Here and in other instances, 25 a general, unfocused, explanation-seeking question is determined in context as a more precise request for information. The request can be honored by abstracting from the Darwinian history, so that the needed information can be given, despite considerable ignorance about the details. It is helpful to contrast the biogeographical proposals of the origin with the approaches reviewed in the last section. One possibility would resist the appeal to history altogether in favor of teleological answers to questions about distribution, because each group of organisms was created to inhabit a particular region, and because it has always inhabited that region, our understanding of the phenomena of distribution is advanced by recognizing those features of the organisms in the group that fit them to live where they do. As I mentioned previously, by 1859 this approach had fallen into well-deserved disrepute. It was well known that organisms transported by humans could thrive in areas that they had previously been unable to reach, and naturalists knew of other cases in which organisms seem ill-suited to their natural habitat. More promising was the historical approach developed in most detail by De Candolle and by Forbes. On this view, we answer questions about biogeographical distribution by seeing the current range of an organismic group as the result of a process in which an unmodified sequence of organisms has dispersed from an original center of creation. The trouble is that this approach only postpones perplexity, for we need some scheme for explaining the distribution of original centers of creation, or at least some way of making the ways of the Creator seem less capricious. Darwin makes the point forcefully. But if the same species can be produced at two separate points, why do we not find a single mammal common to Europe and Australia or South America? The conditions of life are nearly the same, so that a multitude of European plants and animals have become naturalized in America and Australia, and some of the aboriginal plants are identically the same at these distant points of the northern and southern hemispheres. Darwin's challenge is to provide a comprehensible distribution of centers of creation that will allow for the disconnected distribution of the plants common to the hemispheres, while explaining the failure of the mammals to radiate into regions for which they are well suited. The thrust is that creationists will ultimately be forced into conceding that the distribution of original centers of creation is inexplicable. By contrast, as Darwin emphasizes, the theory of evolution claims for scientific explanation questions which rival theories dismiss as unanswerable. I have begun with the example of biogeography, because it is the case on which Darwin often lays the greatest stress, suggesting that it was reflection on biogeography that originally led him to the theory of evolution. 26 Biogeography is only part of the story. The rest is more of the same kind of thing. With respect to comparative anatomy, embryology, and adaptation, Darwin also provided strategies for answering major families of questions. Consider comparative anatomy. Here one major task is to provide answers to questions of the following general form. Why do organisms belonging to the groups GG share the property P? Darwin proposes two forms of answer to these questions. In cases where P is a homology, the presence of P in both G and G will be ideally explained. Underscore 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 underscore. By relating the histories of descent from a common ancestor. In cases where P is a mere analogy, its common presence will be understood by tracing the history of the emergence of P along the lineages leading to G and G, perhaps showing how this was the result of similar environmental pressures. 27. Darwin reviewed the classic cases. Similarities in the bone structure of the forelimbs in various mammalian groups, moles, seals, bats, ruminants, are to be understood in terms of descent from a common ancestor. By contrast, the existence of wings in birds, bats, flying reptiles, and insects, is understood by recognizing the paths which these groups have followed in evolving the ability to fly. 28. Plainly, there are important similarities between the programs for comparative anatomy envisaged by Darwin and by Owen. Both employ a distinction between homology and analogy and propose different patterns of explanation for homologous and analogous traits. But where Owen invokes the presence or absence of a shared archetype and remains carefully non-committal on the historical processes that have given rise to the groups under comparison, Darwin appeals to a shared ancestor and outlines a historical explanation. As in the case of biogeography, while relating the complete Darwinian histories of the groups involved would provide an ideal answer to a question about the relationships among them, our practical questions about the similarities among organisms do not require such detail. Quite frequently, the question of why two groups of organisms agree in a morphological property stems from puzzlement that organisms so different in other respects should share the morphological trait in question. If the property is a homology, the puzzle is resolved by outlining enough of the Darwinian histories of the organisms to reveal the main lines of their modifications from a common ancestor. Similarly, in the case of analogy, we need to tell enough of the Darwinian histories to understand how a similar feature has been produced in unrelated lineages. As with biogeography, Darwin could easily contrast his approach to comparative anatomy with the available rivals. By pointing out such differences as those between the blind cave insects of Europe and America, he could pose a deep challenge to the sophisticated program for comparative anatomy advanced by Owen. On Owen's conception, we would explain the differences between North American and European cave insects by suggesting that the former realize certain North American archetypes while the latter underscore 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 embody distinct European archetypes. But now there is a puzzle about why different archetypes are realized in the caverns of North America and in the caverns of Europe. Owen is committed to the idea that there are secondary causes that govern the emergence of the distinct species on the two continents, but he remains agnostic about whether the process of emergence involves reproductive continuity or creation de novo. However, the two options envisaged are not unexplanatory par. If the cave insect species have evolved from ancestral species of insects, then we can understand the structural relations. But if they stem from separate processes of special creation, then the persistence of distinct North American and European archetypes in the two regions is quite mysterious. There is nothing in the environmental conditions to call forth different archetypes, and we seem to be forced to some odd hypothesis of parallelism. The third example I shall consider is historically crucial, in that it represents the most promising field for the tradition of natural theology. Darwin confesses that his theory could not be admitted as satisfactory until it could be shown how the innumerable species inhabiting this world have been modified, so as to acquire that perfection of structure and co-adaptation which most justly excites our admiration. 29. However, he proposes that questions of adaptation, like questions of biogeography and comparative morphology, can be answered by rehearsing the historical process through which the adaptation emerged. The general form of question to be addressed is: why do organisms belonging to group G living in environment E have property P? Where the property P is a characteristic which appears to assist its bearers in environment E. A complete answer to this question would trace the Darwinian history of G from the time just prior to the first occurrence of P, showing how the variation producing P first arose, how it was advantageous to its bearer in the original environment, and how that advantage enabled P to become progressively more prevalent in subsequent generations of the lineage. 30. Since the problem of adaptation is the stronghold of approaches which emphasize the design of nature, the Origin contains numerous passages in which Darwin contrasts the explanatory power of his own theory with the deficiencies of its main rival. In some places, he stresses the difficulty of finding any coherent account of the creative design which will do justice to the aspects of nature which are abhorrent to our ideas of fitness. Underscore 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 underscore. We need not marvel at the sting of the bee causing the bee's own death, at drones being produced in such large numbers for one single act and then being slaughtered by their sterile sisters, at the astonishing waste of pollen by our fir trees, at the instinctive hatred of the queen bee for her own fertile daughters, at ignominy feeding within the live bodies of caterpillars. Other passages descant on the panda's thumb theme. 31. The existence of many cases in which it is evident that natural contrivances fall far short of the standards of good design we would expect from a competent engineer, and in which it is more plausible to suppose that the available materials dictated a clumsy solution to a design problem. He who believes in the struggle for existence and in the principle of natural selection, will believe that every organic being is constantly endeavoring to increase in numbers, and that if any one being vary ever so little, either in habits or structure, and thus gain an advantage over some inhabitant of the country, it will seize on the place of that inhabitant, however different it may be from its own place. Hence it will cause him no surprise that there should be geese and frigate birds with webbed feet, either living on the dry land or most rarely alighting on the water, that there should be long-toed corncrakes living in meadows instead of in swamps, that there should be woodpeckers where not a tree grows, that there should be diving thrushes, and petrelsey with the habits of auks. This theme receives its most detailed treatment in Darwin's book on orchids, characterized as a flank movement on the enemy. 32. Again, it points toward the same moral. Questions that rival approaches must dismiss as unanswerable can be tackled by adopting the Darwinian perspective. 4. Darwin's patterns. I have claimed that the Origin offers a class of problem-solving patterns, aimed at answering families of questions about organisms by describing the histories of those organisms. The complete histories will always take a particular form in that they will trace the modifications of lineages in response to various factors. Natural selection has been the main but not exclusive means of modification. 33. I now want to give a more precise account of the notion of a Darwinian history. Underscore 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 underscore. Darwinian histories are structured texts. I shall try to exhibit the structures that Darwin's paradigm explanations exemplify. Let us start with the notion of Darwinian history that is minimal in the sense of embodying the fewest assumptions about the tempo and mode of evolutionary change. This conception can be characterized as follows. A Darwinian history for a group G of organisms between T1 and T2 with respect to a family of properties F consists of a specification of the frequencies of the properties belonging to F in each generation between T1 and T2. This minimal conception allows for evolutionary change, for the property that frequencies may vary from generation to generation. Indeed, traits initially absent may ultimately be found in every member of the group, but it does not offer any account of why this change occurs. Consider, for example, some questions about biogeographical distribution. To understand why the Galapagos contains endemic species of finches which are similar to mainland South American forms, it is sufficient to know the history of descent with modification without speculating about the modifying factors. 34. The structure of this explanation is as follows. We build on a minimal Darwinian history by using claims about the dispersal powers of the organisms and their current ranges to derive descriptions of the ranges in the next generation. Behind the explanation is a schematic form, instantiated in many Darwinian answers to biogeographical questions, in which we trace sequentially the changing geographical distributions of properties and derive, At each stage, the current range of organisms with particular complexes of traits from ascriptions of powers of dispersal and the ranges in the previous generation. Similarly, some questions about the relationships among groups of organisms can be addressed by rehearsing histories of descent with modification that do not explore the causes of the changes that have occurred along the lineages involved. Darwinian explanations of the presence of homologies take a very simple form, which we can exhibit as follows. Underscore 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 underscore. Exception would be to suppose that the modifications produced through other causal processes are somehow impermanent, so that the large-scale course of evolution follows the trajectory laid down by selection. Finally, one might concentrate on those evolutionary changes that produce new taxa, understanding these as being effected by natural selection. Common descent. Question: why do the members of GG share P? Answer: 1. GG are descended from a common ancestor G0. 2. G0 members had P. 3. P is heritable. 4. No factors intervene to modify P along the G0G sequences. Therefore members of G and G have P. Plainly, this style of explanation could be deepened by offering a derivation of from claims about the environmental conditions encountered by the organisms, thus introducing claims about possible causes of modification of the lineage. However, in providing explanations that exemplify common descent, there is no need to venture into this territory. Darwin was thus correct in insisting that the great truth of common descent would open a wide field for further inquiry. 35. Cautious Darwinians adopt a position we may call minimal Darwinism. Minimal Darwinian histories are to be used to answer biological questions, but, while we remain agnostic about the causes of modification in any particular case, we do regard ourselves as understanding the general ways in which evolutionary change is to be explained. Natural selection is identified as a possible agent of evolutionary change, in conjunction with such other agents as use and disuse, correlation and balance, direct action of the environment, and stochastic factors. On this approach we would not pretend to explain the modifications that have taken place along a particular lineage, and, quite evidently, we would have to forego attempts to tackle issues of organic adaptation. 36. Numerous passages in Darwin's writings indicate that he usually preferred to be more ambitious. 37. A stronger conception of Darwinian history involves not only a specification of the changes that take place from generation to generation along a lineage, but also a sequence of derivations that will infer the distribution of properties in descendant generations from those in ancestral generations. These derivations will exemplify certain patterns which underscore 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 reflect ideas about the agents of evolutionary change. Prominent among them in Darwin's writings is the appeal to natural selection. The most elementary form of selectionist explanation in The Origin instantiates the following pattern. Simple individual selection. Question: why do all members of G have P? Answer: among the ancestors of G there was a group of contemporaneous organisms, Go, such that, a small number of members of Go had P, none of the members of the generation ancestral to G0 had P, each of the other members of Go had one of the variant characteristics P1. Pn, no other variant of P is present in any generation of the G0G lineage. Analysis of the ecological conditions and the physiological effects on their bearers of P, P1. Pn. Showing. Organisms with P had higher expected reproductive success than organisms with Pi. Pp1. Pn are heritable. Therefore P increased in frequency in each generation of the lineage leading from G0 to G. There are sufficiently many generations between G0 and G. Therefore all members of G now have P38. I suggest that this elementary pattern underlies the simplest illustrations that Darwin provides of natural selection, the explanations of the swiftness and slimness of wolves, of the presence of two varieties of wolf in the Catskills, the excretion of sweet juices by some plants, and many others. 39. The intuitive idea behind simple individual selection is that one explains the presence of some traits by beginning with their initial appearance in some ancestral group, identifying the factors that favored them, and tracing their increasing prevalence. In many instances, especially when he is concerned with complex characteristics, Darwin's explanations have a more intricate structure. Instead of simply showing how the final version of a trait, perhaps an anatomical structure like an eye or a wing, became prevalent, the task is to understand how ancestral forms were successively modified in the direction of the current characteristic. We can think of this as a pattern that stitches together a number of instantiations of simple individual selection. The selectionist patterns I have discussed take variation for granted. There is no systematic attempt to explain the presence of the variant traits in Go by deriving from some more ultimate premise. This, of course, corresponds to what is often regarded as a central tenet of Darwinism, namely the insistence on the randomness of variation. Darwin himself was not quite so pure. The origin allows for effects of use and disuse. Typically, this is supposed to work in tandem with natural selection. Organisms that do not use certain structures are more likely to generate offspring that lack those structures, and, since the deficient organisms do not squander resources on developing a useless characteristic, they are at an advantage in the struggle for existence. 41. Commitment to a stronger conception of Darwinian history makes it possible to answer questions, such as those which involve perfections of structure, which lie beyond the scope of minimal Darwinian histories. This commitment may be undertaken more or less pluralistically. That is, one may allow as equally appropriate a number of different patterns for deriving changes in trait frequencies, or one may insist that a particular style of explanation should predominate. So, for example, Darwin's suggestion that natural selection is the major agent of evolutionary change can be interpreted as a commitment to preferring to understand the distribution of characteristics in a group of organisms by invoking simple individual selection. Or, more moderately, one can allow that the presence of many traits is to be explained by employing constrained individual selection, or one may decrease the scope of selectionist explanations, by suggesting that the prevalence of some underscore 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 traits is to be accounted for in some other way, perhaps in terms of environmental effects, or use and disuse, or chance factors. The origin not only allows for the use of more or less ambitious notions of Darwinian history, but also covers a range of positions on the priority of selectionist explanations. This conclusion underscores a claim made by Gould and Lewontin, who note that the master's voice is often more tolerant of alternatives than is usually thought. 42. So far I have indicated a number of different proposals that might be reconstructed from the origin. These differ first in whether they attempt to explain changes in property frequencies along a lineage, and second in the forms of explanation that they admit or to which they give emphasis. 43. Minimal Darwinism triumphed relatively swiftly in the 1860s. The next sections analyze the nature of that triumph and the reasons for it. 5. Darwinian practices. After the success of the origin, there are many changes in the ways in which biology is done. Most obviously, there are modifications of the sets of statements to which those who are counted as experts on the nature of living things would give their assent. There are also changes in biological language. The concept of species and the distinction between homologies and analogies are altered by Darwin's work. As I have been emphasizing in the last two sections, the questions that are viewed as important for biology are changed. New problems come to occupy biological attention, old issues disappear. Furthermore, the changes in questions are accompanied by changes in the sets of schemata that specify the ideal forms of answers. However, These aspects, the alterations of belief and language that are underscore 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 relatively familiar, and the modification of problems and of explanatory patterns, do not exhaust the novelties of Darwin's work. The Origin advances new ideas in methodology, ideas about what kinds of characteristics are important in successful theories. It suggests that certain types of observations and experiments are relevant to biology, and it allows epistemic authority to people who have not hitherto been counted as part of the community of scientists. It will be useful to have a term to cover the disparate elements that were altered by the Origin. Let us say that the practice of an individual scientist is a multidimensional entity whose components are the language used in the scientist's research, the statements about nature that the scientist accepts, the questions that are counted as important, the schemata that are accepted for answering questions, the methodological views that are specific to the research of the field of science, the canons of good observation and experiment, and the standards for assessing the reliability of others. Before Darwin, those who dedicated themselves to the study of living things differed widely in their practices. Not only were the practices of individual researchers different from one another, but there were groups of biologists whose practices had little in common. Champions of teleology differed in numerous respects from the nature philosophers and from compromisers like Owen. Even after the impact of the Origin, individual biologists still differed in their practices. Yet, although the practices are diverse, almost all of them are Darwinian. The ability to appreciate both the diversity of individual practices and the unity of ideas that emerges at the level of the community will be crucial to the argument of this book. Thus, besides the collection of individual practices espoused by the individual scientists of the second half of the 19th century, each affected in different ways by reading the Origin, there is a consensus practice, something that represents the common elements of the individual practices and that becomes part of the cross-generational system of transmission of scientific ideas. In the latter 19th century, aspiring naturalists acquire, as part of their training, a practice that involves a Darwinian core. To understand the change wrought by the Origin, we need to recognize both the weaker commitments to Darwinian themes that become integrated into consensus practice and the more ambitious versions of Darwinism that are taken up by individuals. Darwin modified the language of biology in two important ways. First, a conceptualization of species that had been commonplace among his predecessors was discarded. The language of late 19th century biology no longer allows one to pin down the reference of species by declaring that a species comprehends all the individuals which descend from each other, or from a common parentage, and those which resemble them as much as they 31. Do each other. 44. But if he abandoned old ways of saying what species are, Darwin and his followers largely agreed with the divisions of organisms into species that had been favored by his predecessors. Thus, although there was a shift in the way in which the referent of the term species was fixed, the term retained its old referent. 45. Similarly, there is continuity of reference of the term homology. Darwin calls homologies just those things that his predecessors have picked out as homologies. Here, however, his writings implicitly suggest a new descriptive account, one that would fix the referent of homology by declaring that a homology is a characteristic found in two descendant species as a consequence of their descent from a common ancestor. 46. Darwin did effect large changes in the set of statements belonging to consensus practice. His work introduced a variety of new claims about the histories of particular organisms. The Origin is short on controversial new generalizations, but it is a hodgepodge of specific original theses about barnacles, pigeons, South American mammals, social insects, Arctic flowers, Scotch fir, and so forth. 47. As I emphasized in sections 3 and 4, Darwin's primary achievement lies in introducing schemata for answering certain families of biological questions and identifying the questions that biologists should address. The mass of details is a cornucopia of illustrations. Consensus practice after Darwin absorbs the most striking examples from the Origin, every serious naturalist now has to know about the South American mammals and the distribution of Arctic flora. The main alteration in the accepted statements of consensus practice thus consists in the incorporation of those descriptions that best illustrate the Darwinian schemata. These become the training paradigms for subsequent generations. Of course, as further instances of Darwin's patterns are generated and accepted, new examples may come to fulfill this pedagogical function. Melanism in moths comes to be the example of natural selection. Underscore 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 underscore. Meanwhile, individual scientists, concerned with specific biological questions or particular groups, have a rich body of more esoteric lore, itself formulated in Darwin's historical terms. The introduction of the new schemata sets new questions for biology, in that, after Darwin, naturalists are given the tasks of finding instantiations of the Darwinian schemata, finding ways of testing the hypotheses that are put forward in instantiating Darwinian schemata, developing theoretical accounts of the processes that are presupposed in Darwinian histories. These tasks arise in different ways. The first is simply the result of Darwin's claiming of the questions about distribution, adaptation, and relationships, as legitimate and central questions for biology, to be tackled by giving explanations that exemplify his patterns. In attempting to instantiate the Darwinian schemata, biologists are compelled to advance hypotheses about the historical development of life, and it is incumbent on them to specify ways of testing these hypotheses, if they are to avoid the charge that evolutionary biology is simply an exercise in fantasizing. 48 Finally, stems from recognition of the fact that Darwin's theory is not only open-ended in provoking many specific inquiries into the properties, relationships, and distributions of particular organisms, but also in raising very general questions about the historical processes through which organisms have become modified. 49. Although they are less central to the changes that Darwin recommends, the origin also offers new ideas about the kinds of information that are relevant to biology, the ways in which that information can be acquired, and those who can be trusted to supply such information. Darwin suggests experimental projects that will be important in formulating Darwinian histories. Biogeographical accounts, for example, depend on assumptions about the dispersal powers of organisms, and these can be tested in various ways. So we find Darwin reporting his findings about the ability of various kinds of seeds to survive immersion in salt water and describing an experiment on the survival of just hatched mollusks on a duck's foot suspended in air. Furthermore, tests of the variation that is latent in natural populations and of the powers of selection can draw on the craft. Underscore 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 underscore. Knowledge of plant and animal breeders. In using the reports of pigeon fanciers and beekeepers, Darwin was enlarging the circle of those considered reliable informants on scientific matters. Aware of the problem of establishing expertise, Darwin engaged in elaborate procedures to calibrate his potential sources. 50. Finally, Darwin's writings make a methodological claim that was not widely appreciated in his own day and that continues to be questioned by his critics today. As we shall see in the next section, the ideas of the origin were defended by stressing their ability to unify the phenomena. Time and again, Darwin's detractors insisted that this defense was inadequate, that the kind of argument it offered was at odds with the canons of good science. In reply, Darwin insisted that many well-respected theories he liked to cite Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and it is clear that Lyell's geological theory also furnished another, perhaps more immediate, example postulated entities and processes that were not amenable to human observation, and that these entities and processes could, nonetheless, be known to exist because of the traces they leave in the observable world of the present. Darwin thus changed the consensus practice of biology along a number of different dimensions. The central modification concerns the problems of biology and the ideal forms of answers to them. Attendant on this are alterations of the set of accepted statements and of the language of biology, as well as changes in views of observational and experimental evidence and the appropriate sources of that evidence. Finally, implicit in the origin, and explicit in some of Darwin's responses to reviews, is a methodological thesis about the adequacy of certain kinds of scientific theories. To explore Darwin's commitments here is to trespass on the topic of his argument for his proposed modifications of biology, and it is to this topic that we now turn. 6. Darwin's argument. Darwin claimed that the origin is one long argument. We have explored the changes in practice that argument was intended to support. Was Darwin's reasoning up to the job? Up to what job? There is no single powerful individual whose attitudes are automatically those of the 19th century biological community, no. Underscore 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 underscore. Scientific dictator whose persuasion was necessary and sufficient for the change to take place. We can envisage different scenarios for the shift in consensus practice. Perhaps the argument of the origin gave all contemporary naturalists reason to modify their individual practices to accommodate the changes Darwin recommended, and the change in consensus practice came about in consequence of a large collection of independent individual decisions. Or perhaps the argument persuaded only a small elite to modify their practices and the community shift resulted from the power of this elite. I mention these scenarios to bring into the open the point obvious once it is made that the claim that the argument of the origin was sufficient to support a change in consensus practice is highly ambiguous. The task of disambiguation will occupy us in later chapters. For the present, my concern is to reconstruct that argument and to show that individual scientists with a number of different antecedent practices, including some who were previously quite at odds with Darwinian ideas, had excellent reasons for modifying their commitments to incorporate Darwin's central themes. The reasoning of the origin divides into three main parts. 51. 1. An attempt to show that it is possible to modify organisms extensively through a natural process. 2. An attempt to show that, given the possibility of hypothesizing that organisms now classed in separate species are related by descent from a common ancestor, the introduction of such hypotheses would enable us to answer many questions about these organisms. 3. An attempt to respond to difficulties that threaten hypotheses about common descent. The early chapters are directed at, and it is in these chapters that the celebrated argument by analogy with artificial selection plays its crucial role. Darwin adduces a number of examples, most prominently examples of different kinds of pigeons, to show that the conscious selection employed by plant and animal breeders has been able to produce striking modifications of organisms. Claiming that the struggle for existence imposes a selective pressure analogous to the deliberate selection of the breeder, he concludes that it is possible to suppose that large modifications can also be produced in nature. Hence it is unwarranted to maintain that hypotheses asserting the modification of an ancestral species to produce a quite different descendant are, in principle, inevitably false. At this stage, the way is clear for the work of the latter chapters of the origin, in which the explanatory power of the modifications of practice that Darwin recommends is extensively elaborated. Darwin himself seems to have seen these chapters as bearing much of the argumentative burden. He begs. Underscore 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 underscore. Lyell to keep his mind open until reading the latter chapters, which are the most important of all on the favorable side. His approach is to marshal an impressive array of puzzling cases of geographical distribution, affinity of organisms, adaptation, and so forth, aiming to convince his readers that there are numerous questions to which answers fitting his schemata would bring welcome relief. Consider, for example, Darwin's partial agenda for biogeography. After describing the American type of structure found in the birds and rodents of South America, Darwin suggests that biologists ought to ask what has produced this common structure. The similarities are too numerous just to be dismissed as beyond the province of scientific explanation. We see in these facts some deep organic bond, prevailing throughout space and time, over the same areas of land and water, and independent of their physical conditions. The naturalist must feel very little curiosity, who is not led to inquire what this bond is. This bond, on my theory, is simply inheritance, that cause which alone, as far as we know, produces organisms quite like, or, as we see in the case of varieties, nearly like each other. The dissimilarity of the inhabitants of different regions may be attributed to modification through natural selection, and in a quite subordinate degree to the direct influence of physical conditions. This passage, brilliantly crafted to disarm objections in ways that I shall discuss later, expresses a clear message. There are many details about particular organisms that cry out for explanation, and if biologists commit themselves to instantiating Darwin's schemata, then they will account for these otherwise inexplicable details. 52. However, consideration of cases raises skeptical doubts to the effect that there are limits to the applicability of Darwin's schemata, so that his explanatory proposals are, at best, incomplete, or worse, incorrect. To construct a Darwinian history will typically involve scientists in advancing hypotheses about the existence of certain ancestral forms with particular properties. In many cases, the fossil record will contain no remnants of such organisms. How is this embarrassing lack of evidence to be understood? 53. Moreover, there are some properties of organisms which, in their final form, obviously assist their bearers, but which would appear to be at best useless if they were present in an incomplete state. Furthermore, Darwin's branching conception of the history of life presupposes the possibility that the descendants of a common ancestor may divide into two groups whose members are not interfertile. In all these cases, well-known findings in biology and underscore 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 geology seem to show that there are important and pervasive features of life that both raise the kinds of questions he intends biology to address and fall outside the range of his schemata. Aware of the threat of limitation of his enterprise, Darwin devotes the third part of his argument to an attempt to show that the difficulties are only apparent. He offers an account of fossilization that is designed to explain why many of the personae in the history of life leave no traces in the record. He tries to show how complex structures such as eyes may emerge under selection, either because their incipient forms possess rudimentary advantages or because they are correlated with advantageous traits. He gives a careful survey of the phenomena surrounding sterility and sketches a selectionist account of the emergence of a sterility barrier. By arguing that apparently large problems dissolve under close scrutiny, Darwin is able to defend the broad claim that the entire families of questions that he proposes to make central to biology can be answered in the ways he suggests. Let us now suppose that Darwin's contemporary naturalists appreciated this chain of reasoning, and that they amended their practices in the following way. First, they accepted Darwin's delineation of the important problems of biology, accepting that questions of biogeography and comparative morphology should be addressed by instantiating the patterns of section 4. 54. In consequence of their initial commitments to Darwinian explanations in biogeography and comparative morphology, all of them abandoned their previous general belief in the fixity of species and all admitted that natural selection is a possible agent of evolutionary change. Again, because of their initial commitments, all espoused Darwin's reconceptualizations of species and of homologies. Finally, all accepted the importance of the experimental and observational projects that the Origin recommends, all recognized the importance of the information on natural variation that breeders can supply, and all hailed as a major new task for theoretical biology the project of obtaining deeper insights into the phenomena of variation and heredity. This modification of their individual practices is the acceptance of what I have called minimal Darwinism. Did the Origin provide these naturalists with good reasons for accepting minimal Darwinism? Yes. The attitude concerning questions and schemata for addressing them that I have supposed to be common to all naturalists, together with the conception that natural selection is a possible agent of evolutionary change, is well supported by the argument of the origin. Moreover, once that attitude is present, the changes elaborated in the latter part of the last paragraph follow automatically. The conception of species must be revised, experiments to determine dispersal powers become significant, the underscore 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 37. Theoretical questions about heredity and variation become major issues, and so forth. My claim, then, is that naturalists living in Britain in 1859, starting from any of the biological practices then popular, ought to have modified their practice to accept minimal Darwinism, in light of the reasoning that I have reconstructed from the origin. The best way to defend this claim is to see why a few people did not make the shift to minimal Darwinism, and to show how Darwin and his supporters had good responses to their objections. How did the critics attack the long argument? What replies did Darwin, Huxley, Hooker, Gray, and others make? One important protest was that Darwin had no evidence of large-scale modifications by natural or artificial selection, so that there was no good reason to think that species could evolve in the way that he suggested. Typical were the comments of the entomologist Thomas Vernon Wollaston. There is no reason why varieties, strictly so called, and also geographical subspecies, may not be brought about, even as a general rule, by this process of natural selection, but this, unfortunately, expresses the limits between which we can imagine the law to operate, and which any evidence, fairly deduced from facts, would seem to justify it. It is Mr. Darwin's fault that he presses his theory too far. 55. Because Darwin could only suggest the possibility of unlimited modification, he was roundly chided by his critics for deserting the true path of science. Drawing an invidious contrast, the applied mathematician William Hopkins lauded the accomplishments of the physicists. They are not content to say that it may be so, and thus to build up theories based on bare possibilities. They prove, on the contrary, by modes of investigation that cannot be wrong, that phenomena exactly such as are observed would necessarily, not by some vague possibility, result from the causes hypothetically assigned, thus demonstrating those causes to be the true causes. In a letter to Asa Gray, Darwin explained how Hopkins had failed to appreciate the force of his argument. I believe that Hopkins is so much opposed because his course of study has never led him to reflect much on such subjects as geographical distribution, homologies, and so that he does not feel it a relief to have some kind of explanation. Although Darwin took some trouble in the origin to show that artificial selection is capable of producing quite dramatic modifications of organisms, his principal response to the charge that variation is only limited is to shift the underscore 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 burden of evidence. The analogy with artificial selection is not intended to demonstrate, nor does it need to demonstrate, that variation is unlimited. Unless some reason can be given for supposing that there are limits to variation, then the explanatory power of the hypotheses that attribute descent with modification justifies us in accepting them, even though modifications as extensive as those which have been hypothesized have not been directly observed. Only someone insensitive to the ability of the novel theory to provide an account of phenomena that had hitherto seemed inexplicable, a non-biologist like Hopkins, for example, will fail to realize that there is evidence for supposing that selection has quite extensive powers whose action cannot be directly demonstrated. The opening chapters of The Origin thus clear some space within which Darwin can defend his schemata for tackling biological questions by appealing to their power to unify the phenomena. 56. Very well. But isn't there still some justice in the charge that Mr. Darwin presses his theory too far? The charge is presented forcefully in Richard Owen's version. We have searched in vain, from D'Maillet to Darwin, for the evidence or the proof, that it is only necessary for one individual to vary, be it ever so little, in order to the conclusion that the variability is progressive and unlimited, so as, in the course of generations, to change the species, the genus, the order, or the class. We have no objection to this result of natural selection in the abstract, but we desire to have reason for our faith. What we do object to is, that science should be compromised through the assumption of its true character by mere hypotheses, the logical consequences of which are of such deep importance. Both Owen and Wollaston view Darwin as accepting the proposition that the variation along a lineage exceeds any given limit, provided that sufficiently many generations are considered, on the basis of the observation that a small amount of variation can be observed over a small number of generations. They see this evidence as compatible with the proposition that variation only occurs within limits, or as compatible with the proposition that Darwin accepts. Darwin, then, is jumping to conclusions prematurely, recommending that mere hypotheses assume the true character of science. Darwin has a three-point reply to this criticism, a reply that is compressed in the discussion of the South American fauna that I have quoted. The first point is to emphasize the length of time available, and to draw an analogy with geology. Natural selection. Underscore 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 underscore. Shin can be observed to produce small effects, just as the forces invoked by Lyell can be seen to make minor changes in the features of our planet, and we should no more expect to observe selection transcending a species boundary than we should anticipate being able to observe erosion leveling a mountain range. The second point is to emphasize the explanatory power of the theory and the perplexity that we ought to feel when confronted with the phenomena. Naturalists who do not wonder about the relationships among the South American animals must feel very little curiosity. The third point, directed at the prior practices of his contemporary British naturalists, is that, on anyone's account of the phenomena, there has been some process by which new species have been called into being. Owen and Wollaston prefer not to speculate on what this process is. It is not for them to judge whether the members of the new species are the descendants of the old, or whether there has been an entirely new creation. But, Darwin argues, these two accounts are not equally well supported when we discover a bond among the species living in the same region at different epochs. We know nothing of the process of special creation and have no reasons for believing that the products of special creations should be bound by the organic similarities observed in the American fauna. We do know one way in which resemblance among organisms is maintained, that cause which alone, as far as we know, produces organisms quite like, or, as we see in the case of varieties, nearly like each other, to wit, through inheritance. Owen and Wollaston are thus cast in the role of seeing an account of species formation in terms of an unknown process subjected to arbitrary constraints as equally credible as the suggestion that a known process has been at work and that its effects are magnified on a time scale that greatly exceeds human observational powers. But Darwin's argument can be attacked from another direction. Should his account be praised for its explanatory promise, or does it actually deliver explanations? Darwin was sometimes inclined to make the stronger claim. Thus, on the theory of descent with modification, the main facts with respect to the mutual affinities of the extinct forms of life to each other and to living forms, seem to me explained in a satisfactory manner. And they are wholly inexplicable on any other view. Some reviewers were unconvinced. Hopkins lectured. A phenomenon is property said to be explained, more or less perfectly, when it can be proved to be the necessary consequent of preceding phenomena, or more especially, when it can be clearly referred to some recognized cause, and any theory which enables us to do this may be said in a precise and logical sense, to explain the phenomenon in question. But Mr. Darwin's theory can explain nothing in this sense, because it cannot possibly assign any necessary relation between the phenomena and the causes to which it refers them. Hopkins's remarks make it clear that he regards Darwin's explanations as falling short in two main respects: the hypotheses about descent with -40 modification which are invoked in answering biological questions are not independently confirmed, nor are those hypotheses linked by a gapless sequence of inferences to a description of the phenomena to be explained. The first demand is easily resisted. Darwin was fond of remarking that his proposal was no different from that of the physicists who introduced the undulatory theory of light, without any direct demonstration of the passage of waves through the luminiferous ether, on the basis of its ability to explain the phenomena of diffraction, interference, polarization, and so forth. The second point is more tricky. Darwin appreciated the fact that claims that a theory explains the phenomena are ambiguous. Explanations are responses to questions, actual or anticipated, and what is enough to answer one question may not suffice to answer another, even a question posed in the same form of words. To ask why a group of organisms shares a common feature may simply be to wonder about the nature of the bond that unites them, or it may be already to presuppose the character of that bond and to inquire how the feature in question has been preserved through a course of modifications. The latter question will require a different and more detailed answer than the former. The right response to Hopkins is to maintain that his conditions on explanation are too restrictive, that the origin already offers some explanations and that it indicates the lines along which further explanations are to be sought. This brief review of early objections to the argumentation of the origin shows, I believe, that Darwin's reasoning was sufficient to justify a modification of biological practice to involve a commitment to minimal Darwinism. A naturalist who began with any of the main practices favored in Britain in 1859 and who had a clear view of the argument I have presented ought to have modified practice in the way I indicated earlier in this section. But the actual British naturalists of 1859 began from psychological states that involved far more than mere adoption of a biological practice. Each of them had all kinds of opinions about all kinds of matters, as well as hopes, aspirations, fears, likes, and dislikes. Moreover, the argument I have reconstructed had to be recovered from the origin and from the critical debate that surrounded the origin. Finally, as naturalists struggled to make up their minds, other forces were at work upon them. Their decisions were made in a matrix of personal, professional, and intellectual allegiances. Recognizing the force of Darwin's argument was a tremendous cognitive achievement. To have modified one's practice by undergoing this reasoning is cognitively superior to doing so by rehearsing a simpler version. In its turn, using the simpler version is cognitively superior to basing one's modification on something more crude, and so it goes, until we reach the cognitive ground state of a hypothetical person who makes the Darwinian modification blindly, without any reasoning process behind it at all. As I shall argue in some detail in later chapters, an emphasis on the use of reasons in the growth of science should not be accompanied by claims that 41. Those who do not fully appreciate the reasons are irrational. Darwin, I contend, saw the issues more clearly than any of his opponents. But it is surely true that there were many converts to Darwinism whose cognitive achievements were inferior to those of intelligent critics, who would have been unable to reply to important objections that they did not perceive. Hopkins, Wollaston, Houghton, Owen, and, especially, Fleming-Jenkin engaged in reasoning of considerable sophistication, even though they did not appreciate the possibility of Darwinian answers to their challenges. Labeling them as irrational is somewhat akin to calling the Empire State Building short, simply because it is no longer the tallest structure in town. The debate about the origin brought into ever sharper focus the structure of its central argument. Darwin's critics played an important constructive role in making it possible to appreciate the reasoning I have outlined here. 7. The synthesis. After 60 years of acceptance of minimal Darwinism and serious debate about the hegemony of natural selection, the modern synthesis of the 1930s brought Darwin's ambitious proposals into the consensus practice of biologists. To understand the synthesis and how it extended the Darwinian ideas I have analyzed, it is convenient to divide it into two stages. First comes the mathematical work, the definitive reconciliation of Darwin and Mendel and the elaboration of theoretical population genetics. 57. Mathematical population genetics takes as its central question the general problem: given a population P with characteristics W and subject to an initial genetic distribution DO, what will be the genetic distribution after n generations? In formulating concrete instances of the problem, a number of different kinds of features of the population must be specified, we must state whether the population is infinite, whether the organisms reproduce sexually, whether the organisms mate at random. We must also identify the forces acting on the population: mutation, migration, natural selection, and offer a genetic description that lists the loci involved, the number of alleles at each locus, the linkage relations, any disruptions of normal meiosis, and so forth. The very simplest case for a sexually reproducing organism is to suppose that we have an infinite, panmictic population, with no mutation and no selection, in which we are tracing the frequencies of genes and binary gene combinations at a single locus, a locus at which there are two alternative alleles. In this case, it is easy to prove that if the relative frequencies of the alleles A and A are P and Q, then whatever the initial frequencies of the genotypes, the population will move in one generation to an equilibrium in which the distribution of genotypes is P2A, 2PQA, Q2A. Population genetics tackles the general problem by employing more intricate versions of the same type of combinatorial reasoning that is used in this simple case. Selection is represented by assigning to genetic combinations coefficients that summarize their probabilities of making contributions to the next generation. We can fix ideas by thinking only in terms of survival. Selection may act upon a population because organisms bearing some genetic combinations are more likely to survive to maturity than others are. Assessing the transmission of alleles into the next generation, we shall need to take the survival probabilities into account. So, for example, if we are investigating an infinite panmictic population with two alleles at a locus, our original distribution of genotypes may be P2A, 2PQA, Q2A. Suppose that the bearers of the genetic combination A have a probability of 1 of surviving to mate, that the bearers of A have a probability WA of surviving to mate, and that the bearers of A have a probability WA of surviving to mate. Then the expected distribution at the time of mating is P2A, 2WA, PQA, WA, Q2A. The straightforward combinatorial reasoning used in deriving the Hardy-Weinberg principle now yields the distribution in the next generation. P3/W. WAPQ. WAQ3/W. A. Where W equals P2 plus 2 WAPQ plus WAQ2. Repeating the calculation, it is possible to compute the frequency distribution in any arbitrary descendant generation and to address the inverse problem of discovering how many generations are needed before the allele is reduced to some specified frequency. The algebra of the last paragraph translates into modern notation one of the simplest treatments of natural selection provided by Fisher, Haldane, and Wright, the case of a locus with two alleles with one of the homozygotes enjoying superior chances of survival. To achieve the full generality of their approach, we need first to drop the idea that differences in expected contribution of genes to descendant generations are simply due to differences in survival abilities, letting the weights WA stand for the fitnesses of the genetic combinations. In addition, we need to allow for more complex genetic systems, finite populations, internal structure of the populations, and combinations of selection with other factors that affect gene frequencies. Following the approach I have adopted in reconstructing Darwin's ideas, I shall present the contribution of Fisher, Haldane, and Wright as a general pattern of argument. 43. Genetic trajectories. Question: given a population P with characteristics W and initial genetic distribution DO, what is the genetic distribution in the nth generation, Dn? Answer: 1. Specification of population traits. A. P is 58. B. The organisms in P reproduce. 2. Specification of initial genetic distribution. A. There are n loci involved in the process under study. B. At the ith locus there are mi alternative alleles. Specification for one in. C. The initial frequency of the JTH allele at the ith locus, Ij, is P0Ij, the initial frequency of the allelic combination A11A11. AN1 is F01. 1. the initial frequency of the allelic combination AL2A11 at 21 at 2L. AN1 is F021. 1. Continued through all possible allelic combinations. 59. D. The linkage relations are given by the recombination probabilities Fij specification for all combinations of alternative alleles. E. The fitness of the allelic combination A11 AN1 is W1. 1. 60. The fitness of the allelic combination at 12 A11 at 21 at 21. AN1 is W21. 1. Continued through all possible allelic combinations. 61. 3. Specification of further conditions. A. The probability that an allele Ij will mutate to an allele Ik is mu Ich specification for all I, J, K. B. The probability that an organism bearing the allelic combination A11 AN1 will mate with an organism bearing the allelic com. Underscore 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 underscore. 58. Here, and in what follows, square brackets enclose alternative completions of a sentence. 59. If the population starts from a Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, then the Fs can be computed from the Ps. However, the general treatment that descends from Fisher, Haldane, and Wright does not assume that this is necessarily so. 60. It is not required that the Ws be constants. Indeed, the values of the fitnesses might depend on the frequencies either of alleles or of allelic combinations within P. Thus the schema allows for frequency-dependent selection. 61. Here one could also insert a clause allowing for the possibility of meiotic drive. If an organism has the genetic combination Ij at the ith locus, then the probability that the chromosome containing the allele Ij will be transmitted to a gamete is G. Ich specification for all pairwise combinations at all loci. It would be anachronistic to include this as part of the schema devised by Fisher, Haldane, and Wright, but it should be incorporated in the present version of the pattern for solving trajectory problems in population genetics. For discussion of meiotic drive, c. 44. Bination at 12 A11 at 21 at 21. AN1 is G1. 1, 2. 1. Continued through all pairwise combinations of allelic combinations. 62. C. The frequency with which organisms bearing the allelic combination A11 AN1 migrate into the population is U11. 11. The frequency with which organisms bearing the allelic combination A11 N1 migrate out of the population is V11. 11. Continued through all allelic combinations. 4. Use of principles of combinatorics and probability to derive. 5. The expected distribution of allelic frequencies and frequencies of allelic combinations in the next generation if P is infinite. Or the probabilities that particular distributions of frequencies will be found in P in the next generation if P is finite. Iterating -1 obtains the expected distribution of frequencies in the nth generation, dn infinite e's. Or the probabilities that particular distributions of frequencies will be found in the nth generation finite case. Fisher, Haldane, and Wright showed how important instantiations of this schema could be given, instantiations that are both biologically relevant and mathematically tractable. 63. Given this conception of their theoretical contributions, two questions naturally arise. How does the introduction of genetic trajectories relate to the enterprise begun by Darwin? How does it provide a new agenda which is taken up by Dobbs-Hansky and other architects of the synthesis? Mathematical population genetics deepens our understanding of natural underscore 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 62. In the case of random mating, the genes vary directly as the products of the relative frequencies of the allelic combinations. 63. Instead of treating Fisher, Haldane, and Wright as introducing a general schema into population genetics, one could view them as specifying a general model type. The subsequent work of mathematical population geneticists would then be regarded as the specification of some of the features that are left open in the general model type, so as to yield particular population genetics models. This approach to the subject would result in a picture akin to that elaborated by Richard Lewontin in Chapter 1 of his and articulated by Elizabeth Lloyd. For certain purposes, this suggestion would be equivalent to the approach I pursue here. However, I am interested not only in the structure of the models but also in the relation between the work of Fisher, Haldane, and Wright and the families of problems addressed within evolutionary biology, and, for this endeavor, the focus on explanation and strategies for responding to explanation-seeking questions seems more straightforward. I would not be perturbed if Lloyd and others who favor a semantic conception of theories find it possible to translate what I say into their own preferred idiom. 45. Selection by providing a detailed account of a process hereditary transmission that Darwin had to take for granted. We can capture this idea within the framework that I have offered by recognizing that Darwin's selectionist patterns, such as simple individual selection, can be embedded within a pattern that contains genetic trajectories as a sub-pattern. Instead of resting content with the bare claim that a property is heritable in simple individual selection, theses about the inheritance of traits can be derived from specifications of the underlying allelic combinations. But this is only part of the story. Instead of simply considering cases in which a single trait becomes prevalent in a population, it is now possible to explore the fixation of a distribution of characteristics. In principle, we start from the presence of underlying genetic variation in a population, provide an analysis of the factors that modify frequencies of genes and of allelic combinations, and use genetic trajectories to derive conclusions about subsequent genetic variation. The structure of the new pattern is as follows. Neo-Darwinian selection. Question: why is the distribution of properties P1? Pk in relative frequencies are 1. Rk found in group G? Answer: among the ancestors of G there is a group of contemporaneous organisms, G0, such that there was variation at n loci among members of G0. At the th locus there were mi alternative alleles present in the G0G sequence. In the environment common to all organisms in the G0G sequence, organisms with the allelic combination A11A11, AN1 have probability S1. 1, J of having the trait Pj. Specification of the gene-environment phenotype relations for all the allelic combinations. 64. Neo-Darwinian selection preserves the main structure of Darwin's selectionist patterns and simultaneously derives statements that had previously been taken as premises by using genetic trajectories. This, I claim, is the precise sense in which Fisher, Haldane, and Wright extended the explanations that Darwin had offered. Neo-Darwinian selection brings together into one pattern of explanation various factors that are relevant to evolutionary change and enables their effects to be compared. In different instances it is possible to emphasize certain factors and ignore others, thus one may treat a large, but finite, population as if it were infinite, suppose that rates of mutation and/or migration are negligible, conceive of loci as independent, and concentrate solely on the consequences of fitness differences. Alternatively, one may regard a large population as partitioned into an ensemble of small populations in which random sampling errors play a significant role. The two kinds of accounts I have just outlined were emphasized by Fisher and Wright, respectively. Thus we can appreciate that, while it settled some old debates, the formulation of mathematical population genetics raised new controversies. Exactly which kinds of instantiations of neo-Darwinian selection should most frequently be employed in accounting for the presence of the major features of natural populations. The work of Fisher, Haldane, and Wright made it possible to compare the genetic trajectories of populations under various abstractly characterized conditions, and thus demonstrate that various popular views about the driving forces of evolution were mistaken. Using genetic trajectories, one can prove that even slight fitness differences can have significant effects over many generations. One can specify just how high mutation rates would have to be to counter a particular selection pressure, and one can compute the probability that a newly arising mutant will simply be eliminated by chance. These findings suggest new questions for empirical investigation. How large are the differences in fitness found among variants in evolving populations? How much genetic variation is present in natural populations? How high are mutation rates in nature? How fast do populations actually evolve? 67. New questions thus arise as the new schema makes it possible to inquire which kinds of instantiations are most important to the emergence of various major features of living things, and to pose precisely problems about the strength of selection or the tempo of evolution. In their turn, these questions inspire new types of observational fieldwork and experimental activity. It becomes important to find ways of measuring fitness values, mutation rates, genetic variation, and so forth. 68. Underscore 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 underscore. The second stage in the synthesis consisted in forging connections between the mathematical work of Fisher, Haldane, and Wright and the study of evolution in nature. In part, this involved constructing paradigm instantiations of neo-Darwinian selection. Yet the architects of the synthesis should not be thought of as drudges, diligently bringing to nature the insights of their mathematical superiors. Large theoretical questions such as the relative importance of mass selection and random drift in small populations were left unresolved by those who had articulated a precise scheme of explanation that could be exemplified in many different ways. In addition, there were the major problems that Darwin had raised, as well as the question of relating neo-Darwinian explanations to the history of life and the issue of showing how the kinds of processes described in those explanations could give rise to species diversity. The principles in the articulation of the synthesis effectively partitioned this cluster of theoretical questions, each confronting the task of bringing the neo-Darwinian understanding of evolutionary change to bear on the problems associated with some special biological subdiscipline. 69. Dobzhansky's central endeavor articulated in his is to articulate Darwin's branching conception of life from the perspective of genetics, and to understand how the schema articulated by the mathematical population geneticists can be instantiated to show how continuous genetic variation has given rise to distinct local populations that differ in gene frequencies, and how such differences could have been amplified over long periods to give rise to new species, and ultimately to higher taxa. Undertaking this project requires Dobzhansky to translate into modern terms many of Darwin's unresolved questions and to engage in observational fieldwork and laboratory experiments to try to resolve them. Darwin abandoned existing concepts of species, without providing any descriptive specification of species. The connected tasks of delineating a species concept and analyzing the process of speciation were pursued in a second great work of the synthesis. Introducing the biological species concept, Mayer defined species as groups of actually or potentially interbreeding natural populations which are reproductively isolated from other such groups. The relation of reproductive isolation, for Mayer, required that there would be little breeding between reproductively isolated populations even if they were present in the same place. Reproductive isolation was thus quite distinct from geographical isolation, and the central theoretical questions for understanding the discontinuous diversity of life thus. Underscore 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 underscore. Unknown, ecological analysis that would form part of an explanation of the actual distribution of traits, and it seeks to uncover the strength of selection or to calibrate a proposed means of measuring the intensity of selection. Became those of fathoming the genetic changes required for descendants from a common ancestor to become reproductively isolated and of identifying which exemplifications of neo-Darwinian selection would be most frequently employed in accounting for these changes. Mayer extended his analysis by proposing that the attainment of reproductive isolation required the interruption of gene flow, so that geographical isolation is a necessary prior condition of reproductive isolation. Perhaps the most difficult task was to integrate the new ideas about genetics, populations, and the explanation of evolutionary change with the phenomena of paleontology. Post-Darwinian studies of the fossil record had frequently inspired doubts about the importance of natural selection. 70 Simpson's accomplishment in his was to demonstrate that there was no need to extend the resources of the explanatory schema articulated by Fisher, Wright, Haldane, and Dobbs-Hansky. Neo-Darwinian selection would suffice for the phenomena of macroevolution. Part of what Simpson accomplished was a consistency argument. However, he also set a new agenda for paleontology by demonstrating possibilities of measuring and comparing evolutionary rates and using the results to arrive at conclusions about evolutionary modes. Paleontology, in its new guise, could examine the effects of the microevolutionary processes analyzed by Dobbs-Hansky and his co-workers as they were repeated over vast stretches of time. 8. After the synthesis, consensus and controversy. The synthesis built upon Darwin, extending his schemata, answering questions he had introduced, enriching the stock of evolutionary claims and explanations. Contemporary biology builds upon the synthesis. My aim in this section is to examine the current commonplaces and the current disagreements, thereby providing a picture of the progress of Darwinism. 8.1. Multiplying the phenomena. Distributed among the practices of numerous workers in the various subfields of biology is a large class of statements reporting evolutionary phenomena. Some of these are important to those who study particular groups of plants or animals. An account of the phylogenetic relations among various species of grains is part of the lore of the botanist. A history of the radiation of the marsupials belongs to the practice of the mammalogist. Others are elevated to the status of paradigms for the theoretical study of evolution because they offer unusually compelling or detailed instances of basic evolutionary cesses. So, for example, the cases of industrial melanism in moths and of Cowbirdarapendula parasitism furnish the standard exemplars of the action of natural selection in the wild. Contemporary biology thus enlarges the store of claims about the particular features of particular types of organisms that Darwin advanced in The Origin. We have greatly multiplied the phenomena of biogeography, comparative anatomy, and adaptation. In addition, the advances of the synthesis have been extended in study after study of the genetic variation in natural populations and of mutation, recombination, and selection both in the laboratory and in the field. Moreover, as we shall see, the triumphs of molecular biology have made it possible to add evolutionary phenomena of a qualitatively different type. For example, we can discuss homologies not only in terms of anatomical structures but by reference to protein composition as well. We cannot think of evolutionary biology, even at the level of phenomena, as making progress through accumulation. Although a statement becomes part of the practice of every member of a subcommunity of biologists, the subcommunity deemed by the full community to be especially authoritative with respect to statements of that type, it may nonetheless be abandoned at a later stage. Consensus ideas about the dispersal of animals, including some accounts of current distributions that had been universally accepted, had to be revised in light of plate tectonics and its concomitant views of the former relations of the continents. Similarly, new discoveries of fossil hominids have forced paleontologists, primatologists, and physical anthropologists to scrap previously well-entrenched conclusions about the divergence of the hominid line from the great apes. Nonetheless, there is something apparently right about the idea that we know far more about evolutionary relationships than Darwin did. To capture that idea, I suggest we recognize that, while some descriptions of phenomena are revised or discarded, many become stable parts of consensus practice. The seeming growth in our understanding of biogeography, paleontology, species diversity, and species relationships is, I think, partly captured by the presence in later practices of an increasing number of stable reports of phenomena, with the rate of increase greatly outstripping the rate of revision. 8.2. Deepening Neo-Darwinism. there is a relation of explanatory extension between the pattern neo-Darwinian selection and Darwin's own selectionist patterns. Developments between the 1940s and the present have refined neo-Darwinian selection in two different ways. First are advances in ecological analyses that attempt to substitute for qualitative claims about apparent immediate advantages. Longer legs help the animal to run away from predators. A precise and detailed way of counting the costs and benefits of various traits over the course of an organism's lifetime. From David Lack's discussions of the effects of different clutch sizes in birds, to the analyses of lifetime consequences of reproductive strategies. 51. Offered by George Williams, to the budgetary calculations of Bernd Heinrich, Jeffrey Parker, and other behavioral ecologists, there is ever-increasing sophistication in attending to the factors that affect the reproductive successes of organisms and in finding ways to measure the precise impact on reproductive success. 71. The achievements just mentioned can be understood as embedding neo-Darwinian selection within a yet more encompassing schema, one that uses insights of contemporary ecology to replace step with general patterns of explanation in terms of costs and benefits from which differential fitnesses of different variants may be derived. The second type of deepening of our understanding of selection is based on ongoing work in mathematical population genetics. This work continues to revise and refine genetic trajectories in several different ways. First, Brian Charlesworth, and others following his lead, have shown how to drop the simplifying assumption of discrete generations. Second, William Hamilton has made precise the intuitively obvious idea that an organism may increase the representation of copies of its genes in the next generation, not through the direct route of reproduction, but by behaving in ways that enhance the reproductive success of its relatives. Finally, there has been renewed interest in the Darwinian notion of sexual selection, with rigorous treatments of the possibilities that alleles may spread in one sex as the result of the presence in the other sex of alleles that incline their bearers to favor particular types of mates. 72. In all of these examples, the new work can be conceived as removing limitations on genetic trajectories, replacing a restricted schema with something that is correct for a broader class of cases. 8.3. The impact of molecular biology. The striking successes of molecular biology have all modified neo-Darwinian practice. One obvious consequence of these achievements is the incorporation of new processes and properties for which evolutionary explanations are needed. So, for example, we can now pose more clearly than before questions about the origins of life and investigate the evolution of various types of molecular systems. At the same time, molecular studies disclose to us processes that may themselves play a significant role in the evolutionary process, thereby inspiring new refinements of genetic trajectories. A second way in which molecular biology affects the evolutionary practices. Of biologists is in providing direct insights into the hereditary similarities and differences among organisms. Instead of resting content with the idea that similar anatomical structures indicate common descent, thus signaling the presence of shared genes, molecular biology can bring us closer to the genes themselves. So we can compare the amino acid sequences of the proteins in organisms from different species and use these as the basis for judgments about phylogenetic relationships. Even more directly, we can compare the nucleic acid sequences. 73. 8.4. Debates about genetic variation. I have offered a whirlwind tour of some prominent ways in which evolutionary biology has been modified in the last few decades. It is now time to turn to outstanding controversies. One important debate concerns the maintenance of genetic variation. Some contemporary evolutionary theorists hold that natural selection is responsible for the presence of multiple alleles at a locus. Others hold that such genetic variation signals the presence of neutral mutations. These disagreements are founded upon a deep consensus. Everybody believes that both the favored patterns of explanation can be deployed to account for some instances of genetic variation. The famous case of sickle cell anemia reveals that natural selection can maintain allelic variation. By the same token, nucleotide substitutions which, because of the redundancy of the genetic code, do not affect the amino acid sequence of the associated protein, show the possibility of neutralist explanation. Thus, within the framework of a commitment to Darwinian schemata, there can be residual disagreements about the extent to which particular schemata should be applied. 8.5. Adaptationism and its critics. One of the chief worries of late 19th century evolutionists focused on the propensity of some of Darwin's followers to invent stories about possible reproductive advantages in situations where the selective significance of a trait is hard to fathom. 74. In the early years of the synthesis, biologists were cautious in discerning the action of selection. But, in the 1950s and 1960s, the synthesis hardened. 75. Part of this hardening became manifest in the attitude that it is appropriate for a biologist, concerned to understand the prevalence of a particular trait in a particular group, to start from the idea that that trait has been separately fashioned by selection. The explanatory strategy of first resort, then, is to instantiate neo-Darwinian selection in such a fashion that only the selective value of the focal trait is taken into account and factors besides selection are downplayed. To a first approximation, the Darwinian community divides into adaptationists and anti-adaptationists. But this approximation is very crude indeed. As with the debate about variation and its causes, the issue is ultimately about frequencies. Everyone will concede that there are some instances in which selection of traits cannot proceed independently. Cases of pleiotropy, allometry, and close linkage are well known. But, for some Darwinians, selection is very powerful. We should expect, they claim, that modifier genes will evolve to suppress unwanted side effects, that linkages can be broken, developmental associations modified. In effect, we can start by taking the traits of an organism to evolve separately unless or until we are forced to complicate our analysis. 76. Others believe that developmental constraints are likely to be omnipresent, and that we have little hope of arriving at adequate explanations of the presence of traits unless we probe the mechanisms of ontogenesis. For my purposes, the important point to note is that this debate, like that about genetic variation, proceeds within the scope of commitment to those ideas I have identified as central to Darwinism and Neo-Darwinism. 8.6. Debates about macroevolution. 19th century paleontologists sometimes believed that the causes of the large changes that have occurred in the history of life cannot readily be investigated by inspection of populations of living organisms. Dobbs-Hansky was careful in opposing this attitude. The tenor of his was to explore how far the patterns of explanation used in understanding microevolutionary change could be deployed to account. Underscore 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 underscore. For the large-scale features of evolutionary history. Both he and Simpson were initially drawn to the conception of population genetics articulated by Wright, a conception in which population structure may play an important role and in which drift in small populations is an important factor both in the process of speciation and in the breakthrough into new adaptive zones. In the 1940s and 1950s, Wright's ideas faded into the background. As the synthesis hardened, paleontologists became more confident in the power of natural selection. They began to conceive macroevolutionary processes as extrapolations of microevolutionary processes, and they offered exemplifications of neo-Darwinian selection that were simply extensions of those offered in understanding changes in allele frequencies in contemporary populations. This situation changed in the early 1970s with the publication of a seminal paper which sparked the most publicized evolutionary debate of recent times. According to Eldridge and Gould, there is rapid evolutionary change while speciation is occurring. Once a species has formed, however, its morphology remains fairly constant. If Eldridge and Gould are correct, then the absence of intermediates is to be expected, and there is an interesting further question as to how rapid speciation and prolonged stasis are to be understood in terms of neo-Darwinian selection. Although the theory of punctuated equilibria begins from a thesis about the geometry of phylogenetic trees, typical phylogenetic trees, for this dispute is, like our previous controversies, concerned with the frequency of various scenarios in the history of life, two larger points of controversy quickly emerge. First, do the kinds of processes that occur in microevolutionary change, processes that can be studied on living populations and that have been studied ever since Dobzhansky's pioneering work, underlie the rapid speciation events? Conceding that the changes that occur when evolutionary stasis is punctuated are consistent with theoretical population genetics, some defenders of punctuated equilibrium believe that they are importantly different from the familiar examples of microevolutionary change disclosed in post-synthesis research. Gould's claim can be captured in our terms by suggesting that instantiations of neo-Darwinian selection quite different from those that figure in orthodox neo-Darwinian explanations will be needed to understand the rapid speciation events. A second major development of the theory of punctuated equilibrium is the attempt to expand the class of neo-Darwinian explanations by invoking higher-level selection. Specifically, Stanley, Gould, Eldridge, and Elizabeth Verba have all proposed that major features of the diversity of life should be explained in terms of species selection. If a species has a species-level property which increases its propensity for leaving descendant species, and if this property 55 is retained among the descendant species, then we can expect species with the property to increase in frequency. We can regard this as a claim to the effect that there is need for an expansion of neo-Darwinism by introducing schemata analogous to Darwin's, that would be instantiated in accounting for macroevolutionary phenomena. 9. The progress of Darwinism. The history of Darwinism from 1859 to the present reveals a sequence of sets of contemporaneous practices. At each stage of the history there is marked individual variation. But at each stage we can pick out a consensus practice, something that all biologists share and that is integrated into the training of the subsequent generation of biologists. The consensus practice common to all biologists is relatively spare and is elaborated in different ways within different subdisciplines. To understand the growth of Darwinism, we thus need to explore the ways in which biology is organized into fields and subfields and then recognize a hierarchical structure of consensus evolutionary practices. At the bottom of the hierarchy are the variant practices of individuals, above them the consensus practices of small groups of biologists, above them the consensus practices of more inclusive groups, until we reach the consensus practice of biology. The history of Darwinism shows modifications both of the structure and the consensus practices at different levels. That history shows neither simple accumulation nor sudden shifts in worldview nor indecisive oscillations. The picture is complicated, almost as complicated as the history of life, but, even on the basis of my cursory review of some highlights, we can discern some major trends. First, even though reports of phenomena are revisable, there is a growing corpus of stable phenomena. Contemporary paleontology may be wrong about the details of the relationships among a particular group of species, but as we proceed to a coarser and coarser grain of description we find statements that have been firmly accepted for longer and longer periods of time. Second, the phenomena that are sought and elicited by the various specialized disciplines obtain their significance because they play a role in explanatory accounts that instantiate broadly applicable Darwinian patterns. In the history of Darwinism those patterns have been extended, revised, and refined. As we trace the way in which this has been done, we see how an abstract and schematic picture of how the phenomena of nature are ordered is successively filled in, how the basic structure of Darwin's explanations in The Origin is preserved and extended as the questions about which he confessed his ignorance are answered. Third, while there are recurrent themes that underlie disputes about evolution and the causes of evolutionary change, those disputes become 56. Transformed through the elimination of erroneous presuppositions. Anti-adaptationists still question the extent to which traits can be independently fashioned by selection, but their critique is precise and lends itself to empirical investigation. Their predecessors of the late 19th century, unaware of the mechanism of heredity, could do little more than announce their dissatisfaction. Similarly, while some paleontologists continue to wonder whether all the important processes in the history of life can be witnessed in microevolutionary settings, they can specify what kinds of alternatives they envisage. Darwinism makes erotic progress by asking better questions, and, if the questions recapitulate old themes, they do so in more adequate ways, discarding faulty presuppositions, identifying points on which all disputants concur, and circumscribing more precisely what remains unknown or undecided. 57. 3. The microstructure of scientific change. One outline of a naturalistic philosophy of science. With the history of science, as with human history generally, it is easy to become fascinated by the great dates 1543, 1632, 1687, 1859, 1905, 1953 and other favorites. Yet the sciences change continuously, week by week, day by day, because of numerous small incidents and decisions involving small groups of people. The goal of this chapter is to present a general descriptive framework for understanding scientific change, one that will do justice to the obvious fact that the large modifications that initially attract our attention, as well as the smaller episodes that are less conspicuous, result in complex ways from the thoughts and actions of individuals. It will help, both in posing problems and in finding solutions, to idealize a bit, to break the history of a science into discrete, but relatively short, periods. 1. At the beginning of each period, there is a community of scientists, viewed by other scientists and members of the broader public as authoritative on a particular range of issues. Virtually everyone is prepared to defer to the scientific group on the range of issues in question and to accept resolutions of the issues when the group has achieved consensus. This group consists of two types of individuals, veterans and apprentices. All the veterans endorse the consensus practice, in the sense that for each the consensus practice is part of their individual practice, but each also subscribes to claims and commitments that go beyond those that are universally shared. There are differences in social position among the veterans. Some have greater credibility or authority than others, in the sense that, on controversial issues, matters that are not part of consensus practice for the group, their opinions are more likely to be credited by other members of the group. 2. Underscore 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 underscore. The apprentices are trained by the veterans. I shall suppose that each of them forms an initial individual practice that contains the consensus practice as a part, but that each extends this in ways that depend partly on the particular elaboration of consensus practice that is presented and partly on the cognitive state that the apprentice brings to the training process. Because different teachers elaborate consensus practice in different ways and because apprentices vary in their early intellectual ontogenies, there is variation in the individual practices with which they leave the training period and begin their work. Moreover, apprentices join the scientific community with varying degrees of initial credibility, determined by the status of the veterans from whom training is received. During the work phase, individual practices are modified through conversations with peers and through encounters with nature. As information from others is accepted, modified, extended, or rejected, so assignments of credibility change. Those whose credibility declines sufficiently far are effectively excluded from further conversation, and they may drop out of the community altogether. Occasionally outsiders, people who have not been trained by community veterans, enter the community, earning credibility by advancing ideas that members of the community endorse. At the end of the work phase, the modifications of individual practices induce, according to rules that form part of the social system of the community, a change in consensus practice. Those who endorse this change may remain in the community to serve as veterans in the next period. Those who do not are excluded from the community and play no further role. The cycle thus begins anew with a population of veterans and a new crop of apprentices. The philosophical problems about scientific change can be regarded as questions about iterations of this cycle. Descriptive problems are concerned with clarifying the notions I have employed. Prescriptive problems focus on the conditions under which iterations of the cycle yield a process that attains or is likely to attain the goals that we ascribe to the enterprise. To provide a general descriptive account of scientific change, we need a clear view of the states and processes that occur as constituents of the cycle. Cognitive states. Science is not done by logically omniscient lone knowers but by biological systems with certain kinds of capacities and limitations. At the most fine-grained level, scientific change involves modifications of the cognitive states of limited biological systems. What are the characteristics of these systems? What kinds of cognitive states can they be in? What are their limitations? What types of transitions among their states are possible? What types are debarred? What kinds of goals and interests do these systems have? Practices. The cognitive histories of individuals are highly idiosyncratic. Underscore 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 underscore. Of some scientists in one group to defer to others with respect to issues that are not yet regarded as settled. The sources and effects of this latter type of variation will be studied in Chapter 8-59. Abstracting from some of the everyday flux, we can identify a cluster of scientific commitments that remains relatively stable during a single period of the cycle. These commitments, collectively the scientist's individual practice, are manifested to others in her behavior, in her assent to certain statements, her pursuit of certain questions, her use of certain instruments or techniques, her production of texts with certain structures, her disposition to rely on some informants and not on others. What are the components of an individual practice? How should each component be understood? Individual practices are still highly diverse. It is a fiction to suppose that there is some corpus of statements such that each individual scientist has all members of the corpus and just those statements about the relevant aspects of nature stored inside his head, ready for assent under querying. Most scientists depend on tools and external aids, and they have private stores of information, their own very particular instruments and samples. But beyond this individual variation, there is surely something that all members of the scientific community, the expert group, share: consensus practice. Consensus practice changes in response to modifications of individual practices. Individual practices alter as a result of changes in individuals' cognitive states. What drives these latter changes? I shall start with an admittedly rough distinction. Sometimes scientists modify their cognitive states as results of asocial interactions, sometimes they change their minds through social exchanges. The obvious exemplars for the former are the solitary experimentalist at work with apparatus and samples and the lone field observer attending to the organisms, although I shall also take encounters with nature to cover those occasions on which scientists reflect, constructing chains of reasoning that modify their commitments. Paradigm cases of conversations with peers are those episodes in which one scientist is told something by another, or when a change in commitment is caused by the reading of a text. The point of the distinction is evidently to separate those episodes that consist in finding things out for oneself from those in which one relies on others, but two important caveats need to be noted. First, there are many episodes in which cognitive states change in response both to social exchanges and to asocial interactions. Consider, for example, occasions on which several scientists are using an intricate piece of apparatus and relying on each other for confirmation of its proper functioning. Perhaps such episodes can be decomposed into smaller incidents, each of which can be happily classified in terms of my distinction. But, for my purposes, there is no need to assume that this is so. I am primarily interested in understanding the dynamics of cognitive change in response to social and asocial sources. If exemplary and unproblematic instances can be handled, the project of understanding how to compound the forces can be undertaken later and applied case by case without any prior categorization of complex episodes. Second, in differentiating those occasions on which scientists encounter nature, I have no intention of suggesting that the impact 60 of stimuli from the asocial world is independent of the subject's prior state, including, Very probably, her prior history of social interactions. The solitary experimentalist may bring to the latest trial all kinds of commitments, many of which were formed by relying on others. Indeed, trust in the apparatus may be founded in social interactions with people to whom the experimenter defers. The point of selecting experiments as paradigm encounters with nature is not that a stimulus from the asocial world is the unique determinant of cognitive change, but that it is one relevant causal factor. Despite the important advances in our recent understanding of perception and cognition, despite detailed studies in the history of science and thorough investigations of some aspects of the sociology of science, we do not yet know enough to give all the details about the facets of science to which I have pointed. Nor do we yet know how much variation there is likely to be from field to field and from time to time. Nevertheless, for some philosophical questions, including those that concern me in this book, what we need are not so much detailed answers as a sense of the range of possibilities. We have to appreciate the options. Our primary prescriptive tasks are to give an account of the goals of science and to derive from it a theory of what constitutes progress in science, to understand how individuals ought to behave and how their social relations should be designed to facilitate attainment of the goals. Even without detailed knowledge of all elements of the life cycle, we can address these issues, provided only that we can replace legend's austere sentential framework with something which is closer to but still an idealization of scientific practice. 2. Individual cognition. Legend was often elaborated as though a simple view of mental activity was presupposed. Think of the mind as a box whose contents are declarative statements or propositions. 3. At any given stage in the history of a field of science, we can suppose that all workers in the field have exactly the same propositions stored in their boxes. In response to new information, personal observation of some aspect of nature or reading of a text, such as the origin, the contents of the boxes are modified and the housekeeping apparatus, the embodiment of the scientist's logical and methodological proclivities, goes to work to effect further reorganization, sometimes leading to the acceptance of large theoretical claims. One task of philosophy of science, traditionally conceived, is to understand the functioning of this housekeeping machinery. This simple tale of mental life, which, I claim, is taken for granted. Underscore 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 underscore. 3. I shall use these terms interchangeably, without any great attention to philosophical niceties. Issues about meaning, intention, truth-bearers, and so forth, will only be relevant to my concerns in this book when the languages of scientific practices are under discussion. There my views will be made explicit. 61. Not only by the adherents of legend but also by many of their philosophical successors, for is so far from any realistic psychological account of the thought and behavior of scientists as, for example, in the responses to the origin, reviewed in the last chapter, that questions about the roles of reason, subjectivity, and social forces cannot be satisfactorily posed, let alone tackled, without replacing it. Although minds are not simply receptacles for storing representations, one facet of mental activity, prominent in the psychological lives of scientists, is representation. Thus one question that needs to be addressed concerns the representation of representations. Should we think in terms of propositions, of images, or of something quite different? Another issue concerns the organization of representations. How are they stored, how activated? Lastly, we must decide what other capacities, dispositions, faculties, to attribute to the scientific mind, and how they interact with one another. By focusing on these problems, we obtain a substitute for the simple propositions in a box picture of mental life, something still highly idealized but sufficiently realistic to be useful in understanding the microstructure of scientific change. There is no current psychological consensus about the nature of representations. Following one major approach in cognitive psychology and artificial intelligence, I shall assume that mental activity often involves the storage and retrieval of propositions, and that we can think of such processes on the underscore 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 underscore. 4. Supposing that traditional philosophy of science presupposes any psychological picture may well provoke howls of rage. After all, logical empiricism emerged from logical positivism, and the positivists prided themselves on having heeded Freya's great insight to abandon psychologism in favor of the reformulation of epistemological questions in strictly logical terms. So, they claimed, they had advanced beyond earlier empiricists, notably Hume, who had appealed to crude psychology where they should have used refined logic. All this, I believe, was self-deception. Freya's own epistemological picture was heavily dependent on a view of mental functioning that he absorbed from Kant, and, in the writings of the positivists and logical empiricists, psychology went underground. Moreover, the psychology that lay buried was extremely simple. Observation statements were inserted into the mind by experience, and, once in the mind, all were equally accessible. A few proponents of legend, such as Popper, dissented from the details of the tacit psychological consensus, but continued to subscribe to the same types of psychological themes, manifested in their ways of translating epistemological questions into issue of logic. Ironically, the celebrated advance from Hume, consisting in the replacement of associations of ideas by statements and inferential links among them, erased one important realistic feature of Hume's account of mental activity, his differentiation of the accessibility of mental items in terms of the vivacity of ideas. All this is not to belittle the genuine achievements of logical positivism and logical empiricism, movements that exploited their idealized picture of cognition with great ingenuity. It is merely to note that the alleged repudiation of psychology was a myth, and that the gap between many traditional philosophical discussions and the behavior of scientists can be understood by recognizing how an impoverished view of mental life was taken for granted and, like the atheist Saint Christopher Medallion, never publicly discussed. 62. Analogy of the inscription, reading, and rewriting of statements in boxes. However, I shall not suppose that the only stored representations are propositional. Some experimental work has suggested that subjects sometimes store and operate with mental images, and there is continuing controversy about the extent to which image-like representations play a role in cognition. 5. Because public images play so prominent a role in the conveying of certain types of scientific information, phylogenetic trees, diagrams of geological sections, models of molecules, it is tempting to think that part of the apprenticeship of a scientist consists in developing the capacity to produce appropriate types of images and to deploy private representations in the solution of problems. 6. However, while I shall continue to adopt part of the simple propositions in a box picture of the scientific mind, the part that views representations as propositional, I shall break with its conception of the organization of representations. Here are some simple observations about human cognition. Perception is a process in which a stimulus causes a modification of the cognitive state, sometimes consisting in the acquisition or strengthening of a belief. The content of the belief that is acquired or strengthened may depend not only on the perceptual stimulus, but also on the prior cognitive state. Reasoning and problem solving may involve attempts to recall propositions. These attempts are sometimes, but by no means always, successful. Problem solving and decision making may be directed by desire to achieve certain goals. However, the goals that the subject aims to realize on one occasion may be quite different, even incompatible, with those that direct problem solving or decision making on other occasions. In some decision making or problem solving situations, subjects are able to employ a form of inference that leads to successful attainment of their goal. In other situations to which the same form of inference would be appropriate, they fail to use it. Now I take it that these relatively banal claims identify prevalent features of human cognitive life, indeed prevalent features of scientific cognitive life. They are also refined and made more exact by findings in experimental psychology. The simple propositions in a box picture of the mind is unable to underscore 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 underscore. 5. Pioneering work on the role of imagery in cognitive tasks has been done by Roger Shepard and his associates. See, in particular, Stephen Koslin's is an important summary of the case for images, and Ned Block's collects many of the important contributions to the debate. Chapter 12 of provides a useful overview and defends what I regard as a sensible ecumenical position. 6. I resist a much debated current challenge to the propositional character of human cognition. I do so because I do not yet see how the envisaged alternative thinking of cognition in terms of patterns of network activation can do justice to the articulation of propositions and reasons that is so prominent in the growth of scientific knowledge. The difficulties of Chichlin's account are apparent from his conflation of very different scientific notions. Explanations, theories, and perceptual classifications are all treated as if there were no differences among them. Account for them, precisely because it treats the contents of the box as if they were independent atoms of equal status. 7. We can do some justice to the simple observations by drawing inspiration from recent writings in artificial intelligence and cognitive psychology. 8. And by supposing that our minds are organized along the lines of the system depicted in Figure 3.1. This system is enclosed within a boundary across which information flows from the external environment and decisions are translated into action. The central division within the system is between those items that are activated, assumed to be transferred to working memory, and those that are stored in an unactivated condition. The current state of activation, the condition of working memory, may start a number of processes. Propositions already present in working memory may be transferred to declarative memory. Alternatively, the current state of working memory may initiate a search process for some desired representation from declarative memory. If the search is successful, the representation is transferred to working memory. In analogous fashion, currently pursued goals may be stored among the long-term goals, or the current state of working memory may promote a search for stored goals, which, if successful, issues in the retrieval of goals to working memory. Skills, know-how, and inferential propensities that are stored in the system. Many items in this subsystem are relevant in understanding scientific behavior. Consider, for example, the performances of trained experimentalists or observers. Think of the abilities to manipulate pieces of apparatus, to make the instruments work. There are also the inferential propensities of subjects. Under appropriate cueing, a subject may form a representation of a particular problem, writing down the equation that governs a particular type of physical system, or conceiving of an evolutionary situation by invoking a particular ecological schema, and then proceed to draw various conclusions. I shall understand these kinds of performances to be grounded in the person's inferential propensities. This brief account of the subsystems and their contents does not specify the manner in which the representations or propensities are stored. With respect to the contents of working memory, I shall suppose that representations may be endorsed or merely entertained. So, to continue an obvious analogy, we might think of propositions as being entered in working memory either in ink or in pencil. Operations on the contents of working memory can alter the mode of storage, promoting the entertained or relegating the formerly endorsed. For the contents of the long-term subsystems, the representations in declarative memory, the long-term goals, the stored propensities, I shall suppose that there are important differences in strength or valence. Valence varies directly with the probability of activation. Items with high valence are relatively accessible, those with low valence inaccessible. How seriously should we take this cognitive geography? It would be folly to claim that it is correct or even approximately correct, for there is too little evidence and too many serious unanswered questions. But I do take it to have heuristic value, enabling us to pose clearly questions about the growth of scientific knowledge and to recognize distinctions and problems that have often been overlooked. 9. 3 Cognitive constraints. Any conclusions about how cognitive systems ought to behave must be based upon an understanding of their limitations. The most obvious limitations on systems of the type I have described are those that result from considerations of size. Working memory is apparently subject to fairly severe constraints, and although declarative memory, procedural memory, and the set of long-term goals may be very large, there is evidence to suggest that underscore 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 size limitations may affect how much of these subsystems can readily be searched. Scientists facing complex decision problems pondering, for example, whether the evidence is sufficiently strong to accept the main claims of punctuated equilibrium must therefore find ways of organizing their consideration of bodies of evidence that are too large to be surveyed at once. Size limitations can be relieved through the use of external aids, notebooks, and computer memories for example, but the use of these aids only makes public the need to store information so that the scientist can gain access to it. It is, I think, quite likely that many of the sources of a scientist's belief are subsequently lost, in the sense that there is no possibility at a later time for the scientist to retrace his original route to the belief from the traces that endure in declarative memory, on paper, or inside his computer. If this is correct, then the philosophical ideal of the permanent possibility of rechecking may be unrealizable for an individual. 10. More subtle constraints may result from the dynamics of the transactions among subsystems. The mere fact that an inferential propensity may be present in procedural memory does not entail that it will be activated under the appropriate circumstances. Similarly, search operations through declarative memory may be unsuccessful because the state of working memory cues the search in the wrong way. The general problem here is that certain states of the system may be inaccessible from certain other states. I shall develop this point by considering how it might bear on some issues in the philosophy of science. The general problem underlies one version of the notorious issue of the theory-latentness of perception. We can formulate that issue as follows: external objects participate in causal processes which impinge on the cognitive subject, the subjectively proximal portion of such a process is the stimulus, and I shall suppose that stimuli can be individuated in some physicalistically unproblematic fashion. As a result of the presence of the stimulus and the prior state of the cognitive system, conceived as the totality of contents of the storage subsystems, the transactional processes among subsystems, and the state of activation, the system goes into a new state. If the new state of the system involves the insertion of a new believed proposition into working memory, then I shall call that proposition a perceptually induced belief. The thesis that perception provides a theory-independent basis, intersubjectively available, for the checking and correction of theoretical claims can easily be articulated. Suppose that the mechanisms leading from the boundary of the system to working memory are functioning properly. 11. Then, whatever the cognitive state of the system, the presentation of the same stimulus will lead to the incorporation of the same pi beliefs. Moreover, provided that the system is in a properly functioning state and that the external conditions are normal, then the pi beliefs will be true. Numerous writers over the past 2 decades have denied this. The trained paleontologist, inspecting the strata exposed in a railway or road cutting, sees the advance and retreat of Paleozoic oceans. The novice sees only a rock face, traversed by slanting lines. Or, to revert to one of the most cited examples, Johann Kepler and Tycho Brahe, watching the dawn together, see, respectively, the sun coming into view as the earth turns and the sun beginning its daily journey around a static earth. The perceptual stimuli activate, either directly or through working memory, propensities that the paleontologist has acquired by dint of long training and that the novice lacks. The common stimulus that impinges on Kepler and Tycho activates different propensities in the two men because of the character of their background cognitive states, specifically because of their commitments to different systems of astronomy. It is possible that the paleontologist, Tycho, and Kepler should be unable to suspend the activation of the distinctive propensities and to inhibit the production of the pi beliefs that each of them forms. The theory-latentness of perception has seemed epistemologically threatening because it appears to block any chances of intersubjective agreement. One aspect of the problem is whether certain kinds of changes in cognitive state are impossible even for a normal scientific subject. The root worry is that there might be rival systems of cognitive commitment involving special items in one or more of the long-term subsystems such that both would accommodate the same perceptual stimuli in different ways so that no agreement would ever be reached. Instead of providing an independent check on cognitive commitments, perception would simply be a vehicle for persisting in the prior state, and the only ways of moving scientists to consensus would be through bribery, coercion, or some other form of conversion. Now the issues involved in this arena are surely partly empirical. Findings from perceptual psychology can disclose whether people can come to adopt various kinds of pi beliefs under various kinds of stimuli if they start with certain kinds of prior commitments. However, as will become apparent in Chapter 7, it is important to have a general picture of the cognitive system, within which alternative hypotheses about theory dependence can be formulated. Underscore 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 underscore. In particular, it is crucial to differentiate those learned propensities which distinguish experts from novices from beliefs that are stored in declarative memory. Perceptual inaccessibility is only one among a family of notions. Within our outline of a cognitive system we can pose the more general problem of the possibility or impossibility of various sequences of states. Thus we can inquire whether or not a certain initial cognitive state allows for the retrieval of some proposition from memory or whether it allows the activation of some goal or propensity. Just as certain kinds of perceptual beliefs may be precluded for those with particular theoretical commitments, so too a scientist's acceptance of the propositions, goals, and procedures associated with a particular doctrine may make her unable to engage in certain feats of memory or to be motivated by certain goals or to perform certain kinds of inference. 12. 4. Cognitive variation. Are there particular forms that a cognitive system should take, particular propensities that should be present within it, or particular goals that it seeks to achieve? Legend conceives of scientific method as determinate. There are no options for the good scientist. 13. On one simple conception of scientific method, it would be quite impossible for it to be permissible to believe either of two incompatible propositions on the basis of some total evidence. If both members of a pair of contraries were equally reasonable, then the proper scientific stance would be agnosticism. Part of my rejection of traditional ideas about method will consist in celebrating human cognitive variation. Scientists differ in their relations to the phenomena. What is known to one is not known to another, what is vivid for one is only a matter of book knowledge for another, and so forth. These differences in relationships to the evidence may prompt subjects to undergo quite different psychological processes when making up their minds on controversial issues. Thus, in the early 20th century, naturalists who explored variation in wild populations of butterflies and the geneticists studying mutations in Drosophila drew quite different conclusions about the operation of selection, not simply because they assented to different evidential reports, indeed each group endorsed the findings cited by the other, but because their training disposed them to underscore 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 feel the force of certain kinds of considerations and not that of others. 14. At an even more fundamental level, very basic cognitive strategies may vary. Some people are cautious in drawing general conclusions, others far more daring. Some try to integrate their conclusions, others are content to pursue independent lines of reasoning without thinking how they may be connected. I want to contrast my ideas about cognitive variation with Legend's conception that there is a unique set of principles that ought to govern people's cognitive lives. This latter conception seems to me to generate the notion of a properly functioning cognitive system, such that, given the same inputs from experience, all properly functioning cognitive systems would undergo the same sequence of states. We can articulate this idea within my framework as follows: the cognitive system of a scientist. Any scientist contains the same set of goals and the same set of inferential propensities for working over input from experience. In principle, we can suppose that all scientists receive the same stimuli as inputs. Hence they should all produce the same output, storing the same propositions in declarative memory, acquiring the same skills in procedural memory, and so forth, unless, of course, they are not properly working scientific cognitive systems. There are two different ways in which they may fail to work properly. They may fail to receive certain stimuli or may receive misleading stimuli, so that they fail to acquire certain beliefs or even acquire wrong beliefs, or their set of inferential propensities may lack correct propensities or contain wrong ones. 15. But, it is assumed, most scientific minds usually work well and the failures are typically failures of ignorance or misinformation. The philosophical task is to understand the proper working of the system of inferential propensities. 16. Our cognitive geography exposes 4 different types of cognitive variation. First, if scientists have access to different bodies of information, then they may form quite different beliefs so that the contents of declarative memory will differ from scientist to scientist. Second, propositions are likely to be stored in different ways in the declarative memories of different scientists, so that what is easily accessible for one scientist is not readily produced in the problem-solving/decision-making of another. Third, depending on the order and frequency of exposure to different types of information, certain of the propensities may become more likely to be activated than others. Two scientists may share the same propensities, in the sense that the same repertoire is present in both, but different propensities may be facilitated in the two, as a result of differences in intellectual development. Finally, the scientists may differ in the contents of procedural memory, with one having inferential propensities that are not found in the other. As I have already remarked, legend sees exposure to a truncated or deceptive set of stimuli as producing ignorant or misinformed scientists. It is assumed that the limitations could easily be made up. However, our reflections on constraints should question this optimistic assessment. If no single scientific mind can store all the propositions that are relevant to the further advancement of a field, then the differences among scientists are not accidental but essential to continued growth. The development of the field would be stunted if uniformity were imposed. 17. However, such differences may affect the ways in which further stimuli are accommodated, for, as we saw, there may be dynamic constraints on cognitive processing. But if legend's treatment of the universal accessibility of information is too facile, its response to the 4th type of cognitive variation, the possibility of different propensities in the procedural memories of different subjects, seems to me to be too harsh. As I shall explain, it is highly likely that variation in these propensities plays a valuable role in the growth of science. Before I take up this topic, let us look briefly at the types of cognitive variation that have traditionally been ignored. External aids, especially textbooks, handbooks, and review articles, contribute to the homogenization of scientific experience, helping to foster the illusion that the same information is in principle accessible to all the workers in a scientific field. That this is an illusion becomes apparent when we reflect on situations of problem-solving or decision-making. For each scientist, there are particular items in declarative memory that are readily activated, others that are activated only with difficulty, particular pieces of information that can be assembled with ease from books and colleagues, others that are very hard for the scientist to track down. In thinking about evolutionary problems and scenarios, Darwin was surely guided by his direct experiences with South American mammals, Dobzhansky by his wild Drosophila populations, Gould by his fieldwork on the snail Syrian, E.O. Wilson by his deep knowledge of ants. Other connections are less direct. Darwin had secondary, but still privileged, access to information about pigeons and Arctic flora, Gould to facts about trilobites, Wilson to underscore 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 knowledge about termites. At the other extreme, there are items that are now virtually inaccessible, collections of fossil shells that have remained for years in unopened drawers, beautifully prepared illustrations in 19th century works of natural history that no one has read in decades. In general, we can think of the declarative memories of scientists and their relations to others and to records as determining a system of nested spheres. The items in the interior spheres are easily recovered and play a prominent role in the scientist's reasoning. Those at the periphery are effectively beyond the scientist's ken. As I shall argue much later in this book, it is likely that efforts to impose a uniform ordering across a scientific field would severely hamper that discipline's further development. Similar points can be made about differences in the activation of propensities. Co-workers in a scientific discipline often recognize one another as having distinctive cognitive styles. Faced with the same problem, different scientists will pose it and reason about it in different ways. Once one has raised the possibility that there may be different propensities for activating modes of problem-solving, representation, and inference that would be widely regarded as respectable, few people are likely to deny that such variation can be healthy in the growth of science. I now want to consider the far more radical claim that there may be significant differences in the fundamental inferential propensities stored in procedural memory, and that, contrary to the ideal of methodological uniformity assumed by legend, this type of diversity can also be beneficial. Any system that needs to make ampliative inferences has to strike a compromise between waiting too long and jumping to conclusions too quickly. It is quite possible that the trade-off is made in a stable way for adult scientists, so that, for each scientist, there is a definite propensity for that scientist to decide that she has enough instances, and that this propensity is variable across the scientific population. 18. To put the point simply, some scientists may be jumpers and some inclined to hang back. Huxley and Owen serve us as possible exemplars. There is no optimal height for a human male, one that will maximize reproductive success across all human environments. So too the variation in inferential success may vary, for jumpers and stick-in-the-muds, depending on the kinds of problem situations in which those propensities are called into play. If so, there will be no sense to the ideal of a single method, a unique description of the properly functioning scientific mind. However, just as the recognition of biological variation does not prevent us from recognizing that certain alleles are grossly non-functional, so too are underscore 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 underscore. Appreciation of cognitive variation should not blind us to the fact that certain kinds of cognitive systems are incompetent. 19. I conclude that there are 4 important sources of cognitive variation and that in none of the cases should we take it for granted that there is a uniquely right way for the scientific cognitive system to be set up. Indeed, as I shall argue at some length in the final chapter, cognitive variation contributes in several important ways to the community project of investigating the world. Diversity of the kinds I have discussed serves the community as a hedge against becoming stuck, much as variation in natural populations can enable a lineage to survive events in which monomorphic populations would have gone extinct. 5 goals. Legend takes it for granted that scientific behavior can and should be directed by the desire to attain cognitive goals. But there are important ambiguities here. Let us start by recognizing that scientists may have the goal of advancing the cognitive well-being of the large intellectual community to which they belong, the totality of scientists, past, present, and future. They may also have the goal of improving their own cognitive state. There is good behavioral evidence for attributing both goals. Biologists working on a particular group of organisms, Drosophila geneticists for example, sometimes conceive themselves as contributing to a community project that, as a whole, will promote our understanding of flies, inheritance, and evolution. But, on other occasions, they confess to more personal aims. They just want to understand how much polymorphism there is at such and such a locus in such and such a population. This last declaration is itself ambiguous. Would the imagined geneticist be satisfied if someone else measured the extent of polymorphism and obligingly communicated the information? Probably not. A more precise formulation of the geneticist's aim is to say that he hopes to find out how much polymorphism there is at the locus. The geneticist's goal is not simply to reach a particular cognitive state but to arrive at it in a particular way, either as the result of his own efforts or through the work of a team to which he belongs. Epistemic and non-epistemic considerations easily blur. What is it exactly that the geneticist wants besides knowledge that there are precisely so many alleles at the locus? The pure joy of discovery? The satisfaction of being the first to know? Recognition for being the first to know? The increased authority or increased resources that may accrue to the discoverer? All of these, perhaps. Part of the story is surely that answering outstanding scientific questions. Underscore 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 brings a number of types of satisfaction, intrinsic intellectual rewards, awareness of having completed a difficult task, public approbation of the effort. Individual scientists have many long-term goals, and some of their non-epistemic goals are relevant to their scientific work. They may desire advancement, security, approbation by particular people, revenge on others, promotion of particular kinds of projects or causes. I shall suppose that the total set of long-term goals admits of fourfold division. One axis runs from the most evidently epistemic to the prototypically non-epistemic. A second divides the personal from the impersonal. Thus a scientist may have the goal of contributing to the long-term community project of understanding some aspect of nature, the goal of advancing her own knowledge in a particular area, the goal of promoting a more egalitarian society, and the goal of attaining a position of eminence within her specialty. Return now to our primitive cognitive geography. I shall suppose that a number of different goals may be present in the set of long-term goals, that these goals may conflict in the sense that the subject would be required to pursue incompatible courses of action to attain them, and that the subject's actions are keyed to those goals that are currently active. More precisely, I imagine that goals may be retrieved into working memory, that conflicts among them may be resolved by the execution of various procedures, and that the actions that subjects perform are those that the subjects believe will lead to the attainment of those goals that are currently active. 20. The traditional philosophical ideal of scientific detachment is reformulated as the demand that a properly functioning scientific cognitive system be one in which non-cognitive goals are suppressed and only the epistemic goals become activated during the course of scientific inquiry. Which epistemic goals? I shall argue in Chapter 8 that the failure to see the possibility of conflict between personal and impersonal epistemic goals may blind us to the function of various social institutions within science. Such institutions may foster diversity, hampering some individual epistemic projects but promoting the community epistemic enterprise. Two serious questions arise. Can the activation of non-epistemic goals be suspended during the pursuit of long and complex inquiries? 21. Must the acti underscore 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 vation of non-epistemic goals always interfere with the attainment of epistemic ends, either personal or impersonal? 6. Individual practices. The most detailed picture of the life of a scientist would chart the moment-by-moment changes in her cognitive state, the ways in which items from long-term subsystems are activated and stored. At the opposite extreme, my idealized life cycle allows for a view of scientific change that abstracts from individual scientists altogether, concentrating on the sequence of consensus practices. But to understand why consensus practice changes in the way that it does, we need to consider the actions and attitudes of members of the pertinent scientific community without taking into account all the fluctuations that occur. It is therefore useful to have an intermediate level of description, one that can be directly linked to the consensus practice of the community and employed to understand changes in consensus practice, but one that can also be related to the psychological lives of individuals. Generalizing from my account of the career of Darwinism, I shall take a scientist's practice to be a multidimensional entity whose components are the following. The language that the scientist uses in his professional work. the questions that he identifies as the significant problems of the field, the statements he accepts about the subject matter of the field, the set of patterns that underlie those texts that the scientist would count as explanatory, the standard examples of credible informants plus the criteria of credibility that the scientist uses in appraising the contributions of potential sources of information relevant to the subject matter of the field, the paradigms of experimentation and observation, together with the instruments and tools which the scientist takes to be reliable, as well as his criteria for experimentation, observation, and reliability of instruments. Exemplars of good and faulty scientific reasoning, coupled with the criteria for assessing proposed statements. In each of the last three components, there are two different levels to the scientist's practice: a commitment to cases and an embryonic theory about why the behavior is correct. If pressed about his underscore 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 provocative study, Frank Soloway reviews the attitudes of scientists at times of large change, arguing that scientists' responses are shaped by psychologically formative influences operating within the family. I am extremely grateful to Soloway for sharing his work with me. 74. Commitment to certain sources of information, instruments, or instances of reasoning. The scientist may articulate the criteria which he takes to be the basis for his behavior, and these criteria may themselves become matters of debate. 7. Scientific language. Scientists formulate their ideas in extensions of natural languages. Correlating the scientific discourses carried out in two different extended natural languages is frequently very easy. The technical expressions of one language map smoothly onto the technical terms of the other. Yet, ever since Kuhn, philosophers have been challenged by the suggestion that the languages employed by scientists who are separated by a major upheaval in their field are not intertranslatable. How should we think about scientific language so as to become clear about scientific communication and its limits, and so as to recognize the dynamics of conceptual change? The crucial issue concerns the semantics of the language. Syntax is relatively unproblematic, for we may regard the grammar of scientific language as that of the natural language in which it is embedded. Since Freya's seminal discussion, it has been clear that linguistic expressions typically have two semantic functions. One of these is to refer to entities, objects, sets of objects, relations, and so forth. 22. However, Freya argued that reference could not exhaust the semantic functioning of language, for, in many cases, replacing a constituent of a complex expression by a coreferential expression affects the content of the whole. Preservation of reference does not suffice for preservation of meaning. To use Freya's famous example, the expressions the morning star and the evening star both refer to the planet Venus, but, whereas the sentence the morning star is the same as the evening star is informative, the sentence the morning star is a trivial identity that will be accepted by the astronomical tyro. Freya claimed that such examples revealed the existence of intentional entities, senses, that are expressed by linguistic expressions. The language user who understands an expression grasps its sense. 23. Sense also determines reference. Two expressions with the same sense must share the same reference. Recent discussions in the philosophy of language have made it evident that underscore 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 underscore. The conjunction of the two ideas is problematic. Part of the problem stems from the fact that competent users of expressions are often in no position to identify criteria that the referents of the expressions must meet. People can talk about stoats and weasels, or elms and beeches, without knowing what differentiates a stoat from a weasel or an elm from a beech. Apparently, it is enough for us to refer that there be experts, on whom we rely, who can make the distinctions. Another facet of the problem is that, even when a language user has a relatively rich set of beliefs about the referent, what she grasps may not suffice to isolate the referent under all possible circumstances. The slack may be taken up by the way the world is and by the relationship between the person and the world. Thus, to recall a thought experiment of Putnam's, a person on Earth and her molecule-for-molecule replica on twin Earth use the term water to refer to the colorless, odorless liquid that they drink and bathe in. Each of them has all the everyday beliefs about water that non-scientists standardly enjoy. However, while on Earth the liquid is H2O, on twin Earth it is a different substance XYZ. Despite the identity of their conceptions, the Earthling and her doppelganger refer differently, the one to H2O, the other to XYZ. What is in the speaker's head does not therefore determine reference. I shall articulate my approach to scientific language by building on the recent insights about reference. 24. Imagine that a speaker produces a token of a term, the morning star say, and thereby refers to an object. Somehow a connection is made between the noises that the speaker produces and a part of nature. I shall call what makes it the case that that token refers to that object the mode of reference of the token. 25. For any case in which someone uses an expression successfully to refer, we can ask what makes it the case that the token refers to the entity it does. What is the mode of reference of the token? The explanation may take the following form: the present speaker intends to continue her own prior references using tokens of the type. Her own referential practice may have been begun by acquiring the term from others to whose usage she intended to conform. Those others may have adopted the term ______ from yet others, and so it goes until we reach a first user who introduced the term by uttering it in the presence of an object with a present intention to give the name to that object. In this case, let us say that the mode of reference of the token that is presently produced by our imagined speaker is the complex causal chain that stands behind her current vocalization. That the token has the reference it does is partly determined by the speaker's intentions. It is also partly determined by events, states, and processes that are independent of her, to wit the transmission of the term and the connections between the first user and the ostended object. 26. Different tokens of the same type may be associated with different modes of reference. Imagine our speaker on a later occasion, scanning the early morning sky with a friend. "Look," she exclaims, "the morning star is very low above the horizon." On this occasion, her dominant intention may not be to agree with her own prior usage or the usage of her community, but to single out a particular object in her line of vision. In effect, she is assuming the role of the first user and refixing the reference of the term. She believes, of course, that the object singled out is the very same object that she has previously identified when taking over the usage of others, but, if she were to discover that she were wrong, her dominant intention is to talk about that thing, the heavenly body over there near the horizon. On yet other occasions she may intend to pick out an object by description, identifying the morning star as the heavenly body that appears close to the sun in the morning or the second planet from the sun. Her intention may be revealed in her linguistic behavior, as when she reasons as if she were excluding, by linguistic fiat, the possibility that the morning star could fail to satisfy a certain description. 27. Modes of reference thus fall into three types. A token's mode of reference is of the descriptive type when the speaker has a dominant present intention to pick out something that satisfies a particular description and the referent of the token is whatever satisfies the description. The baptismal type is exemplified when the speaker has a dominant present intention to pick out a particular present object. Finally, the conformist type covers those instances in which the speaker intends that her usage be parasitic on those of her fellows, and, in this case, the reference of her token is determined through a underscore 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 long causal chain that leads back to an initial usage, a usage in which a token produced by a first user has its reference fixed either in the descriptive or in the baptismal mode. Within a particular scientific community, a particular term type is associated with a compendium of modes of reference that cover the variety of ways in which, for members of that community, the reference of tokens of that type may be determined. There may be a number of shared first usages that can serve as tomony for conformist modes of reference. There may also be several descriptions that members may employ to fix the reference of a token of the type, and, if inferences depend on the satisfaction of such a description, then, if this is made clear, the inference will not be challenged. Finally, although baptismal modes of reference may be idiosyncratic, in the sense that speakers may baptize the same objects on quite different occasions or may baptize different members of the same set or samples of the same stuff, there will be significant common properties of the baptismal events. The morning star will always be employed to dub an object visible in the sky, water will always be employed to dub a sample of a liquid, and so forth. I shall call the compendium of modes of reference for a term the reference potential of that term. An important part of my story about conceptual change in science will be that reference potentials are typically heterogeneous, that the linguistic community to which a scientist belongs allows a number of distinct ways of fixing the reference of tokens of terms. What, if anything, can be said about Freya's original problem? How do we explain the difference in cognitive content between the morning star is the same as the evening star and the morning star is the morning star? Instead of positing new objects, senses, and a mysterious process by which the speaker grasps them, let us develop our picture of cognition by introducing the notion of reference potential. For ease of exposition, I shall suppose that acquiring the reference potential of a term consists in incorporating a set of propensities into procedural memory. Imagine, then, that a speaker has acquired reference potentials for the morning star and the evening star, and that these are not the same. If the speaker considers the sentence "the morning star is the same as the evening star," it is likely that the tokens of the morning star and the evening star will have their references fixed by differing modes of reference. If this is the case, then, I shall assume, the decision to determine whether or not the sentence is true activates a search of declarative memory. By contrast, it is probable that both tokens of the morning star in the morning star is the same as the morning star will have their reference fixed in the same way. In this case, consideration of the truth value of the sentence activates a propensity to assent to it. Thus, while the one sentence is assented to if it can be retrieved from declarative memory, the other is judged correct by English speakers on the basis of a quite different process. 28. Underscore 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 underscore. My discussion of this example is both hedged and speculative. Qualifications arise because it is conceivable that presenting the sentences to subjects in different contexts could affect the psychological processes. Typically, the modes of reference activated by the morning star and the evening star, when they occur in these sentences, will be the descriptive modes, so that there will be distinct referential modes activated in one sentence and the same referential mode in the other. But perhaps there are ways of subverting this. What is crucial to my account is the idea that when the expressions activate distinct modes of reference, determination of truth value must occur via search in declarative memory, whereas when they activate the same mode of reference, determination of truth value will proceed via a propensity based on internalization of lore about identity. This is admittedly speculative, but it seems to me to retain what is valuable in free gene accounts while purging the invocations of mysterious intentional entities and connecting the explanation to a general account of cognition. 29. A second concern about my account is the possibility of autonomous baptismal modes of reference. This arises most evidently in the case of general terms. We imagine a speaker producing a token of a term in the presence of an object, a sample of some stuff, or a member of some set. How does the reference of the general term become fixed so that it covers all the right stuff or so that it picks out the right set? 30. It is tempting to suggest, at this point, that the reference fixing must proceed by a tacit description. But, as several authors have cogently argued, there are severe problems with the notion that all reference can be fixed through description. How is any link between language and nature ever established? Consider an example of the problem. Imagine a brave soul ascending a tiger and courageously introducing tiger. The object before him is a tiger, but it is also a carnivore, a mammal, a quadruped, a vertebrate, and a striped animal. What makes tiger refer to the set of tigers and not to the set of quadrupeds? Without supposing that the linguistic innovator has stored and ready for production a description that would delimit the tigers, we can suppose that there are features of his cognitive state propensities that underscore 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 underscore, even in instances in which I have no reference potential for it at all. I would suggest that this is because I can recognize that whatever the modes of reference of the two tokens of a might be, they would fix reference to the same object. Again, there would be an important cognitive difference with statements of form A equals B. Would discriminate certain things as relevantly similar and others as not. There is no reason to think that these discriminatory dispositions, as I shall call them, are completely determinate. But, I shall imagine, if there is a unique natural kind that includes the object ostended and that conforms to the discriminatory dispositions, then the kind is the referent of tiger. Introduction of the notion of natural kind brings us to a third feature of my account that stands in need of explicit discussion. Some, but not all, of the predicates of the language are marked as referring to natural kinds. Such predicates are associated with propensities for use in explanation and in inductive generalization. Learning a language, according to this conception, involves acquiring propensities for forming certain types of generalizations. Alternatively, the language embodies a view of where the divisions in nature are, and to learn the language is to acquire a propensity to see those divisions as natural. I shall have more to say about these issues later. 8 significant questions and accepted statements. Not all questions that can be posed about the subject matter of a science are significant. Not all significant questions are equally significant. Some questions are dismissed from the purview of a discipline because they are taken to have false presuppositions. Once the idea that all animals radiated to their present positions from Mt Ararat has been rejected, biologists will abandon the question, how did the marsupials reach Australia from Mt Ararat? Even questions with true presuppositions sometimes fail to count as scientifically significant. As far as I know, nobody attaches any significance to the question, how many mammalian species have the same normal chromosome number as some Drosophila species, although there is nothing obviously faulty about the presuppositions of this question. Of course, the significance of some questions can be a matter of debate, as, for example, in some contemporary discussions about the advisability of pursuing questions of adaptation. 31. Moreover, though a question may be universally recognized as significant, there may be strenuous debate about how significant it is. Some whole organism biologists wonder exactly how important it would be to answer the question, what is the nucleotide sequence of an entire human genome, and, of course, many molecular biologists are skeptical of the value of those questions addressed by whole organism biologists. One component of the practice of an individual scientist is an assessment of the significance of questions about the subject matter of the field. In fact, it is convenient to think in terms of a double assessment, corresponding to the scientist's impersonal and personal goals. The impersonal assessment consists of a partially ordered set of questions. Questions in this set are counted as significant for the development of the field, and, insofar as the underscore 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 scientist honors the impersonal goal of devoting his labor to the advancement of the field, he commits himself to working on these questions and to assessing their importance in the manner delineated in the partial ordering. However, the scientist has concerns of his own, matters that particularly interest him or to which he believes that his talents are especially suited. Such concerns generate a personal assessment, which can also be regarded as a partial ordering of a set of questions, the questions that the scientist views as significant for him to try to answer. We should not expect that these assessments match either in the membership of the sets or in terms of the orderings. The third component of the practice of a scientist at a time is the set of statements about the subject matter of the field to which the scientist would assent at that time. This component recalls the traditional philosophical representation of the state of a science at a time. But there are some significant differences. First, I shall not insist that the set contain any general statements. As our study of evolutionary biology revealed, there are large subfields within biology that appear to lack any distinctive general principles of their own. 32 The generality that they achieve seems to be attained through the repeated use of explanatory patterns. Second, I shall not assume that the set is deductively closed. Indeed, it may well be finite. A straightforward way to resist the demand for deductive closure is to recognize that the set of statements that scientists accept about the subject matter of their field might be subtly inconsistent. If the set is inconsistent, then every statement of the language belongs to its set of consequences, so that if it were deductively closed, the scientist would be committed to accepting all statements of the language. 33. Yet, even though the set of accepted statements does not have the structure of an axiomatic deductive system, it nevertheless has an important structure. The scientist is disposed to take some statements he accepts as providing his reasons for accepting others. The psychological processes through which he would currently sustain his beliefs in the latter statements involve the activation of inferential propensities that start with beliefs in the former statements. The justificatory structure latent in the scientist's psychological life at any time may be radically incomplete. With respect to many statements, the scientist may be able to say little more than "I remember it, but I don't know where I learned it," or "I think I got that from an article," or "I learned that in graduate school," or "that was demonstrated by Krumkopf and Blytherstein." Sometimes a statement may be defended with the claim that some entity, state, or process was observed. Frequently, however, only the summary of the data, the product of much analysis, will be retained. The scientist supports her statement by declaring, "I did an experiment that showed underscore 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 that, but, even if the circumstances of the experiment can be identified and the lab notebook is extant, the scientist will still have to rely on the authority of his own earlier recording of measurements and his own prior analysis of the data." 34. 9. Explanatory schemata. A crucial part of a scientist's practice consists in her commitment to ways of explaining the phenomena. Faced with explanation-seeking questions, the scientist is disposed to produce texts instantiating particular patterns. These patterns, or schemata, although they are not likely to be formulated by scientists themselves, are implicit in scientific practice, and I would expect that practitioners could recognize them as underlying their own explanations. What is a pattern? Let me give a general account of the conception I introduced with examples in Chapter 2. A schematic sentence is an expression obtained by replacing some, but not necessarily all, the non-logical expressions occurring in a sentence with dummy letters. Thus, starting with the sentence "organisms homozygous for the sickling allele develop sickle cell anemia," we can generate a number of schematic sentences. For example, organisms homozygous for A develop P and for all X, if X is O and A then X is P. A set of filling instructions for a schematic sentence is a set of directions for replacing the dummy letters of the schematic sentence, such that, for each dummy letter, there is a direction that tells us how it should be replaced. For the schematic sentence "organisms homozygous for A develop P," the filling instructions might specify that A be replaced by the name of an allele and P by the name of a phenotypic trait. A schematic argument is a sequence of schematic sentences. A classification for a schematic argument is a set of statements describing the inferential characteristics of the schematic argument. It tells us which terms of the sequence are to be regarded as premises, which are inferred from which, what rules of inference are used, and so forth. Finally, a general argument pattern is a triple consisting of a schematic argument, a set of sets. Underscore 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 34. Large parts of the set of accepted statements in a scientist's practice are there through doxastic inertia. If the scientist now became committed to some Cartesian enterprise of overhauling his system of beliefs and resolved to throw out everything he could not justify as of now, then he would be left with a severely mutilated corpus. Gilbert Harman argues persuasively that there is an important difference between realizing that your old reasons are poor and realizing that you can no longer formulate what strike you as convincing reasons. In the former, but not the latter, instance there are grounds for undertaking belief revision. This is a helpful contrast, but it is only the beginning of the investigation of the desirability of doxastic inertia. As one might expect, the presence of some self-critical people within a scientific community, people who are prepared to give more weight to the traditional ideal of abandoning what is currently unjustified, can sometimes prove valuable for the advancement of the community project. 82. Of filling instructions, one for each term of the schematic argument, and a classification for the schematic argument. A particular derivation, the sequence of sentences and formulae found in a scientific work, for example, instantiates a general argument pattern just in case the derivation has the same number of terms as the schematic argument of the general argument pattern. Each sentence or formula in the derivation can be obtained from the corresponding schematic sentence in accordance with the filling instructions for that schematic sentence. The terms of the derivation have the properties assigned by the classification to corresponding members of the schematic argument. The Darwinian patterns of the last chapter are general argument patterns in the sense introduced here, and the explanations produced by Darwin, Huxley, Fisher, Wright, Dobbs-Hansky, Simpson, and other luminaries in the Darwinian tradition instantiate these patterns in the fashion just defined. Consider one of the simplest of my examples. Common descent. Question: why do the members of G share P? Answer: 1. G are descended from a common ancestor G0. 2. G0 members had P. 3. P is heritable. 4. No factors intervene to modify P along the G0G sequences. Therefore members of G and G have P. This consists of 5 schematic sentences. We could equip it with filling instructions by requiring that G0 be replaced by names of groups of organisms, and that P be replaced by the name of a trait of organisms. Similarly, the classification would declare that are premises and that is deduced from them. Derivations may be similar in terms of either their logical structure or the non-logical vocabulary they employ at corresponding places. The notion of a general argument pattern allows us to express the idea that derivations similar in either of these ways share a common pattern. However, similarity is a matter of degree. At one extreme, a derivation is maximally similar to itself and to itself alone. At the other, any pair of arguments can be viewed as sharing a common pattern. To capture the notion that one pair of arguments is more similar than another pair, we need to recognize the fact that general argument patterns can demand more or less of their instantiations. If a pattern sets conditions on instantiations that are more difficult to satisfy than those set by another pattern, then I shall say that the former pattern is more stringent than the latter. The stringency of an argument pattern is determined in part by the classification, which identifies a logical structure that instantiations must exhibit, and in part by the nature of the schematic sentences and the filling instructions. 83. Which jointly demand that instantiations should have common non-logical vocabulary at certain places. If both requirements are relaxed completely, then the notion of pattern degenerates so as to admit of any argument. If both conditions are simultaneously made as strict as possible, then we obtain another degenerate case, a pattern which is its own unique instantiation. Relaxing the demands on non-logical vocabulary while also requiring that the classification determine the precise inferential status of each term in the schematic argument yields the logician's notion of pattern. My claim that a scientist is committed to a set of explanatory patterns is a formal way of capturing what I view as an important idea. The scientist studying a particular aspect of nature has a conception of how the phenomena depend on one another. In old-fashioned terminology, We might say that the scientist has a view of part of the order of being. 35. The task of explanation involves showing how particular phenomena fit within the order of being. Views of the order of being can be identified with commitments to using particular explanatory schemata. We have already seen how decisive transformations in science stem from changes in commitment to explanatory schemata. Chapter 4 will make plain the ways in which relations among successive sets of consensus explanatory schemata are critical for understanding scientific progress. 10 other components. Human knowers are not lone knowers. We can and do assign authority to others and base our judgments on what the authorities say. Complex and important projects, not only those of big science but most significant endeavors that have been undertaken in the history of science, would be impossible unless the protagonists were prepared to take some matters on trust. 36. Underscore 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 underscore. Recognition of our assignments of authority should serve as the beginning of epistemological inquiries. I shall prepare the way for those inquiries by explicitly including scientists' attributions of authority as a component of their practices. The component consists of a commitment to regarding certain people or groups as authoritative with respect to certain matters and a set of criteria for assigning authority. Just as there are exemplary authorities, so too there are paradigm experiments and paradigm instruments. Part of the practice of a scientist is a commitment to regarding certain kinds of experiments as revealing, certain kinds of instruments as reliable. As with the particular judgments about authorities, here too the claims about individual cases will be backed by general criteria. An instrument may be defended by citing its previous track record, or by offering an explanation of how it works. An experiment or observation may be supported by appealing to ideas about research design. I shall suppose that both the particular judgments and the principles that would be invoked in justification form a component of the scientist's practice, the experimental lore. The experimental lore of an individual scientist reflects her propensities for interacting with nature in various ways. Differences in this component will generate three kinds of differences in scientific behavior: a disposition to set up certain kinds of experimental or observational situations and to avoid others, a disposition to act in particular ways, rather than in others, when those situations obtain, and a disposition to respond in specific ways to the stimuli that result in those situations. The final component of practice contains the scientist's views about proper inferential procedure in science generally and in the particular area of study. According to the view of cognition I have sketched, inferential propensities are stored in procedural memory. But the scientist may also retain, in declarative memory, judgments about the merits of various types of inferences and arguments, including both general and particular judgments. Moreover, it is possible that reflection of an explicitly methodological sort, the retrieval of certain statements from declarative memory, may activate inferential propensities that would not otherwise have been employed. Methodological ruminations may affect the inferences that are actually carried out. It is just as important to distinguish between scientists' views about method and the rules that describe the proper way for them to proceed as it is to differentiate their ideas about nature from the truth. There is little doubt about the fact that, at different stages in the history of science, different individual scientists have expressed different views on matters methodological. Does it follow from this that there is no set of methodological rules that applies to all sciences at all times? No. If we think of a set of underscore 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 1974. Interestingly, the central point was never expressed better than by the one-time logical positivist Otto Neurath in the passage that Quine uses at the beginning of his "We are like sailors who must always rebuild our ship on the open sea without ever anchoring in dry dock." 85. Methodological rules as formulating the optimal ways for scientists to form conclusions in certain contexts. Then the mere fact that people have sometimes disagreed on what is best does not show that there is no optimum. I shall formulate my own conception of the proper goal of methodology later, but I want to scotch at the outset the notion that universal methodology is doomed by variation in opinion. The methodological exemplars are inferences that are positively or negatively appraised in statements to which the scientist would assent. 37 Thus, for Darwin, Lyell's inferences about the gradual formation of the world from the current geological data and Maxwell's inferences from the electromagnetic phenomena to the electromagnetic field equations serve as positive methodological exemplars. Of course, Darwin also subscribes to a general methodological principle, claiming that what makes these inferences good is the ability of the conclusion to unify the phenomena reported in the premises, and he then defends his own appeals to common descent and natural selection by maintaining that they also accord with the methodological principle. Methodological exemplars exhibit instances of reasoning that the scientist takes to be worthy of emulation or ripe for avoidance. Her methodological principles attempt to specify what makes the exemplars so virtuous or so disreputable. We should not assume that the scientist's methodology is correct, or that the principles she espouses genuinely cover her exemplars, or that either the exemplars or the principles conform to the inferential propensities that are activated in her own reasoning. Methodology may be a matter of Sabbath observance. The discussion of methodology brings into the open a general point, aspects of which have been touched on in earlier sections. There may be tensions within components of practice or among components of practice. The criteria invoked to justify paradigm experiments, instruments, or authorities may not support the items singled out for approval. Moreover, as I have noted in passing, the set of accepted statements may be inconsistent, and there can be important differences between the impersonal assessment of significant questions and the personal assessment. Besides such discrepancies that arise within components, different parts of a practice may be at odds with one another. The openness of a practice is a spur to further research. Scientists try not only to tackle unanswered significant questions, but to resolve tensions that they perceive within their practices. 38. ____________. 11 Consensus practice. Individual members of the same scientific community differ in their practices. When disputes are resolved, when all the variants but one in some part of some component of individual practice are effectively eliminated, there is a change in consensus practice. If we are to understand the progress of science, we need to be able to articulate the relations among successive consensus practices. What is a consensus practice? First, it is a practice with components like those of individual practices. But there are differences. For example, the assessment of significance of questions is impersonal, and ordering of the questions that are significant for the field, for the obvious reason that the consensus practice gives no weight to the personal projects and interests of particular individuals. Such small differences aside, it is easy to specify the kind of thing a consensus practice is. It is constituted by a language, an assessment of significant questions, a set of accepted statements with a justificatory structure, a set of explanatory schemata, a set of paradigms of authority and criteria for identifying authorities, a set of exemplary experiments, observations, and instruments and justificatory criteria, and, finally, a set of methodological exemplars and methodological principles. 39. There are many things of this kind around in the community, many individual practices. How does the consensus practice relate to them? An obvious suggestion is that the consensus practice of a community is what all members of the community share. This would allow us to endorse the point that each of the practitioners goes beyond what belongs to consensus, so that in understanding the decision-making of individual scientists it will not do to conceive them as revising or acting on a state of knowledge which is consensus and nothing but consensus. So far, so good. One obvious feature of the history of evolutionary biology is that at each stage the community of biologists has internal structure. All members of the community share certain claims and commitments, but there are subgroups with richer sets of shared claims and commitments, subcommunities. For certain kinds of issues, particular subcommunities are considered authoritative. Thus, if every underscore 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 underscore. Member of a subcommunity agrees that a particular question has a particular answer, then members of the entire community will agree that that answer is correct, and they will agree in virtue of the concurrence of opinion in that subcommunity. Not every member of the community of biologists is aware of the exact relationships of the species involved in the reptile-mammal transition. Not every member of the community has the discriminatory skills required to identify populations of organisms in the wild and to make the observations necessary for measuring intrapopulation variation. Each, however, is prepared to accept that the subcommunity of vertebrate paleontologists is authoritative on the question of the reptile-mammal transition, so that if there is a thesis about the relationships shared by all vertebrate paleontologists, then it is part of the virtual consensus of the entire community. Similarly, the experimental lore of ecological geneticists is recognized by other members of the community of evolutionary biologists as constituting a special ability. Moreover, the virtual consensus may be enriched by deferred authority. Perhaps not all vertebrate paleontologists agree on the reptile-mammal transition. However, if there is a subset of the paleontological community that is recognized by all members of the wider biological community as equipped to pick out the experts on particular paleontological issues, and if all those dubbed as expert by any member of this subset would agree on some claim about the reptile-mammal transition, then, by deferred authority, that claim belongs to the virtual consensus. The intuitive idea behind virtual consensus is simple. Scientists do not clutter their heads with the details of other people's subspecialties. When they need information, they go to people who are regarded as authoritative with respect to the issue involved. If everyone agrees, then they accept that judgment. Even when there is not complete agreement, outsiders may still accept a resolution of the issue if they are prepared to defer to those appointed as experts by the Solomons of the field. Virtual consensus contains anything that a scientist could reach by following the judgments of a chain of authorities. Of course, a subcommunity may be in agreement about something with respect to which it is not granted authority by members of the wider community. In this instance, the agreement does not form part of the community-wide virtual consensus. The consensus practice of a community at a given time is thus represented by the core consensus, the elements of individual practice common to the individual practices of all members of the community, the acknowledgements of authority shared by all members of the community, an organization of the community into subcommunities, resulting from, with particular subcommunities recognized as responsible for and authoritative over particular types of issues, a virtual consensus, generated from by the incorporation of parts of the consensus practice of subcommunities in accordance with the relations delineated in and. At the widest level of all, the community itself may be constituted by the recognition of it as authoritative with respect to a certain range of issues. As I argued in the last chapter, one of Darwin's accomplishments was to convince others that the community of naturalists should be authoritative on questions of the origins of living things. 12. Changing perspective. Legend conceives the growth of knowledge in terms of theories. More recent studies of science, inspired by reflection on the history of science, discuss paradigms, research programs, research traditions, domains, and so forth. Although I owe debts to the insights of these writers, I have tried to build up a different type of framework. This is not, I hope, simply caprice. It is born of conviction that even the usual refined substitutes for legend's blanket notion of theory are at a great remove from scientific work, so that the game of finding paradigms, protective belts, or research traditions in the actual course of scientific events becomes highly arbitrary and often unprofitable. Moreover, traditional conceptions of the units of change seem to me to confuse considerations from the levels I have distinguished, running together things that belong to the daily psychological lives of individuals, things that count among their more stable commitments, and things that are the property of the community rather than of any single member. Conflation is most evident in slides between the individual and the community level. Instead of a population of varying individuals, whose practices are modified through interactions with one another and with nature. Philosophers have usually treated the community as if it were a single knower whose initial state is something like consensus practice. The task is to specify principles that will revise the state in the light of experience so as to promote the acceptance of true statements, the solution of puzzles, or the uncovering of new corroborated empirical content. Formulating the issue in this way, certain kinds of problems are automatically excluded. What differences does the cognitive variation among individual scientists make to the growth of science? Is it possible that the practice of relying on authority could make it impossible for certain kinds of erroneous beliefs to be corrected? What systems of social rules for training and for consensus formation would promote a progressive sequence of practices? Can constraints on the recognition of novel evidence be overcome by multiplying observers? And most generally, do the actual institutions of science, involving relative uniformity of training, division of labor, limited replication of results, deferral to the authority of others, hierarchies of power, and so forth, actually work? Do they advance or retard our cognitive goals? Before we can try to answer these questions, we need an account of what those goals might be, a view of what constitutes scientific progress. 89. 4. Varieties of progress. 1. A problem reposed. In conceiving of science as progressive, we envisage it as a sequence of consensus practices that get better and better with time. Improvement need not be constant. Like the fortunes of a firm, the qualities of consensus practices may fluctuate. But, if a scientific field is making progress, there should be a general upward trend, comparable to the generally rising graph of profits that the firm's president proudly displays at board meetings. The challenge is, of course, to say what better and better means in the scientific case, what corresponds to the accumulating dollars, yen, marks, etc. It is important to be clear from the start that the first task is to pinpoint those relations that should obtain among the members of a sequence of consensus practices if that sequence is to be progressive. To ask how we know that a field of science is making progress is to pose a separate question. There is an important connection between the questions. A definition of progress would be of little value if there were good reasons for thinking that it is impossible for us ever to know that we are making progress in the specified sense. Despite the connection, we should not confuse the issues, for example by lambasting a proposal for defining the notion of progress with the complaint that it has not yet been explained how we know that we are making progress. In my treatment, the definition will come first. A response to various kinds of worries about concepts that I use will be presented later. Because one species of concern is so prevalent, it is worth forestalling related criticisms before we begin. I shall sometimes make free use of the concept of truth, explicating certain types of scientific progress as involving the attainment of truth. Moreover, I shall make judgments about the record of various scientists, past and present, in attaining truth, judgments based on the understanding of nature furnished by our current science. If the uses I make of the concept of truth are incoherent, then my account of progress will be wrong. Similarly, if the judgments about past and present attainment of truth that I make are incorrect or unjustified, then my errors will infect either my analysis of scientific progress or my claims about the ways in which science has made progress. Thus there are important objections that I shall 90 ultimately have to overcome. However, before those objections can be properly posed and properly addressed, the account of progress must first be presented, so that it can become clear just where and to what extent I rely on conceptions that others find dubious. In Chapter 5 one shall try to give critical voices the hearing they deserve. Meanwhile, I hope that my claims about truth in this chapter can be read with patience by those who are moved by the criticisms, as I formulate a position whose coherence and tenability can later be debated. Let me turn now to a second qualification. Sometimes in the history of science, fields split, merge, or give birth to hybrid progeny. In such cases the community relations within science are altered, and there are new consensus practices that have some kinship with more than one prior consensus practice, or old consensus practices that bear important relations to more than one later consensus practice. For most of this chapter, I shall ignore the special complications of such cases. I shall consider progress within a field, supposing that there is a single sequence of communities, uniquely determined by the fact that some members of an earlier community are veterans in the immediate successor community, and that we examine the relations among the consensus practices of the communities in this sequence. We judge the progressiveness of a sequence of practices by thinking about the pairwise relations between practices. Just as we evaluate the fortunes of a firm over a period of time by looking at the returns in successive time segments, so too with fields of science. Things are looking up if for most pairs of adjacent time segments the later returns are greater than the earlier returns, and if any subsequence in which the returns successively diminish is followed by a subsequence in whose final segment the returns surpass any level previously attained. Similarly, we can count a sequence of practices as progressive if most members of the sequence are progressive with respect to their predecessor, and if any non-progressive subsequences are followed by a subsequence whose final member is progressive with respect to any earlier practice in the sequence. Obviously, more determinate conceptions can be introduced by eliminating the vague reference to most practices in the sequence. For example, we can define strict progress in a sequence of practices by demanding that each successor practice in the sequence be progressive with respect to its predecessor. A sequence may be said to be weakly progressive just in case its final member is progressive with respect to its first member. 1. The fundamental point, however, is that any of these ways of characterizing a notion of progressiveness for sequences is dependent on an antecedent notion of progressiveness as a binary relation among practices. Because practices are multidimensional, it is possible that a change from P1 to P2 should be progressive along some dimensions but not along others. I shall not suppose that there is some way in which the dimensions are weighted so as to yield an overall measure of progress. Instead, I shall distinguish varieties of progress. Combining this idea with the discussion of the last underscore 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 paragraph, let us say that the sequence of practices P1 Pn is broadly progressive just in case for every pair of adjacent members there is a component of practice with respect to which the change from the earlier to the later is progressive, and the change from P1 to Pn is progressive with respect to every component of practice. The fundamental project, then, is to define a family of relations that hold between two practices Pi and Pj when, for some component of practice, the change from Pi to Pj would be progressive. Our definitions should be subject to criteria of adequacy in that they need to make it clear how achieving a progressive sequence of practices would realize our goals. The account that follows will presuppose that there are goals for the project of inquiry that all people share or ought to share. The varieties of progress I describe will be understood in terms of the greater achievement of these goals. In the terms of the last chapter, the goals in question are impersonal. Some are epistemic, others non-epistemic. We need a specification of impersonal goals for science, goals that can ultimately be defended as worthy of universal endorsement. On the basis of this, we must identify binary relations of progressiveness among practices, which hold with respect to the various components of practice. Third, we should be able to show that when the later practices of fields of science stand in the relations of progressiveness to earlier practices, then the fields in question are realizing the shared impersonal goals. 2. The practical and the cognitive. One theme recurs in the history of thinking about the goals of science. Science ought to contribute to the relief of man's estate, it should enable us to control nature, or perhaps, where we cannot control, to predict and so adjust our behavior to an uncooperative world. It should supply the means for improving the quality and duration of human lives, and so forth. At first, this conception of science as promoting impersonal non-epistemic goals looks relatively easy to understand. Suppose that, at some particular time, we have a practical project of doing something, and that this project is stalled because we cannot answer a particular question or make a particular device. If the development of science enables us, at some later time, to answer the question or to make the device, then it appears that we have made practical progress. Unfortunately, precisely because our ideas about what we want to achieve may be modified in the wake of a scientific accomplishment, the notion of practical progress proves far more difficult than we might have thought. I believe that we can only make sense of it in the light of a very general account of human flourishing, one that lies beyond the scope of this book. By contrast, the notion of cognitive progress, which initially appears much more ethereal and elusive, can be approached far more easily because of the relative NAR-92 rowness of the set of impersonal epistemic goals. 2. Although the task of providing an account of practical progressiveness is an important one, it should follow the more tractable project of understanding cognitive progress. 3. Cognitive progress, an overview. The most obvious pure epistemic goal is truth. Indeed, talk of truth or approximation to truth 3 has dominated philosophical discussions of scientific underscore 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 progress. But, in my judgment, truth is not the important part of the story. Truth is very easy to get. For careful observation and judicious reporting will enable you to expand the number of truths you believe. Once you have some truths, simple logical, mathematical, and statistical exercises will enable you to acquire lots more. Tacking truths together is something any hack can do. The trouble is that most of the truths that can be acquired in these ways are boring. Nobody is interested in the minutiae of the shapes and colors of the objects in your vicinity, the temperature fluctuations in your microenvironment, the infinite number of disjunctions you can generate with your favorite true statement as one disjunct, or the probabilities of the events in the many chance setups you can contrive with objects in your vicinity. What we want is significant truth. Perhaps, as I shall suggest later, what we want is significance and not truth. Scientists in the tradition that extends beyond the 17th century to the ancient Greeks have been moved by the impersonal epistemic aim of fathoming the structure of the world. In less aggressively realist language, what they have wanted to do is to organize our experience of nature. 17th century thinkers such as Boyle and Bacon attributed special significance to this project because, seeing nature as God's creation, to expose the structure of nature was to recognize the divine intentions. That further link, useful, possibly even essential, though it may have been in showing how science contributes to our overall conception of what is valuable, can be discarded if we merely pursue the internal project of understanding our impersonal epistemic goals. Our task is to make more precise the murky notion of uncovering the structure of nature, of discovering, insofar as we are able, how the world works. 5. Historians have been struck by the apparent variability of the goals professed by different scientists, working in different communities at different times. But I want to start from the opposite end. It is hardly surprising that underscore 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 we can find considerable community of goals among contemporary evolutionary theorists, or that we can take Dobbs-Hansky and Darwin to share a conception of the aims of biological science. When we expand to a triumvirate, including Owen with Dobbs-Hansky and Darwin, some of the kinship is lost. There are formulations of the goals of biology endorsed by Darwin and Dobbs-Hansky, to which Owen would not subscribe. Nevertheless, at a more fundamental level, Owen shares their common vision. Like them, he contends that biology should explain the diversity of living things and trace the patterns in that diversity. He differs in his understanding of how this goal is to be realized, dissenting from the Darwinian conception of history as the key to life's diversity. We can thus expand the group of those who share goals for science, including not only those in the Darwinian tradition but some of their predecessors. How far can we go? Can we include Goethe and Linnaeus, Buffon and Ray, Theophrastus and Aristotle? Given our recognition of what Darwin and Owen share, I see no reason why not. Moreover, even if the attempt does break down at some point, say at the division between modern and pre-modern science, there is surely still value in articulating the goals of modern science, and understanding its conception of progress. I shall start with two varieties of progress that have received little attention in the literature, but that will be fundamental to my account of significance. The next two sections will be devoted to articulating the notions of conceptual progress and explanatory progress. Before we take up the details, it is useful to have a map of the overall view. As science proceeds, we become better able to conceptualize and categorize our experience. We replace primitive conceptions of what belongs with what things are akin, by improved ideas about natural groupings. Our language develops so that we are able to refer to natural kinds and to specify our references descriptively. In addition, we are able to construct a hierarchy of nature, a picture of what depends on what. Against the background of our categories and our hierarchy, we are able to pose significant questions, questions that demand more detail about our picture of the world. Significant statements answer significant questions. Significant experiments help us to resolve significant questions. Significant instruments enable us to perform significant experiments. Methodological improvements help us to learn better how to learn, to improve our evaluation of significant statements. Thus, to sum up the general approach, significance is derivative from the background project of ordering nature, a project that is articulated in our attempts to conceptualize and to explain. For conceptual progress. Conceptual progress is made when we adjust the boundaries of our categories to conform to kinds and when we are able to provide more adequate speci. 95. Fications of our referents. 6 striking examples come from the history of all sciences: planet, electrical attraction, molecule, acid, gene, homology, Down syndrome are all terms for which faulty modes of reference have been improved. Consider, for example, pre-Copernican usages of planet. What set of objects was singled out? One answer is that, for the pre-Copernican, as for us, planets are Venus, Mars, and things like that, in which case the planets would include the Earth. Another is to declare that the planets are specified as those heavenly bodies that are sometimes observed to give rise to erratic motions against the sphere of fixed stars, in which case the planets would be Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Or, allowing the specification to take account of possible perceptual limitations, we might declare that the planets comprise not only those observed to wander but those we would observe wandering if we had keener senses, that is, all the things we would count as planets of the solar system except the Earth. If we adopt the first approach to the reference of planet, then pre-Copernicans succeed in marking out a natural division, but they fail disastrously when they come to say what they are talking about. On either of the second approaches, they are fully aware of what they are referring to, but the set of objects they single out is not a natural category. Either way, post-Copernicans do better. And so it goes, not only for this example but for the other terms on my brief list and for many more besides. As I shall explain later, the answers of the last paragraph are not entirely adequate, but they enable us to appreciate the possibility of understanding conceptual change and conceptual progress in terms of shifts in mode of reference. The thesis that I shall defend in this section is that the conceptual shifts in science that have caused most attention can be understood, and understood as progressive, by recognizing them as involving improvements in the reference potentials of key terms. Recall from section 7 of the last chapter that the reference potential of a term for a community is a compendium of the ways in which the references underscore 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 of tokens of that term can be fixed for members of the community. I shall illustrate how reference potentials may shift by analyzing an apparently problematic case, and then offer a general view about improvement of reference potentials. Kuhn and Feyerabend achieved the important insight that different communities of scientists, working in the same field, may organize the aspects of nature that concern them in different ways. Different conceptualizations make differences to observation, inference, and explanation. 7. But, most famously, Kuhn and Feyerabend have suggested that the phenomenon of conceptual incommensurability that they identify engenders problems of communication and of reporting of evidence. I shall begin by reviewing one of Kuhn's favorite problematic cases, with a view both to showing that there is indeed an interesting conceptual shift and to revealing that it does not have the dire consequences for communication with which it is sometimes credited. There is a very simple story about the chemical revolution of the 18th century. Priestley, so the story goes, employed a language containing terms phlogiston, principle that fail to refer. Lavoisier used a language containing expressions oxygen, element that refer to kinds that Priestley could not have identified. So there is a conceptual advance between Priestley and Lavoisier, one that involves the replacement of expressions that fail to refer by genuinely referring expressions and the introduction of terms that single out kinds for the first time. Kuhn saw that this story is extremely implausible. If Priestley's language was so inadequate, then it is hard to understand how his chemistry could ever have appeared successful and how he could have contributed to the development of Lavoisier's own ideas. Yet Priestley was a successful chemist, one who appeared to his contemporaries to be extending the range and power of the phlogiston theory, and he was responsible for the experiment in which he isolated a new gas, the gas Lavoisier called oxygen. At times Kuhn seems to want to solve the problem of Priestley's success by declaring that the terms we take to be non-referring really did refer, picking out constituents of the different world inhabited by Priestley and his fellow phlogistonians. Divided by the chemical revolution, Priestley and Lavoisier inhabit different worlds. Unfortunately, this strategy of accounting for Priestley's apparent success will only accommodate part of the historical evidence. As we insist on the many worlds approach, the revolutionary divide between Priestley and Lavoisier looks ever more difficult to bridge, and communication between the two men appears partial, at best. 8. How then do we explain the dialogue between them, the role that Priestley played in the genesis of Lavoisier's ideas, the assessments and evaluations of Lavoisier's proposals that occur in the writings of Priestley and his followers? Sensitive to the historical phenomena, Kuhn does not fully commit himself to the many worlds interpretation, offering instead a position whose ambiguities have excited much subsequent discussion. 9. We have a puzzle. If the central terms of Priestley's theoretical language do not refer, then it seems impossible to ascribe to him the achievements warranted by the historical record. 10. If those terms do refer, then his world must contain entities that we no longer recognize. An adequate solution to the puzzle must recognize Priestley's contributions to the development of chemistry, avoid populating nature with strange entities, specify the exact way in which Lavoisier made a conceptual advance. Begin with a brief overview of features of the language of the phlogiston theory. This theory attempted to give an account of a number of chemical reactions and, in particular, it offered an explanation of processes of combustion. Substances which burn are rich in a principle, phlogiston, which is imparted to the air in combustion. When we burn wood, for example, phlogiston is given to the air, leaving ash as a residue. Similarly, when a metal is heated, phlogiston is emitted, and we obtain the calx of the metal. Champions of the phlogiston theory knew that, after a while, combustion in an enclosed space will cease. They explained this phenomenon by supposing that air has a limited capacity for absorbing phlogiston. By heating the red calx of mercury on its own, Priestley found that he could obtain the metal mercury, and a new kind of air, which he called dephlogisticated air. Dephlogisticated air supports combustion better than ordinary air, but this is only to be expected, since the removal of phlogiston from the air leaves the air with a greater capacity for absorbing phlogiston. In the last decades of the 18th century, the phlogiston theorists became interested in the properties of a gas, which they obtained by pouring a strong acid over a metal or by passing steam over heated iron. They called the gas inflammable air. underscore 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 underscore. If we compare the descriptions of these familiar reactions given by the phlogiston theory, and by modern elementary chemistry, some identifications are immediately suggested. We might naturally suppose that dephlogisticated air is oxygen and that inflammable air is hydrogen. I shall consider the merits of these identifications in a moment. In presenting the puzzle of Priestley's language, I spoke vaguely of Priestley's success and his contributions to chemistry. Can we be more precise? One simple suggestion is that Priestley enunciated various true statements which had not previously been accepted. 11. Priestley was not occupied with some work of unwitting fiction. Inside his misbegotten and inadequate language are some important new truths about chemical reactions, trying to get out. A false presupposition, the idea that something is emitted in combustion, infects most of the terminology. The natural approach to Priestley's language is to take the faulty central idea of the phlogiston theory, the idea that phlogiston is the substance emitted in combustion, as fixing the reference of phlogiston. Assuming that some expressions used by proponents of the phlogiston theory are coreferential with their modern homonyms, and that compound expressions that embed non-referential constituents are themselves non-referring, it follows that virtually none of Priestley's statements is true. For since the reference of phlogiston is fixed through the description the substance emitted in combustion, since emitted means what we standardly take it to mean, and since nothing is emitted in combustion, phlogiston fails to refer. Because the reference of other technical terms is fixed by descriptions that contain phlogiston, dephlogisticated air is to be the substance obtained when phlogiston is removed from the air. Those terms also fail to refer. 12. Hence the statements that talk about the properties of phlogiston, phlogisticated air, dephlogisticated air, and so forth, cannot be true. So it appears that we cannot honor the idea that Priestley and his followers advanced some new, true statements. Underscore 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 underscore. Even a brief reading of the writings of the Phlogistonians reinforces the idea of true doctrines trying to escape from flawed language. Consider Priestley's account of his first experience of breathing oxygen. My reader will not wonder that, after having ascertained the superior goodness of dephlogisticated air by mice living in it, and the other tests above mentioned, I should have had the curiosity to taste it myself. I have gratified that curiosity, by breathing it. The feeling of it to my lungs was not sensibly different from that of common air, but I fancied that my breast felt peculiarly light and easy for some time afterwards. Surely Priestley's token of dephlogisticated air refers to the substance which he and the mice breathed, namely, oxygen. Similarly, it seems that Cavendish's uses of the terms refer in the following passage. From the foregoing experiments it appears, that when a mixture of inflammable and dephlogisticated air is exploded in such proportion that the burnt air is not much phlogisticated, the condensed liquor contains a little acid which is always of the nitrous kind, whatever substance the dephlogisticated air is procured from, but if the proportion be such that the burnt air is almost entirely phlogisticated, the condensed liquor is not at all acid, but seems pure water, without any addition whatever. We readily understand what prompted this description. Cavendish had performed a series of experiments in which samples of hydrogen and oxygen were exploded together. In some cases, the oxygen obtained was not entirely pure, and the small amount of nitrogen, mixed in it, participated in a reaction to form a small amount of nitric acid. When the sample of oxygen was pure, there was no formation of nitric acid, and the only reaction was the combination of hydrogen and oxygen to form water. In reporting the experiments he had done, Cavendish used the terms of the phlogiston theory to refer to the substances on which he had performed the experiments, that is, he used inflammable air to refer to hydrogen, dephlogisticated air to refer to oxygen, and so forth. 13. underscore 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 13. These claims and my kindred remarks about Priestley will surely jar some historical sensibilities. I am using the ideas of modern science to provide a picture of the relationships between Priestley and Cavendish and the world. Isn't this wickish, illegitimate, question begging? I reply that without some picture of the relationship between past figures and the world, history is impossible. We cannot frame any hypotheses about what their discourse means. Thus the strategy of agnosticism leaves the historian in the presence of a parade of uninterpretable symbols, a detached text without significance. So where should we turn for a view of nature that will enable us to understand the actions and reactions of the protagonists? Is there some other account that would serve us better than modern science? Why not the best the account we take for granted in planning our own activities? One modish answer is to insist that we adopt the actors' categories. To this it might be pertinent to inquire why we should favor a discredited account of nature rather than the one which we typically adopt. But there is a deeper point. Without an account of the relationship between the actor and nature already in hand, we cannot interpret the language of past science, cannot even formulate the actors' categories. I claim that the account I-100 Our problems in specifying what Priestley and Cavendish were talking about arise from the presupposition that there should be a uniform mode of reference for all tokens of a single type. Once we liberate ourselves from this presupposition, adopting the notion, introduced in the last chapter, that a scientific term may have a heterogeneous reference potential, we can begin to make sense of the language of the phlogiston theory, recognizing the achievements of Priestley and Cavendish and pinpointing the inadequacies of their language. Successful ascriptions of reference should accord with the principle that Richard Grandy dubs the principle of humanity. The principle enjoins us to attribute to the speaker whom we are trying to understand a pattern of relations among beliefs, desires, and the world as similar to ours as possible. 14. In deciding on the referent of a token, we must construct an explanation of its production. That explanation, and the hypothesis about reference we choose, should enable us to trace familiar connections among Priestley's beliefs and between his beliefs and entities in the world, ascribing dominant intentions that we would expect someone in his situation to have. Let us expose the way in which this strategy works in the case at hand. How did Priestley come to use dephlogisticated air to refer to oxygen? Priestley began his discussion by talking about various attempts he had made to remove phlogiston from the air. He then recorded the details of his experiments on the red calx of mercury from which he had liberated a new air. After a number of mistaken attempts to identify the gas, he finally managed to describe it in the terminology of the phlogiston theory. Being now fully satisfied with respect to the nature of this new species of air, viz. that, being capable of taking more phlogiston from nitrous air, it therefore originally contains less of this principle, my next inquiry was, by what means it comes to be so pure, or philosophically speaking, to be so much dephlogisticated. From our perspective, Priestley has misdescribed the new gas. His remarks on this occasion identify the gas obtained by heating the red calx of mercury as dephlogisticated air, and set up a mode of reference for tokens of dephlogisticated air that fixes the reference by the description the substance obtained when the substance emitted in combustion is removed from the air. When tokens are produced, with this mode of reference, they fail to refer. On other occasions, Priestley and his friends produce tokens of dephlogisticated air with a different mode of reference. Their dominant intention is to refer to the kind of stuff that was isolated in the experiments they are reporting, to wit, oxygen. Thus, in the passages quoted earlier, Priestley describes the sensation of breathing oxygen and Cavendish proposes an account of the composition of water. Because the referents of the tokens of dephlogisticated air are fixed differently on these occasions, Priestley and Cavendish enunciate important new truths. 15. Of course, they do so in a misguided language. But it is not hard to pinpoint the troubles of their idiom. Not only is the reference potential of terms such as dephlogisticated air heterogeneous, but the modes of reference are connected by a faulty theoretical hypothesis. Thinking of combustion as a process of emission, Priestley and his friends are led to take it for granted that the gas liberated from the red calx of mercury has been obtained by removing phlogiston from the air. Their connection of what we see as two distinct modes of reference, that fix reference to oxygen and to nothing, respectively, rests on their acceptance of the following hypothesis. H. There is a substance which is emitted in combustion and which is normally present in the air. The result of removing this substance from the air is a gas which can also be produced by heating the red calx of mercury. Phlogistonians all accept H, and, in consequence, they are all willing to use tokens of dephlogisticated air whose references are fixed either by the description the substance obtained by removing from the air the substance emitted in combustion or by encounters with samples of the gas obtained by heating the red calx of mercury. We can now give a precise sense to the claim that a term employed by a community is theory-laden. Theory-laden terms have heterogeneous reference potentials. The theoretical hypotheses with which they are laden are claims that are, in conjunction, equivalent to the assertion that all the modes of reference fix reference to the same entity. Theory-ladenness does not simply stem from scientific irresponsibility. Scientists inevitably court ambiguity in using the same term from occasion to occasion. Phlogistonians communicate easily for they share the same reference potentials. From the perspective of the new chemistry, however, uses of central parts of the language of the phlogiston theory are laden with false theory. As a result, there are no expressions in Lavoisier's language whose reference potentials match those of phlogiston, dephlogisticated air, inflammable air, and other expressions. Kuhn is quite correct to declare that a certain style of translation is impossible. There is no way to take Priestley's text and replace the expressions in it that do not belong to our language with expressions of our language that have the same reference potentials as those they replace. If translation has to preserve reference potential, we cannot translate Priestley, for there is no term of the language of post-Lavoisierian chemistry that has the same reference potential as dephlogisticated air. Moreover, the mismatch among reference potentials captures the intuitive idea that phlogistonians and modern chemists carve up the world differently. Even if we cannot translate Priestley's texts, there is no difficulty in recognizing how we can understand Priestley's claims. For, as my brief analysis of his language shows, we are able to recognize the reference potentials of his technical terms and to specify the referents of the tokens he produces. We could even offer a reference-preserving translation of his texts, although, since this would replace tokens of the same type with tokens of different types, it would hide certain inferential connections unless we employed one of the standard devices of translators. Not only can we comprehend what Priestley said, we can also see that some of the statements he advanced are true, and we can explain how to improve his language. Lavoisier made a conceptual advance by revising reference potentials so as to avoid presupposing false hypotheses. I claim that the foregoing account solves the puzzle about the languages of the protagonists in the chemical revolution. It also motivates a general thesis about conceptual change in science. Conceptual change is change in reference potential. Dramatic examples are those in which the community becomes disposed to use tokens of a term to pick out a new referent, and those in which its members acquire dispositions to fix the references of tokens of old terms through description, where no such referential specification had been possible before. The cases on my original list command our attention because, at least at first sight, they belong to one of these types. 103. To understand conceptual progress, we should recall my account of the different kinds of intention that may dominate in the production of a token. Perhaps for most linguistic usages, the general intention to conform to the usage of others is far more important than any intention we may have to refer to whatever fits a description. When we examine scientific usage, the intention to conform is by no means the only one that has to be taken into account. Scientists usually also have the general intention of referring to natural kinds, picking out the real similarities in nature, and, in recognizing this intention, we sometimes construe the descriptions they offer as mistaken identifications of the referent rather than as successful identifications of a different referent. Thus, when he talks of the antics of the mice in the vessel and when he describes the lightness in his breast, we understand Priestley as talking about oxygen, even though he would describe the gas as the substance obtained by removing phlogiston from the air. But there are also occasions on which scientists intend that the referent should be whatever satisfies a particular description. The ideal situation for a scientist would thus be to obey three maxims. Conformity, refer to that to which others refer. Naturalism, refer to natural kinds. Clarity, refer to that which you can specify. There are many situations in which these maxims conflict. When they do, the scientist chooses among them in the sense that there is a dominant intention to obey one rather than the others. If the choices are made in different ways on different occasions of utterance, different tokens of the same type can refer differently. 16. Conceptual progress should be assessed in terms of proximity to the ideal state. One of the goals of science is the construction of a language in which the expressions refer to the genuine kinds and in which descriptive specifications of the referents of tokens can be given. For such a language the three maxims are in harmony. We can now introduce a notion of conceptual progressiveness. A practice P2 is conceptually progressive with respect to a practice P1 just in case there is a set C2 of expressions in the language of P2 and a set C1 of expressions in the language of P1 such that a. Except for the expressions in these sets, all expressions that occur in either language occur in both languages with a common reference potential. Underscore 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 underscore. Judgments about dependency can be understood as concerned with the forms of ideal explanatory texts that the scientists in question envisage. One component of practice is a collection of patterns or explanatory schemata. Fields of science make explanatory progress when later practices introduce explanatory schemata that are better than those adopted by earlier practices. What does better mean here? One answer, the response of robust realism, is to declare that there is an objective order of dependency in nature. 17. The character of chemical reactions is objectively dependent on underlying molecular properties. Facts about mountain building and earthquake zones are objectively dependent on the facts of plate tectonics. The characteristics of contemporary organisms are objectively dependent on the evolutionary histories of those organisms, and so forth. Recognizing these dependencies and how to extend them further is an important progressive step. The robust realism outlined here is not the only way to say what is meant by improving the set of explanatory schemata. An alternative is to tie advances to enhanced ability to understand the phenomena, for example by proposing that a particular collection of schemata offers a more unified vision of the world. I shall postpone comparison of these two metaphysical options until the next chapter. For now it will suffice to see the general shape of the view. Explanatory progress consists in improving our account of the structure of nature, an account embodied in the schemata of our practices. Improvement consists either in matching our schemata to the mind-independent ordering of phenomena or in producing schemata that are better able to meet some criterion of organization. Let us consider some examples from the history of science. Almost everything that Dalton maintained about atoms was wrong. Nonetheless, we recognize his formulation of atomic chemistry as an important progressive step because it introduced a new correct explanatory schema. Dalton proposed to explain facts about the course of chemical reactions by appealing to premises about atoms, premises that specify the fixed proportions in which atoms of different elements combine. Chemists ever since have endorsed the claim that this is a correct picture of the objective dependencies, and they have further articulated Dalton's schema. Underscore 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 underscore. One leading question of post-Daltonian chemistry concerned the ratios of the weights of substances that form compounds together. Within 19th century chemistry, we can discern the following simple pattern. Dalton. Question: Why does one of the compounds between X and Y always contain X and Y in the weight ratio m, n? Answer. 1. There is a compound Z between X and Y that has the atomic formula XPYQ. 2. The atomic weight of X is X, the atomic weight of Y is Y. 3. The weight ratio of X to Y and Z is Px, Qy. Filling instructions X, Y, Z are replaced by names of chemical substances, P, Q are replaced by natural numerals, X, Y are replaced by names of real numbers. Classification, and our premises, is derived from and. Dalton is elementary, although it was, of course, instantiated in many different ways during the early years of the 19th century by chemists who had very different ideas about the formulas of common compounds. What makes it important for our purposes is the way in which Dalton was preserved and extended by subsequent work. An important 19th century step in the extension was the introduction of the concept of valence and rules for assigning valences that enabled chemists to derive conclusions about which formulas characterized possible compounds between substances. Molecular affinities. Question: why does one of the compounds between X and Y always contain X and Y in the weight ratio m, n? Answer. 1. Molecules of X contain J atoms, molecules of Y contain K atoms. 2. The valences of X and Y are. 3. The possible equations governing chemical reactions between X and Y are. 4. There is a compound Z between X and Y that has the atomic formula XPYQ. 5. The atomic weight of X is X, the atomic weight of Y is Y. 6. The weight ratio of X to Y and Z is Px, Qy. The filling instructions extend those of Dalton by requiring that J and K be natural numbers, that the valence relations should be specified in accordance with a particular scheme, and that be completed by presenting chemical. 107. Equations in a particular way. The classification demands that be obtained from and in accordance with the principles of balancing equations, and that be derived from by showing that the compound XPYQ be obtainable on the right-hand side of some equation in. As in the case of Dalton is to be derived from and. At this first stage, the attributions of valence are unexplained and there is no understanding of why the constraints hold. However, the original explanations of weight relationships in compounds are deepened, by showing regularities in the formulas underlying compounds. The next stage consists in the introduction of a shell model of the atom to explain the hitherto mysterious results about valences. From premises attributing shell structure to atoms, together with principles about ionic and covalent bonding, it is now possible to provide derivations of instances of. These derivations provide a deeper understanding of the conclusions than was given by the simple invocation of the concept of valence, because they show us in a unified way how the apparently arbitrary valence rules are generated. Moreover, the appeal to the model of the atom enables us to derive instances of from premises that characterize the composition of atoms in terms of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Shell filling. Question: why does one of the compounds between X and Y always contain X and Y in the weight ratio m, n? Answer. Molecules of X contain J atoms, molecules of Y contain K atoms. An unchanged arged atom of X contains G electrons, an unchanged arged atom of Y contains H electrons. The first incompletely filled shell level around an unchanged arged atom of X contains G1 electrons and G2 free places. The first incompletely filled shell level around an unchanged arged atom of Y contains H1 electrons and H2 free places. The combinations of atoms of X and Y that will achieve shell filling either through electron transfer or through electron sharing are. The valences of X and Y are. As for molecular affinities, the filling instructions extend those of molecular affinities in obvious ways. G, H, G1, G2, H1, H2 are required to be natural numbers and to satisfy relations imposed by the general theory of atomic structure. The classification demands that 2 be obtained from 2 in accordance with the principles of the shell model of atoms, and that 2 be derived from 2 using the principles of covalent and ionic bonding. 2 is simply a rewriting of 2 in what now is -108. Viewed as old-fashioned language. Can either be obtained from 2, as in molecular affinities, or directly from 2. Finally, the derivations from premises about shell filling can be embedded within quantum mechanical descriptions of atoms and the shell structures and possibilities of bond formation revealed as consequences of the stability of quantum mechanical systems. Although this is only mathematically tractable in the simplest examples, it does reveal the ideal possibility of a further extension of our explanatory derivations. What this very simple, preliminary account of the development of atomic chemistry shows is how we can formulate precisely the intuitive idea that Dalton outlined, a picture that was filled in much more detail by his successors. Of course, they improved on his chemistry in 2 distinct ways. One trend consisted in the replacement of his erroneous ideas about chemical formulae, and, in consequence, the production of true instantiations of his simple schema. The notion of explanatory progress involves the improvement of the schema itself. This line of development is seen in the move from Dalton to molecular affinities to shell filling and beyond to the account in terms of quantum chemistry. The example of Darwinian evolutionary biology, considered in Chapter 2, shows a similar progression. Some of Darwin's schemata were correct, others, such as the schema underlying those of his explanations in terms of disuse that require Lamarckian mechanisms of inheritance, have been discarded. Particularly interesting is the fate of the selection schema, simple individual selection, as we saw in section 7 of chapter 2. This is absorbed into Neo-Darwinian selection, a schema that offers a more articulated version of Darwin's picture of the workings of selection. That schema has been further completed in some of the work mentioned in section 8 of chapter 2. As in the Daltonian example, tracing the details of the relations among the schemata employed at successive stages enables us to make precise the idea that there is a cumulative process of extending, correcting, and articulating a basic picture of the order of some natural phenomena. 18. 4 distinct kinds of processes are at work in these examples of explanatory progress. First, we have the introduction of correct schemata, illustrated by the work of Dalton in recognizing the dependence of facts about the course. Underscore 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 of chemical reactions on the facts about atomic combination, and by Darwin's insight that distributions and relationships among contemporary organisms are dependent on the course of descent with modification. Second, we have the elimination of incorrect schemata, such as Darwin's appeals to the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Third, we find the generalization of schemata, rendering them able to deal correctly with a broader class of instances. Evolutionary theorists who appeal to classical individual selection alone are correct in identifying a certain type of dependence, but their proposals are less general and therefore less complete than those which allow for drift, migration, meiotic drive, inclusive fitness effects, developmental constraints, and so forth. Finally, there is explanatory extension, when the picture of dependencies is embedded within some larger scheme. The incorporation of Darwin's selectionist patterns within Neo-Darwinian selection and the embedding of atomic chemistry in quantum physics show this process at work. At the end of chapter 2, I suggested that the history of evolutionary biology does not show an indecisive alternation but something like cumulative progress. The goal of this section and its predecessor has been to make that judgment more precise. There do seem to be cumulative processes of specifiable kinds in my examples, as schemata are introduced, refined, generalized, and extended. But how typical are these examples? Am I cheating by simply drawing on periods that Kuhn would classify as belonging to normal science, and that other students of scientific change would rank in analogous categories? 19. My reply consists of a historical reminder and a promise. The historical reminder is to note that the periods over which I have traced the development of schemata not only are long but also span normal and revolutionary episodes. In each case, even if all schemata after the first can be assigned to a single normal scientific tradition, the introduction of the first marks a progressive step over the accounts previously available. The schemata introduced by Dalton, Mendel, and Darwin provide answers to the questions they address that identify correct dependencies unappreciated by their predecessors. Moreover, if one wants to extend the notion of normal science to cover the entire periods through which I trace the refinement, generalization, and extension of schemata, then it will be necessary to downplay the significance of revolutions in science. These periods are so large, and the processes I identify so prevalent, that normal science will be everywhere once a field attains maturity. But I do not want to claim too much for these examples. They serve to remind us of what scientists are sometimes brave enough to say, that domination of philosophical discussion by the vicissitudes of a few concepts from _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Theoretical physics needs to be balanced by consideration of cases in which progress seems much more assured. 20 Instead of dogmatically claiming that my view will generalize across all cases, let me offer a counter-question: how frequently do periods that do not exemplify the patterns I have discussed occur in the history of the sciences? This question leads me to my promise. At the end of the next chapter I shall explicitly discuss what seem to be the hard cases, the examples that critics of cumulative progress have turned to in an endeavor to expose the idea of explanatory losses. I conclude by offering an explicit account of explanatory progress. Continuing to waive the large metaphysical questions that I postponed earlier, let us suppose that a schema is correct if it identifies a class of dependent phenomena and specifies some of the entities and properties on which those phenomena depend. One schema is more complete than another just in case the former identifies a more inclusive set of relevant entities and properties, or the former is correct for a more inclusive class of dependent phenomena. One schema extends another if and only if a schematic premise of the latter is derived from the former. The extension is correct if the properties attributed to the entities in instances of the conclusion depend on the entities and properties referred to in the corresponding instances of the premises. The historical examples I have discussed involve introduction of correct schemata, elimination of incorrect schemata, replacement of less complete with more complete schemata, and correct explanatory extension. The following definition brings together the facets of explanatory progress in a straightforward fashion. P2 is explanatorily progressive with respect to P1 just in case the explanatory schemata of P2 agree with the explanatory schemata of P1 except in one or more cases of one or more of the following kinds. P2 contains a correct schema that does not occur in P1. P1 contains an incorrect schema that does not occur in P2. P2 contains a more complete version of a schema that occurs in P1. P2 contains a schema that correctly extends a schema of P1. Making explanatory progress in this sense advances our goal of recognizing the structure of natural phenomena. 21A suggestive is to think of the work of children engaged on a large and complex jigsaw puzzle. Subregions of the puzzle correspond to the structure of dependencies among a particular class of phenomena. Identifying correct schemata is analogous to fitting a few pieces together. The correction of schemata corresponds to scrapping faulty efforts at fitting pieces. The completion and extension of schemata consist in putting the pieces already fitted into larger chunks of the puzzle. The ultimate aim, of course, is to complete the picture. 6. Derivative notions. Significant questions arise against the background of the ordering of the phenomena captured in our explanatory schemata. There are two main ways in which significance can accrue to a question: generating application questions and presuppositional questions, respectively. Application questions are generated from projects of finding particular instantiations of the available schemata. Presuppositional questions investigate the conditions that must obtain if available schemata are to be instantiated. In the early stages after a new schema has been introduced into consensus practice, almost all instantiations of it are important. Thus, in the early 19th century, chemists committed to Dalton's atomic theory regarded any problem of understanding the weight relations among compounds as significant. Because solutions to these problems required them to make judgments about the chemical formulae of compounds, the question of how to assign chemical formulae and to discriminate among proposed formulae obtained derivative significance. Similarly, in the years after the publication of The Origin, naturalists set to work to find convincing instantiations of Darwin's underscore 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 schemata, choosing questions for their apparent tractability and illustrative power. But once a field has established a set of paradigm answers to application questions, further instantiations of its schemata are no longer on a par. Many questions to which an available schema could be directed are not regarded as significant because the record of success in instantiating the schema gives everyone confidence that they could be answered, and the task of grinding out the details looks like hack work. The credentials of the schema are well attested by the roster of paradigm answers, and the questions that now appear significant are those that seem to involve special difficulties of producing instantiations. These questions raise the hope that when they are answered the community will obtain corrected, completed, or extended schemata. They are intrinsically significant. Other projects of application may be inspired by the needs of other fields. Questions arising in one field may be instrumentally significant because answers to them are needed for addressing some question of intrinsic significance for another field. Intrinsic significance, I have suggested, often accrues to those questions that seem hard to answer, questions that challenge the ingenuity of a scientist. So, for example, the problem of altruism has loomed large in discussions of the evolution of behavior precisely because there were, until recently, good reasons for wondering how behavioral traits that appear to detract from the reproductive success of their bearers could be maintained in an animal population. When one of the explanatory schemata of a practice is intended to apply to phenomena, including some for which there are good reasons for believing that no instance of some premise of the schema is true, then there is a significant scientific question of showing how to instantiate the schema, how to complete it, or how to differentiate the problematic instances. Application questions can be inspired by the promise of explanatory extension as well as by the prospect of producing a more complete schema. Presuppositional questions arise when instantiations of some accepted schema presuppose the truth of some controversial claim. 22 Darwin's selectionist schemata presupposed that the variation in natural populations could be maintained in reproduction. This lent considerable significance to the question of offering an account of variation and hereditary transmission that would show if the presupposition is true. That question was finally answered in the 1930s through the efforts of Fisher, Wright, Dobbs-Hansky, and others. Presuppositional questions have also inspired important research traditions in other areas of science. Consider the schema that extends molecular affinities, shell filling. That schema presupposes that it is possible for stable underscore 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 atoms to satisfy the conditions of the Bohr model and generates the question of understanding how atoms meeting these conditions can avoid the kinds of collapse that would be expected from the principles of classical electromagnetic theory. In these examples, the presuppositions of the schemata are problematic in that there are apparently cogent arguments from plausible premises, available to proponents of the practice, that seem to show that the presuppositions are false. What are required are a demonstration of the possibility of the problematic presuppositions and a diagnosis of the flaw in the apparently persuasive reasoning. Combining this idea with the earlier discussion of application questions, we can say that questions are intrinsically significant when answers to them would exhibit the possibility of instantiating an accepted schema, or would exhibit the possibility of instantiating an accepted schema in apparently problematic instances, or would show the possibility of some problematic presupposition of an accepted schema. Questions are instrumentally significant when answers to them would answer some intrinsically significant question of some other field or answer some instrumentally significant question of some other field. The account of significance I have offered is best seen as outlining the idea of an apparently significant question. Relative to a set of schemata, certain questions should be regarded as significant because they demand instantiations for those schemata, or instantiations in apparently difficult cases, or demonstrations of the possibility of problematic presuppositions. We can say that a consensus practice is erotetically well grounded if the questions to which it assigns significance are indeed those that are significant relative to its schemata. Genuinely significant questions are those that are significant relative to correct schemata. We make erotetic progress when we have an erotetically well-grounded consensus practice in which we pose genuinely significant questions that were not previously asked. Scientists often describe some fields, especially those that are regarded as most exciting, by suggesting that they now know how to pose the right questions. A concept of erotetic progress should capture such descriptions. Sometimes erotetic progress can be a byproduct of conceptual progress. Priestley's questions about the role of dephlogisticated air in various reactions are better formulated as questions about oxygen. On other occasions, as I have suggested in the last paragraph, incorporation of new explanatory schemata generates new genuinely significant questions. A striking example here is Darwin's initial introduction of his evolutionary schemata, which gave rise to a host of new application and presuppositional questions. However, there is a further facet of erotetic progress that has not yet been made explicit. We make progress by posing more tractable questions. Scientific fields typically begin with big, vague questions. The introduction of explanatory schemata structures are large, cloudy wonderings, by Sugg. 114. Jesting new, more precise inquiries for us to undertake. Little of significance is achieved unless we have realistic hopes of answering these new questions. Thus, while atomists before Dalton had offered a correct schema, their explanatory pattern was so imprecise that it failed to furnish tractable questions of application. Sometimes, we can make erotetic progress not only by adding significant new questions but by decomposing some of the significant questions of prior practice. Consider, for example, how the enterprise of finding instantiations of neo-Darwinian selection generates subsidiary questions within contemporary evolutionary biology. To complete an account of the maintenance of a trait under natural selection, one needs to be able to identify population structure, to assign selection coefficients, and to measure genetic variation. Thus, for example, questions of the form, "What is the fitness of T for members of G in environment E?" become derivatively significant. Particular instances of such questions generate further investigations. If it seems that measuring the fitnesses of organisms of a particular species is tractable, then scientists will bestow significance on questions about identification of certain types, assignment of organisms as offspring of others, measurements of fecundity, and so forth. Significance can ultimately accrue to quite technical, practical, and limited questions. How do you form a reliable estimate of the number of offspring produced by an ant colony? Precisely because those questions stand at the terminus of a chain of inquiries, each of which derives significance from its predecessor. In general, we can think of the significant questions of a field of science as hierarchically organized and represented by trees. At the vertex of each tree is some central question of the field, addressed by one of the most general schemata. Along each path, successive questions are generated because the provision of answers to them would aid in the resolution of a predecessor. 24. At this stage, it is possible to broach an issue that may, quite reasonably, underscore 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 appear bothersome. Close attention to my account of correctness of explanatory schemata and to the implications of will reveal that it is possible to have practices P1, P2 such that neither the transition from P1 to P2 nor the transition from P2 to P1 would count as explanatorily progressive. 4. While P may first lack a correct explanatory schema present in P2, it may also contain a correct explanatory schema absent in P2. Nor is this merely a logical possibility. Devotees of the alleged phenomenon of Kuhn loss will insist that major shifts in science often involve the abandonment of explanatory insights that later developments in the field will re-establish. While Newton introduced the idea of deriving conclusions about accelerations from premises specifying the forces acting, he gave up the Aristotelian grounding of forces in the geometrical structure of space, an explanatory proposal that was later recovered by Einstein. Lavoisier's new chemistry sacrificed the possibility of accounting for the combustibility of the metals, which had been successfully undertaken by proponents of the phlogiston theory and which would be recaptured in the 20th century accounts of chemical bonding. I shall not pursue these examples in detail here, but simply outline a solution to the problem of understanding the shifts from Aristotle to Newton and from Priestley to Lavoisier as progressive. Suppose we grant that Aristotle had a correct schema that was abandoned in Newtonian practice, and that Newton introduced a new correct schema that Aristotle had lacked. From the perspective of, then, Aristotle and Newton cannot be ranked for progressiveness. 25 Nonetheless, we may still score a considerable advance in erotetic terms by recognizing that the significant questions that are abandoned in the shift from Aristotle to Newton are intractable, while that transition introduces a host of new significant questions. Indeed, we might even maintain that the possibility of decomposing the imprecise Aristotelian questions requires the prior posing of the tractable Newtonian problems. 26. The view I have sketched can easily be motivated by using the homely analogy that I introduced in dealing with explanatory progress. The task of arriving at a correct account of the structure of nature may require us sometimes to abandon primitive explanatory insights, just as, in solving certain kinds of puzzles, pieces that actually fit together, and will eventually be rejoined, may have to be taken apart to permit the assembly of large configurations. If the sympathetic accounts of underscore 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 the achievements of Aristotle and Priestley are correct, then this approach seems to me to offer a satisfying diagnosis of what was progressive in the transitions to Newton and Lavoisier, respectively. The losses were vague insights that could not be articulated at that stage in the development of science. The gains, in both instances, were correct explanatory schemata that generated significant, tractable, questions, and the process of addressing those questions ultimately led to a recapturing of what was lost. Even if these transitions do not exhibit explanatory progress, they show erotetic progress. 27. Once we have the concept of a significant question at our disposal, it is relatively simple to understand progressiveness with respect to other components of practice. Instruments and experimental techniques are valued because they enable us to answer significant questions. 28. One instrument may do everything another does and more besides. If so, then we make instrumental progress by adopting a practice in which the former instrument replaces the latter. Making this conception of progress precise requires us to look more carefully at progress in the set of accepted statements. If we know what counts as improving the set of accepted statements, then we can characterize instrumental and experimental progress by recognizing the increased power of instruments and techniques to deliver improved statements. We make progress with respect to the set of accepted statements in a number of ways. Sometimes, scientists eliminate falsehood in favor of truth, abandon the insignificant, add significant truths, or reconceptualize already accepted truths. Moreover, as I shall suggest in the next section, they often replace statements that are further from the truth with those that are closer to the truth. I shall start with the apparently naive idea that part of scientific progress consists in accepting statements that are both significant and true. Underscore 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 underscore. Philosophical reticence about the attainment of significant truth is the result of a failure of nerve, induced by thinking about the problem in a faulty way. Beguiled by the notion that scientific significance accrues only to systems of generalizations theories, conceived as axiomatic deductive systems, the problem is framed first in terms of the truth of very general axioms. A pessimistic induction on the history of science instills a conviction that these axioms cannot be strictly true. 29. So the best we can hope to achieve is, apparently, Scientific systems that are close to the truth. Popperian moves to find measures of truth content become inviting at this juncture, and we are plunged into a technical morass of comparing the sizes of infinite sets of true and false consequences. Tradition takes a misguided view of significance and so brings truth into the picture in far too ambitious a way, framing the crucial issues in terms of truth for whole theories. My approach circumvents these difficulties by offering a quite different view of scientific significance. A significant statement is a potential answer to a significant question. What we strive for, when we can get them, are true significant statements, that is, true answers to significant questions. Sometimes, and with differing frequencies in different sciences, those statements are universal generalizations. However, there are important fields of science in which exceptionless generalizations are not sought. Consider some examples. DNA molecules consist of two helical strands, wound around one another in opposite directions. Is this statement true? Is it a universal generalization? What makes it significant? Molecular biologists would surely count the statement as among the most significant truths enunciated in the past half-century. But if the statement is construed as a strictly universal generalization, it is immediately clear that it is false. Not all DNAs are found in double helical form. Contemporary molecular biology makes considerable use of single-stranded DNA. The existence of such molecules is not at all at odds with the intended interpretation of the original statement, which offered a restricted generalization about the DNA molecules typically found in cells in nature throughout most of the phases of the life of the cell. The restricting conditions are not formulated precisely, and, I suspect, nobody knows how to formulate them precisely. Nevertheless, the statement is both significant and true. Significant because it answers the significant question, what is the structure of the genetic material? True because counter instances such as the one I have mentioned fall outside its intended scope. Sometimes significant statements are even more obviously particular. Consider part of Western California is at the junction of two plates that slide past one another. Gangs of male Florida scrub jays are sometimes able underscore 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 to expand the territories in which they reside. Such statements obtain their significance from the role they play in answering significant questions. Is an important part of an answer to the question, why is there an earthquake zone in Western California? Similarly, plays a role in answering the question, why do male Florida scrub jays often return to the parental nest and assist in the feeding of siblings? Since, as detailed research on these birds makes clear, there are beneficial consequences for inclusive fitness not only in providing relief for overworked parents but also in increasing the possibility of gaining a territory by imperialist expansion. 30. Is it reasonable to believe that all the particular statements that fill contemporary scientific journals will endure as parts of the consensus practices of future fields of science? No. But the main problem is not with truth but with significance. If you turn to the pages of Nature 50 years ago, they will present conclusions that are sometimes, by our lights, oddly formulated but substantially correct conclusions, however, that no longer seem to be significant. Many of them never became part of consensus practice. Others enjoyed a brief career in consensus before being discarded. Why does this occur? Because the explanatory schemata of a practice generate significant primary questions, which spawn derivative questions. Answering an appropriate sequence of the latter is seen as a way to address the former. Not all routes succeed. A community striving to answer Q formulates the strategy of doing so by tackling Q1, Q2, and Q3. The initial answer to Q1 is hailed as significant, but then the endeavor becomes stuck. Ultimately another route to answering Q is found and successfully exploited, and the answer to Q1 disappears from consensus practice. Moreover, even attaining the answer to a primary significant question by solving some derivative problems may not endure as a permanent achievement. The same work may be done more decisively or more elegantly by later scientists. Consensus practice is economical. The exemplary studies of one generation can be displaced by better exemplars. 31. Underscore 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 underscore. Part of the story of progress in the set of accepted statements is that it consists in eliminating falsehood in favor of truth, eliminating the merely apparently significant in terms of the genuinely significant, and using improved language to reformulate antecedently enunciated significant truths. Significant instruments and experimental techniques enable us to make progress in the statements we accept. We make progress in our methodological principles by formulating strategies that give us greater chances of making conceptual progress, explanatory progress, erotetic progress, or progress in the statements we accept. However, this is only part of the story. It is time to fill an obvious gap. 7. Verisimilitude. The friends of verisimilitude rise up to protest. Not all scientific statements are true. They are right. Moreover, we sometimes make progress by improving the statements we accept, even though we do not attain truth. For all my efforts to avoid it, are we not finally stuck with the old problem of verisimilitude? That problem has two parts. The first part concerns the search for exceptionless generalizations. Some sciences do offer exceptionless generalizations, and truth for such statements is typically harder to come by. However, there are some circumstances under which we naturally rank later generalizations as closer to the truth than earlier ones. Consider, for example, the bare neo-Darwinian statement popular in the early days of critical thinking about group selection that alleles disposing their bearers to forms of behavior that would aid others at costs to themselves would be selected against. For present purposes we can focus on two complicating conditions. If the allele is associated with a disposition to favor only kin, it may be maintained in the population through inclusive fitness effects. If there is a structured population in which groups found descendant groups at different rates, dependent on internal conditions that are fostered by the presence of altruists, then, provided that the group founding process goes forward quickly enough, the altruistic alleles can be maintained. 32. Now we can formulate three generalizations. Altruistic alleles are always opposed by natural selection. Altruistic alleles are always opposed by natural selection except when there is an offsetting inclusive fitness effect. Altruistic alleles are always opposed by natural selection except when there is a sufficiently strong effect from population structure. Underscore 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 underscore. Significance because of their import for resolving debates within biology and geology about the age of the Earth. Significance can sometimes be serendipitous. And group founding. A natural evaluation of these generalizations is to declare that the first is relatively close to the truth, that the second and third are closer to the truth than the first, and that the second and third are incomparable. However, anyone who assessed both the second and third as being closer to the truth than the original generalization would be able to construct a fourth generalization. Altruistic alleles are opposed by natural selection except when there is either an inclusive fitness effect or a population structure effect, and this would be ranked as closer to the truth than either the second or the third. One can generate these results by appealing to the classical notion of verisimilitude. 33. In general, if there is a class A whose members have property B except under rare conditions C, D, then the generalization all A's are B will be relatively close to the truth. We will move closer to the truth by restricting the generalization to exclude one or more of the exceptional cases and adding a true generalization about the properties of those A's that are subject to the exceptional condition. 34. In cases where there are partial treatments of the exceptions, it is possible to combine them to produce a more inclusive account of the exceptions and so to improve on either of the partially successful generalizations. Some cases, then, are equally unproblematic, either on my account or on traditional approaches to verisimilitude. Other kinds of comparisons are also easily made, Some generalizations are preferable to others because they embody conceptual advances or because they figure in improved explanatory schemata. The residual context in which talk of verisimilitude is attractive can be studied by confronting a problem that arises for particular statements. As I have emphasized, success in achieving exceptionless generalizations is by no means a sine qua non for good science. There are successful sciences in which accepted explanatory schemata contain full sentences. In the Newtonian schema for giving explanations of motions in terms of underlying forces, for example, Newton's second law occurs. There are also successful sciences in whose schemata there are no such full sentences. Darwinian evolutionary biology has served us as an example. The difficulties of achieving truth do not only arise when we generalize, nor do they always beset our generalizations. Chemistry has arrived at NR. Underscore 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 underscore. Mao's numbers of true generalizations about the molecular structures of particular chemical substances, starting with Cavendish's poorly formulated, but correct, account of the composition of water. Conversely, in our ascriptions of values to magnitudes, we know very well that we are likely to make mistakes. The concept of verisimilitude seems to find a natural application here. Imagine that an early scientist refers to a physical object and assigns a real number r as the value of a magnitude of that object. Later, another scientist assigns the value r. Let the actual value be r. Assume that r and r are both different from r. What both scientists say is false. But we feel a strong temptation to say that the utterance of the later scientist is closer to the truth than that of the earlier scientist, a temptation grounded in the simple fact that R, RLR, R. There is no need for any very complex notion of verisimilitude to do justice to cases like this. Even though we admit that both statements are false, there is an obvious respect in which the later statement is superior to the earlier one. Both statements assigned a value to a physical quantity, and one of the assigned values was closer to the actual value than was the other. Instead of trying to achieve a linguistic ordering of statements, we let the world do the work of ordering for us. The philosophical problems of understanding progress are resolved by appreciating the multidimensionality of scientific practice, and thus focusing on truth for individual significant statements. Once this is done, the artificial problems that have been at the focus of much logically ingenious work on verisimilitude can be bypassed. 35. Philosophers concerned with the history of science may applaud my dismissal of artificial puzzles, but they are likely to offer a different type of protest. How does my account handle the really difficult cases in which rival theorists both seem to have different pieces of the truth? If I am allowed my approach to conceptual progress, then the comparison of Newton and Einstein does indeed turn on a simple comparison of generalizations. But how do we compare rival approaches to the character of light? Was Fresnel's assertion that light is a wave closer to the truth than the corpuscularian claims of some of his contemporaries? 36. My total account of scientific progress should be able to compare rival practices in optics. That does not entail that I am committed to the task of saying whether Fresnel's light is a wave is closer to the truth than Brewster's light is a stream of particles. Recall the motivation for the project of this section. Practices have many dimensions. Along one dimension, we underscore 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 can ask whether the set of accepted statements of one practice is progressive with respect to the set of accepted statements of another practice. That inquiry might be undertaken by considering whether Fresnel replaced significant falsehoods or insignificant truths with significant truths, or, using the ideas presented in this section, we might consider whether Fresnel's magnitude ascriptions were closer to the actual values than Brewster's. The account of progress I am offering is thus key to investigating the fine structure of what Fresnel and Brewster wrote and said, and to resisting the comparison of slogans. Light is a wave and light is a particle are, at best, gross advertisements for the two practices, slogans to be traded in the opening moments of debate. Difficult cases can easily be manufactured for an account of progress by pressing the concept of verisimilitude where it should not be applied, or, more generally, insisting that progressiveness be gauged along some particular dimension. My account of verisimilitude does not allow us to rank light as a wave versus light as a particle. Nor should it, for there is no plausibility in the claim that one of these is closer to the truth than the other. But my total account of progress does allow us to assess the practices of Fresnel and Brewster, enabling us to see that Fresnel made conceptual and explanatory advances, that he was able to answer correctly significant questions that Brewster could not. 37 We can loosely sum up all these advances by suggesting that the wave theory propounded by Fresnel was closer to the truth than Brewster's corpuscular theory, but this is only shorthand for a complex of relations of the types I have been at pains to characterize throughout this chapter, not a claim about the restricted notion of verisimilitude that figures in part of the story. In the light of this section we can refine the account of instrumental and experimental progress. Very frequently in the daily practice of a science, there is a significant question of the form, what is the value of X for S? There are instruments and techniques designed to answer classes of such questions. An instrument or technique improves on an earlier instrument or technique if the values that it generates are closer to the actual values than those given by the earlier experiment or technique. But is it not possible that an instrument or technique could yield better results in some instances but worse results in others? Of course. Geologists know very well that certain kinds of isotopes are better for dating some types of rocks, other isotopes more reliable in other cases. The experimental practice of radiometric dating uses a motley of techniques precisely because there is no all-purpose decay process that can be used on all rock samples. Geologists combine separate approaches to fashion a mixture of techniques that will apply across underscore 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 the entire domain they hope to investigate. The claim that experimental practice is progressive rests on the idea that the mixture of instruments and techniques now employed yields in each case a value that is at least as close to the actual value as that previously generated, or, if there are exceptions, that these are either rare, insignificant, or both. 8. Refinements. The account offered so far is deficient in two main respects. First, as noted in section 1, I have sidestepped problems posed by the splitting and merging of fields. Second, in the last two sections I have overemphasized the goal of attaining truth and neglected the important role played by idealizing theories. The present section will attempt to set these defects right. When fields of science split, merge, or hybridize, comparisons among practices cannot properly be made by considering only a single ancestor and a single descendant. Evidently, if we compare an earlier undifferentiated practice of chemistry with a later practice of inorganic chemistry, we shall expect there to be losses. The obvious remedy is to consider total practice at the earlier and the later times. We can construct a map of the state of science at a time, and, for each ancestral field, identify its successor fields at the later time. Then we assess progress within a field by seeing whether the combined practice of the successor fields is progressive with respect to the practice of the ancestral field. Alternatively, we can take an ancestor-descendant unit to be generated in the following way: start with some ancestral field and identify all its successors. Now consider all those fields which are ancestral to some one of the successors already picked out. Next, take each of the ancestral fields already singled out in the unit, and include all successors. Iterate the process until no new fields are introduced. Progress is then assessed within ancestor-descendant units by comparing the combined practices of the successor fields in the unit with the combined practice of the ancestral fields. But this does not yet address one of the most significant aspects of the splitting and merging of fields, to wit the fact that the large-scale organization of scientific activity itself reflects a conception of the order of nature and that changes in this conception may be progressive. Here Kuhn is suggestive, using the histories of the physical sciences to show how some changes are not so much modifications within existing fields as redrawings of the map of science. We can accommodate the idea of organizational progress, conceived as improvement of the accepted relations among the sciences, by extending our view of consensus practice, of conceptual, explanatory, and erotetic progress. I shall suppose that the consensus practice of a field includes some claims about the relationship of the phenomena of the field to phenomena studied by other fields, and that, in the fashion discussed in section 11 of the last chapter, we may combine these partial views to a broad consensus vision of 124. The structure of nature. This broad consensus vision underlies the organization of scientific inquiry, recognizing certain problems and projects as connected with one another and granting authority to a subgroup of the community which tackles the problems and pursues the projects. Organizational changes may redraw boundaries, modify ideas about the dependencies of fields on others, or incorporate methods of one field into those of another. All these kinds of change can contribute to varieties of progress that have already been described. The redrawing of boundaries may constitute conceptual progress, revision of claims about dependency can be explanatorily progressive, and integration of concepts and methods from one discipline sometimes provides strikingly more tractable versions of old problems, thus counting as erotetic progress. Examples are ready to hand, in Maxwell's unification of the theories of electricity, magnetism, and light, in the incorporation of the theory of the chemical bond within atomic physics, and in the development of economic models in ecology. Let us now turn to the second deficiency that I diagnosed earlier. One of the most obvious features of some sciences is their employment of idealizations. The generalizations of phenomenological thermodynamics, of the kinetic theory of gases, of statistical mechanics, are not, strictly speaking, true. 38. Nonetheless, it is entirely legitimate to hold that physics made progress by first achieving the phenomenological generalizations, then those of kinetic theory, then those of statistical mechanics. Using the ideas of the last section, we can recognize the progress of thermodynamics by suggesting that successive generalizations specify functions that are closer to those actually involved in the dependencies of various quantities. There is nothing wrong with this as far as it goes. However, it fails to recognize a certain aspect of the progress of thermodynamics. The goal of the enterprise is not to advance a set of generalizations that are exactly true. Start with a distinction. The statements of phenomenological thermodynamics, of kinetic theory, and of statistical mechanics are rightly counted as false when we interpret the terms that occur in them as referring to actual magnitudes of actual gases or of actual molecules. However, if we conceive of the reference of those terms as fixed through stipulation, a molecule of an ideal gas is to be a Newtonian point particle that engages in perfectly elastic collisions, and so forth, then the theories in question can be seen as simply elaborating the consequences of these stipulations. To use an old terminology, the statements are true by convention. As I have argued elsewhere, when Quinian morals are properly understood, there is room for truth by convention. What? Underscore 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 is important is that the conventions should be grounded in appreciation of aspects of reality. In the present context, the grounding is readily specified. Thermodynamics made progress by recognizing first that there are important relationships among the temperature, volume, and pressure of actual samples of actual gases, that these relationships can be complicated in various ways, but that the behavior of actual gas samples can be predicted and explained by comparing them with entities in a story. Later, physicists made progress by recognizing that the properties of actual gases are dependent upon the mechanical interactions among the molecules of which they are composed. They saw that the task of describing these molecular interactions would prove formidably complex if the sizes of the particles and the possibilities of inelastic collisions were taken into account. Once again, the actual behavior of gases could be understood by comparing actual gases with the characters in a story. The story preserves the new insight into explanatory dependence, the dependence of thermodynamic properties on mechanical properties of molecules, while providing a simple way of highlighting the most important features of the dependence. In the kinetic theory, we find an idealized version of part of the actual explanatory dependence. Statistical mechanics provides a more complete story. In general, I propose that we view idealizing theories as true in virtue of conventions, and that we regard the conventions as grounded in a double achievement. The first part of the achievement is to recognize a hitherto unappreciated explanatory dependence. The second part is to see that the form of explanatory dependence can be articulated in detail by forgetting about some entities or properties that complicate the actual situations. Fields in which we do not idealize are those in which we aim to develop the explanatory dependence by using statements that are strictly true. Idealization is an appropriate substitute when we appreciate that the search for exact truth would bury our insights about explanatory dependence in a mass of unmanageable complications. 5. Realism and scientific progress. 1. Facing the music. The account of scientific progress that I presented in the last chapter promises old-fashioned virtues. It offers a broadly realist view of science. Scientists find out things about a world that is independent of human cognition, they advance true statements, use concepts that conform to natural divisions, develop schemata that capture objective dependencies. Realism is suspect in many quarters, not only among those who are skeptical about the progressiveness of science but also for champions of alternative accounts of scientific progress. 1. I shall not attempt to survey the varieties of realism that have figured in the recent philosophical literature, nor to relate my own account to the realist proposals of others. Suffice it to say that realism is a doctrine with many sections. The aim of this chapter is to investigate lines of criticism that have been developed against other broadly realist proposals, and to show that we can enjoy the old-fashioned virtues of my account of progress without abandoning important recent insights about the growth of science. It is useful to divide my project into 3 main tasks. First, it will prove necessary to respond to those objections that question the coherence of the notions I employ, in particular the coherence of the realist conception of truth. Second, I must answer arguments designed to show that there is no viable account of knowledge that will fit with the claims of the previous chapter, that my picture of contemporary science as advancing truths about the world cannot be defended. Finally, even if the attempts at impossibility prove underscore 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 1. Thus many contemporary sociologists of science, Bloor, Barnes, Collins, Chapin, Latour, Pickering, and others, will surely find my account of progress incredible, and see this as just another inevitable failure in the sequence of attempts to understand progress in science. Others, such as Lawton, Kuhn, and Van Frassen, will object to my realism but will suppose that an account of scientific progress can be given if it is framed in different terms. In some cases, members of both groups will offer the same criticisms, but it is always good to recall that the conclusions that they draw from the criticisms are not the same. 2. For some of the varieties, see the excellent anthology. Jared Laplin's introduction provides extensive coverage of the similarities and differences among rival views. 127. Can be blocked. It remains to show that an account of scientific knowledge can be developed. As will become apparent, there are many presentations of critiques of realism in which different kinds of objections blend. A criticism that begins by questioning the coherence of realism can shift to a demand for understanding how we can know that what scientists say is true. A specific objection to the possibility of certain kinds of knowledge may conclude with a challenge to provide a full account of knowledge. This chapter will take up criticisms of the first 2 kinds, endeavoring to defend the coherence of the realist concepts I employ and to turn back particular attacks on the possibility of attaining truth. The more ambitious task of advancing an account of scientific reasoning and scientific knowledge will occupy the next 3 chapters. Because of the blurring of boundaries among the types of objection, the treatment of some topics, for example, worries about underdetermination and theory-ladenness will be incomplete. I can only promise that more will come later. The challenges I shall consider can be distilled into a sequence of questions. Is it coherent to suppose that the sciences aim at and attain the truth? How can we know that we are making progress in any of the senses that I have delineated? Doesn't induction on the past history of the sciences reveal to us that our current beliefs are overwhelmingly likely to be wrong? Doesn't the history of the sciences show that the aims that scientists set for their enterprise vary from period to period? Can I avoid a naive realism that takes us to have direct access to the facts about nature, unmediated by background theory? Isn't my account subverted by the fact that our system of beliefs results from interactions among people who negotiate what is to be accepted? Does that account lead to an untenable form of realism in which it is assumed that nature has a determinate categorical and causal structure, the kind of mind-independent structure that has been dubious ever since Hume? I shall take up these objections in turn. 2. Rehabilitating truth. Truth can seem commonplace, or utterly mysterious, depending on perspective. One type of concern about the kind of account of scientific progress I outlined in Chapter 4 proceeds by making appeals to truth look grandiose, even mystical. It is well to start by reminding ourselves of humbler uses of the idea. Semantic facts concern the relation between language users and nature. In virtue of the state of the language user and the state of the rest of the world, there is sometimes a relation, the relation of reference between the words spoken or written and items in the world. In consequence, the statement represents the world as being some particular way. The statement is true just in case the way in which the world is represented is the way it really is. 128. Philosophical concerns about truth, about the coherence of the notion of truth and of supposing that the sciences aim at truth, arise from this picture. Kuhn's own, highly influential, suspicions about talk of truth touch on some venerable questions. One often hears that successive theories grow ever closer to, or approximate more and more closely to, the truth. Apparently generalizations like that refer not to the puzzle solutions and the concrete predictions derived from a theory but rather to its ontology, to the match, that is, between the entities with which the theory populates nature and what is really there. Perhaps there is some other way of salvaging the notion of truth for application to whole theories, but this one will not do. There is, I think, no theory-independent way to reconstruct phrases like really there. The notion of a match between the ontology of a theory and its real counterpart in nature now seems to me elusive in principle. Besides, as a historian, I am impressed with the implausibility of the view. I do not doubt, for example, that Newton's mechanics improves on Aristotle's and that Einstein's improves on Newton's as instruments for puzzle solving. But I can see in their succession no coherent direction of ontological development. On the contrary, in some important respects, though by no means in all, Einstein's general theory of relativity is closer to Aristotle's than either of them is to Newton's. This passage is both highly suggestive, and, I shall argue, deeply puzzling in certain respects. Kuhn contends that a certain philosophical project, the project of salvaging the notion of truth for application to whole theories, is doomed. That project is abandoned in the account of scientific progress that I have given. But I do demand things that Kuhn seems disinclined to concede, to wit the conceptions of successful reference, adequate reference potentials, correct explanatory schemata, true statements, and improved false statements. All of these rely on the notion of a match between the scientist's representation of the world and what is really there, a match Kuhn takes to be elusive. Thus the first big issue, the one that will occupy us for this section, is whether we can make sense of the idea that conceptual/linguistic items match elements of reality. 3. Kuhn continues by offering a different type of objection, one that tries to undercut our practice of claiming a match between our representations of nature and nature itself by pointing to large transitions in the history of science. As I shall try to show, the alleged instability of our conceptions. underscore 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 of nature, supported by the invocation of Aristotle, Newton, and Einstein, leads into questions about the proper degree of pessimism we should have concerning our apparent achievements and about the problem of losses in the history of science. Yet the exact force of Kuhn's criticisms is rendered unclear by his apparent sensitivity to the facets of science that motivate my account. Kuhn and I concur in avoiding the extremely global idioms that are employed in most discussions of progress, and Kuhn even seems inclined to limit his thesis to castigating truth for whole theories. Why does he separate the puzzle solutions and the concrete prediction? Why does he contend that later theories in mechanics improve on their predecessors as instruments for puzzle solving? Could it be that, at the level of individual statements, Kuhn is prepared to permit talk of truth and of approach to the truth? If so, how does such discourse avoid presupposing a match that is elusive in principle? If not, what exactly is a puzzle solution and what does it mean for puzzle solving to improve? For Kuhn's view of progress appears to be directed at articulating some of the modes of progress discussed in the previous chapter. Yet there is an obvious drawing back, which ultimately generates a conception seemingly at odds with itself. Why? What is so bad about the idea of correspondence to reality? The correspondence theory of truth is often held to involve extravagant metaphysics, but, I claim, its roots lie in our everyday practices. 5. We explain. Underscore 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 underscore. 4. There is a general moral here. While truth is frequently dismissed sternly at the front door, it often seems to be warmly received at the back. Consider, for example, Lawton's attempt to explicate progress in terms of puzzle solving. Despite the centrality of the notion of puzzle solution to his discussion, Lawton says virtually nothing about what counts as solving a puzzle. There seem to be several possibilities: something is a puzzle solution if it works, something is a puzzle solution if sufficiently many members of the community count it as a puzzle solution, something is a puzzle solution if it is warranted to count it as a puzzle solution. The challenge for is to explain what it means for something to work without presupposing some truth-like concept. This is not an easy task when the puzzles are closely linked to practical concerns, and it becomes very hard when we consider the kinds of conceptual puzzles that occur in the theoretical reaches of the sciences. Option seems to collapse Lawton's position directly into the kind of relativism he intends to avoid, and poses the challenge of how to understand the notion of warrant without taking the concept of truth for granted. 5. The most sophisticated attempts to make correspondence truth seem mysterious and metaphysical are made in a more general context than that of the philosophy of science. I shall not provide a detailed rejoinder to them here for two reasons. First, dissatisfaction with legend and with scientific progress stems from simpler though related considerations, and exploration of more purely philosophical arguments would lead into issues remote from my central themes. Second, if the general attacks launched by Putnam were successful, my account of progress and predict the behavior of our fellows by attributing to them states with propositional content. We explain and predict the differential successes of our fellows in coping with the world by supposing that there are relations between the elements of their representations and independent objects. Those with correct beliefs about spatial relations can navigate their way more successfully than those who have faulty beliefs, and they can do so because their beliefs correspond to the ways in which the constituents of the local environment are arranged. Simple psychological ideas form part of the explanation of everyday behavior. Simple semantical ideas, added to those simple psychological ideas, explain the consequences of behavior. 6. Correspondence truth, I suggest, begins at home. Few are born anti-realists, and those who achieve anti-realism typically do so because it is thrust upon them by arguments they feel unable to answer. In the present instance, the arguments derive from the denial of the theory-independent perspective. Kuhn's sympathy for this line of criticism is suggested in his phraseology. There is no theory-independent way to reconstruct phrases like really there. The notion of a match between the ontology of a theory and its real counterpart in nature now seems to me elusive in principle. Now it is, of course, right to insist that any description of what is really there, however abstract we try to make our formulation, will presuppose some language, some conceptualization of nature. Equally, if one thinks of a match between cognitive/linguistic items and independent nature as requiring some possible process of matching, then, because there is no Archimedean point from which both sides can be viewed, the notion of match will come to seem elusive. The common root of both ideas is that we have no access to nature which does not involve some elements of some scientific practice, a point which is uncontroversial once one has recognized that the categories and beliefs of common sense are themselves parts of primitive scientific practices. 7. But why should this doom the idea that there is something independent of us to which we have access through processes that are dependent on the state of current science/common sense? Underscore 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 underscore. The move from the theory dependence of our perception of nature to the theory dependence of nature is apparent in Kuhn's discussion of Priestley and Lavoisier. At the very least, as a result of discovering oxygen, Lavoisier saw nature differently. And in the absence of some recourse to that hypothetical fixed nature that he saw differently, the principle of economy will urge us to say that after discovering oxygen Lavoisier worked in a different world. Realists have their preferred picture of what happened to Lavoisier. There was a constant fixed nature. As a result of a series of interactions with this nature, Lavoisier's cognitive system underwent some changes. In consequence, his subsequent interactions with nature activated new propensities and induced beliefs which would not have been induced in his former self. Realists add that Lavoisier's new beliefs are better than his old ones because, in some instances, they match the way nature is. Kuhn's challenge to this story seems to be that its postulation of a fixed theory-independent nature is otious. Since we have no independent access to nature, we are just making up an unnecessary story about the episode. How could we ever know that this is the way to view what occurs? How could we ever tell that Lavoisier's new beliefs match nature more closely than his old ones? Kuhn's suggested economy is false economy. One way to recognize the work that the idea of a fixed nature does is to see how we are impoverished by giving it up. One difficulty is that it becomes troublesome to understand the improvements in concrete predictions and puzzle solving. We believe that such improvements occur, for example in the transition from young Lavoisier to mature Lavoisier, because we recognize that there is increased harmony within our cognitive system. Beliefs that are now induced in scientists can be accommodated more easily within the total set of beliefs. Realism provides a picture of the genesis of perceptual belief that attributes a causal role to something beyond our cognitive systems. That picture has the advantages that it offers an explanation of the apparent fact that some of our beliefs come to us unbidden. It allows for the contents of our perceptual beliefs to be partly determined by our prior cognitive state, and it enables us to understand our seeming ability to achieve greater cognitive harmony in terms of increased match between our representations and an independent reality. To demonstrate that the hypothetical fixed nature is unnecessary, anti-realists must provide a rival picture that has similar virtues. 8. Serious epistemological questions remain. How do we know that the statements of the mature Lavoisier match reality more closely than those defended by his younger self? Obviously not by engaging in some out-of-theory experience that reveals to us both our own representations and the aspects of nature to which they are supposed to correspond. Our belief that Lavoisier made progress rests partly on the evidence for Lavoisier's chemistry, partly on our scientific understanding of the relationships between human cognitive systems and the world. As we shall see in later sections, significant challenges to claims about scientific progress can be generated by attempting to use science against itself. contending that we have good scientific reasons for thinking that our abilities to represent nature are inadequate in certain specifiable respects. Because these attacks are internal challenges, conceding the notion of a fixed, independent reality and arguing about our relationship to it, I shall postpone them for the present. Let me close with a very brief reply to the worry that the notion of correspondence truth only makes sense for the simplest kinds of sentences, those which ascribe a property to an object, for example. Since Tarski's pioneering work on the concept of truth, we have been able to lay this worry to rest. Tarski showed 1936, 1944, how to reduce the notion of truth to that of reference. Because we can hope to understand reference naturalistically, as a relation between people and other entities, there is nothing mysterious, magical, or supernatural about the concept of truth. But, even in advance of providing a detailed naturalistic understanding of reference, we can know that truth is as coherent as reference, thus turning back a more limited worry. 9. 3 Pitfalls of Pessimism. Contemporary biologists agree that human beings and chimpanzees had a common ancestor no more than a few million years ago. I claim that their assertion is true. Critics object. They demand to know why I think that what the biologists say is true. How should they be answered? I shall start by distinguishing two forms of anti-realism. Global critiques of realist epistemology contend that we have no basis for claiming that any statement is true. Underscore 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 underscore. So the global anti-realist would be skeptical about the truth of the biologist's claim as a consequence of a sweeping generalization. By contrast, local critiques of realist epistemology allow that we are entitled to maintain that some statements are true, but they complain that statements which realists take to be true, statements with some special feature outrun this entitlement. So, one kind of local anti-realist would deny our justification for accepting as true statements about entities in the remote past and would base skepticism about the biologist's thesis on this denial. The most famous form of local anti-realism, one that has flourished in our century, identifies the special feature as that of making reference to unobservables. 10 I shall argue against this version of anti-realism later, but I shall also suggest that there are more congenial versions, indeed versions that give my account of progress everything that it needs. 11. Imagine, then, that we face an anti-realist who doubts that what the biologists say about our ancestry is true. An obvious first response is to elaborate the evidence that has convinced people about the recency of human-chimp common ancestry. So one can explain the general idea of a molecular clock, show how molecular clocks can be calibrated and how they give an estimate of about 5 million years for separation of the human and the chimpanzee lineages, and, as the coup de grace, rehearse the details of the fossil record. This will not satisfy a global anti-realist. For beyond the issue of demarcating statements like this, which are accepted, from others which are rejected, global anti-realism's prime concern is how any statement might earn the title of truth, when truth is conceived as in the realist picture. But there is an answer to this question. We have scientific views about the relations between ourselves and the rest of nature. In the light of these scientific views we can evaluate the likelihood that we are right about various kinds of things. So we examine the procedures that are involved in accepting the hypothesis about human-chimp separation and show, by appealing to background ideas about reliable detection of aspects of nature, that such procedures would regularly deliver truth. Underscore 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 underscore. Other procedures, such as those underlying the creationist claims that are rejected, would not. Thoughtful anti-realists will not be entirely convinced. A first worry will focus on the appearance of circularity. The envisaged defense of the truth of the claim about human-chimp separation requires acceptance of certain parts of contemporary science. Someone suspicious about molecular clocks or about the fossil findings will not be persuaded. Nor, by the same token, can we expect to satisfy those who think that our current physical, physiological, psychological conceptions of the relationship between human cognitive systems and the environment are mistaken? Skeptics who insist that we begin from no assumptions are inviting us to play a mug's game. Descartes' lack zero of success in generating an account of nature that would survive all possible doubt was in no way the result of deficiencies of intellect or imagination. The global anti-realist aims to challenge the status that is conferred on accepted science as a whole. To respond, it is necessary to show how our scientific conception of the physical, physiological, psychological relationships between human cognitive systems and nature supports theses to the effect that certain types of processes and procedures yield true beliefs, representations that match nature, and to demonstrate that it is processes and procedures of these privileged kinds that are involved in the generation of accepted science. By hypothesis, the skeptic accepts our current science, and that will include the conception of the relations between our cognitive systems and nature. 12. Hence the strategy seems entirely appropriate, for it starts with premises that are accepted by those we intend to address. Moreover, even though science is being used to defend itself, there is no guarantee of success in our project. Application of our conception of the relation between human cognitive systems and nature might convince us that some procedures crucial to various parts of accepted science are unreliable. Suppose, for example, that we were able to show that large parts of contemporary genetics rest upon experiments in which people are required to discriminate mutants in ways that can be shown to outrun the abilities manifested in the test situations of perceptual psychology. As we shall see, considerations of this type generate versions of anti-realism. Underscore 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 underscore. Clever anti-realists see that the issue is whether all or some of our accepted beliefs have a particular status, and they use the fact of scientific change to play reason against itself. Their best strategy is the so-called pessimistic induction on the history of science. 13. Here one surveys the discarded theories of the past, points out that these were once accepted on the basis of the same kinds of evidence that we now employ to support our own accepted theories, notes that those theories are, nevertheless, now regarded as false, and concludes that our own accepted theories are very probably false. 14. It should be apparent from my continued emphasis on practices rather than on theories that I shall want to reformulate this pessimistic induction before replying to it. But, even before doing so, I want to suggest that the history of science provides grounds for optimism as well as pessimism. There are a number of ways to present an optimistic view of the history of science. One is to suggest that we look at the track record of successful uses of theoretical terms. Perhaps most of the posits introduced by our remote predecessors are entities we no longer countenance, but, as time goes on, we find that more and more of the posits of theoretical science endure within contemporary science. We attribute this increased success to improved abilities of scientists to learn about investigating the world. Hence, as Michael Devitt points out, the pessimistic observation that a lot of past theoretical science has been discarded is not enough. The skeptic needs to show that the history of unobservable posits has been thoroughly erratic. Although this line of argument is suggestive, and although it makes the important point that confidence in the posits of contemporary science could be justified, even if our first efforts were discredited, provided that our practice of positing improved with time, it is vulnerable to some important challenges. Anti-realists will deny that they have to show that the history of unobservable posits has been thoroughly erratic, noting that confidence would be undermined if there were a relatively constant tendency, at all epochs in the history of science, to introduce posits which, roughly as often as not, had to be subsequently abandoned. They will also point out that if endurance simply amounts to temporal persistence, then there were many entities introduced within ancient science, Epicles, humors, and so forth, that survived for a very long time before being discarded. To develop Devitt's argument, one needs to capture the idea that the stability of modern references to molecules, genes, and extinct organisms throughout periods of great theoretical proliferation somehow redounds more to their credit than the persistence of Aristotelian and Galenic conceptions through the Middle Ages. Finally, anti. Underscore 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 underscore. Realists will, quite legitimately, demand careful specifications of the careers of various kinds of posits that have been introduced in the history of science. 15. Ironically, this point will be central to my own defense against anti-realist objections later. For the reasons rehearsed in the last paragraph, I do not think that Devitt's insight furnishes a complete reply to the anti-realist. Another line of response is to focus on comparative judgments about the merits of past theories. Consider the following optimistic induction. Whenever in the history of science there has been within a field a sequence 7 of theories T1, Tn such that, for each I Ti plus 1 has been accepted as superior to Ti, then for every j greater than I plus 1, Ti plus 1 appears closer to the truth than Ti from the perspective of Tj. So, we can expect that our theories will appear to our successors to be closer to the truth than those of our predecessors. The intuitive idea behind the optimistic induction is a very straightforward one. We believe that Priestley was wrong, Lavoisier was wrong, Dalton was wrong, Avogadro was wrong, and so on. But we also think that Lavoisier improved on Priestley, Dalton on Lavoisier, Avogadro on Dalton. So while we do not endorse the claims of our predecessors, we do support their sense of themselves as making progress. In consequence, we expect that our successors will support our sense that we have made further progress. Anti-realists might reply that they too can endorse the progressiveness of the sequence of chemists mentioned, although they would try to explain this in different terms. But this misses the point of the optimistic induction. That induction is intended as a counter to pessimism. The structure of the pessimist's argument is as follows: suppose that we assign to the theoretical claims of contemporary science the status that the realist suggests. Notice, then, that our predecessors might have done the same. But the realist doesn't want to confer the privileged status on their claims, most of which are now discredited. So how do we justify treating the theoretical claims of contemporary science differently? To this, the optimistic induction replies as follows: sensible realists should abandon the idea that contemporary theoretical claims are literally true in favor of the notion that there has been convergence to the truth. So we accept the pessimist's point. Notice, however, that this leaves untouched the idea that the historical development can be seen in terms of convergence on the truth, understood in the realist's preferred way. Using the realist's conceptions of increasing truth-likeness of statements, we can take the very same examples that the pessimist uses to undermine our confidence in the literal truth of contemporary theoretical. Underscore 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 claims and show that they do not invalidate Reformed realism's contentions that our theoretical statements are improving, our schemata becoming more complete, our concepts more adequate, when all these are understood in the realist's preferred way. So the pessimistic induction has no force against a properly formulated realism. The optimistic induction, then, is not an attempt to show that the history of science must be interpreted in terms of the realist's conception of progress, but to blunt an apparently damaging challenge to explain the difference between the science of the past and the science of the present. Suggestive as they are, these observations strike me as altogether too weak. The pessimistic induction relies critically on the gross analysis of science as a constellation of theories which are supposed to be true and which are, historically, failures. I oppose to it a simple point. The history of science does not reveal to us that we are fallible in some undifferentiated way. Some kinds of claims endure, other kinds are likely to be discarded as inaccurate. Furthermore, this is exactly what we would have expected given our conception of the relationship between human cognitive systems and nature. According to that conception, we are relatively good at finding out some things, and discover others only with relative difficulty. We would expect that, in the latter sorts of endeavors, history would be peppered with false starts and plausible, but misleading, conclusions. With respect to the former projects, we would anticipate doing better. Instead of a blanket pronouncement to the effect that our current theories are probably wrong, it would be far more instructive to investigate the stability of various components of practice in various fields. Perhaps this investigation would pose a challenge to parts of contemporary science, by revealing that processes that we take to be reliable and that are critically involved in supporting those parts of contemporary science have, in the past, given rise to large numbers of erroneous or inadequate ideas. But this needs to be shown. I shall argue later that the usual stock of examples which is supposed to embarrass realists only issues in a form of anti-realism that leaves my account of progress untouched. 16. Before I turn to this project, let me list some of the questions that would have to be addressed in a more sophisticated study of the bearing of the historical record on the status of current science. How stable are the reference potentials of scientific concepts? To what extent are refinements of reference potential cumulative? How frequently do scientists discard? Underscore 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 underscore. Rather than extending, correcting, or completing explanatory schemata that have once become accepted. What kinds of statements, once accepted, are abandoned as false? Is the process of improving false ascriptions of magnitude cumulative? When are instruments and experimental techniques abandoned? How often does it happen that an instrument or technique comes to be viewed as inferior to the instrument or technique it originally replaced? Nobody has made the systematic survey of the history of science that would be needed to provide adequate answers to these questions. In my idiosyncratic review, the preliminary observations should incline us to optimism rather than pessimism. Many scientific concepts, those of planet, acid, and Down syndrome, furnish good examples, undergo a cumulative process of refinement of reference potential before achieving reference potentials that endure unmodified through many changes in the sciences in which they are employed. As the last chapter indicated, the histories of chemistry and evolutionary biology reveal the endurance of explanatory schemata and a cumulative process through which those schemata are improved. But of course people make mistakes. Our observational and inferential procedures for generating belief are fallible. They are not equally fallible. Nor are our foibles beyond correction. Contemporary science provides a picture of the physiological-psychological relationship between human cognitive systems and nature, and we are able to use this picture to appraise and improve our performances. 17. In the rest of this section, I want to take up the most sweeping use of the pessimistic induction, the global anti-realist contention that the past history of science shows that we should not count any statement as true. To defend anti-realism about observational claims, either those based on unaided observation or those made with the assistance of instruments, it would be necessary to show how history of science reveals the presence of unanticipated sources of pervasive error in arriving at particular kinds of beliefs in particular kinds of ways. Now there are instances in which projects of measurement encounter difficulty after difficulty, others in which we seem to go from success to success. Microscopes, telescopes, electron microscopes, spectrometers all seem to have delivered a body of claims with high and increasing rates of stability. Define the success rate of an instrument or technique at a time to be the percentage of statements generated by users of the instrument or the technique at the time that have endured into the present. Optimism about our current instruments and techniques is fostered if we discover that they stand at the end of a sequence of such techniques, whose initial members had high rates of success and whose subsequent members have exhibited successively higher success. For that discovery fosters the idea that we have learned about nature and, as David suggests, learned ever more about learning about nature. Further historical research could cast a pall over our optimism. We might find out, for example, that long sequences of apparent successes were punctuated by embarrassing reversals, prompted by recognition that what we took to be observational/instrumental/technical improvements were based on quite faulty understanding of the relationship between ourselves and nature, so that an instrument or experimental technique had misled us across the board. If this were to occur frequently in the history of science, it would challenge our complacency about current instruments and techniques by raising the probability that there are unanticipated sources of error even for long sequences of high and improving success rates. Yet, as I have indicated before, the pessimist has to do considerable historical work to show that this is the case. Even more work is required to demonstrate that the use of unaided observation to arrive at claims about the macroscopic properties of medium-sized objects is unreliable. For our descriptive lore about substances and organisms seems remarkably stable, enduring from antiquity into the present with, occasionally, episodes of reconceptualization. Given the account of conceptual change developed in the past chapter, we can thus defend against the suggestion that history reveals that we should not claim truth for our ordinary judgments about ordinary things. Quite plainly, we are more likely to be wrong when we advance general conclusions, when we make claims about things that are causally remote from us, and when we attempt precise specifications of magnitude. Our scientific picture of nature provides us with ideas of the limits of our accuracy. The world may be such that our ability to achieve true generalizations about it may vary significantly from field to field, and we may use what knowledge we do acquire to differentiate those instances in which pessimism is warranted from those in which we are, justifiably, optimistic. For History Revisited. Global anti-realism is not usually adopted as a direct consequence of a pessimistic induction on the track record of scientific theorizing. 18 instead of underscore 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 underscore. Contemplating the pessimistic conclusions that philosophers might be able to generate by reflecting on the history of science, let us now turn to considering the actual arguments that have been offered, arguments that are typically concerned to reach local anti-realist conclusions. One of the most vigorous opponents of the claim that science makes progress by generating theories that are successively closer to the truth is Larry Lawton. 19. A major part of Lawton's strategy is to assemble a parade of examples designed to embarrass those who think that successful science always involves theories whose central terms refer. Lawton contends, what the history of science offers us is a plethora of theories that were both successful and non-referential with respect to many of their central explanatory concepts. He bases this judgment on a survey of ether and subtle fluid theories in the 18th and 19th centuries, and on a list that includes the humoral theory of medicine, catastrophist geology, with its commitment to a universal deluge, the phlogiston theory of chemistry, and several more examples. Lawton concludes, this list, which could be extended ad nauseam, involves in every instance a theory that was once successful and well confirmed, but which contains central terms that were non-referring. Anyone who imagines that the theories that have been successful in the history of science have also been, with respect to their central concepts, genuinely referring theories has studied only the more Whiggish versions of the history of science. Underscore 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 underscore. Convinced of the barrenness of talking about truth, see, for example, Latour and Wilger, Chapin and Schaeffer, Collins. Their global anti-realism may simply be based on Kuhn's influence, or it may result from the idea that a pessimistic induction shows at least some version of local anti-realism and that the recognition of theory-latenness entails that no distinctions can be drawn among statements. 19. Although it is clear that Lawton does not question the claim that science makes progress, I am not certain whether he should be counted as a local anti-realist who takes realism to overstep its bounds in defending the truth of high theory. If Lawton were to resist realist claims about the truth of non-theoretical statements, then he would seem to assume the burdens of global anti-realism mentioned in the last section. Indeed, his arguments from the history of science do not seem to be at all directed toward the sweeping conclusions that a global anti-realist would have to establish. Furthermore, accepting the idea of realist truth for non-theoretical statements would enable him to understand the idea of a puzzle solution in an obvious way, namely as the production of true, non-theoretical, answers to questions. The cost, quite evidently, would be to embrace a distinction very like that once drawn between observational and theoretical statements, and, since Lawton accepts the Kuhn-Feyerabend-Hansen critique of theory-independent observation, this would create considerable tension within his position. That tension is muted in practice because of his reticence in specifying the conditions that are required of a puzzle solution. In what follows, I shall ignore difficulties of interpretation, focusing on whether Lawton's historical examples serve to show that the kinds of statements with which he is centrally concerned fall beyond the range of realist entitlements. 141. Not so, I claim. Lawton's argument depends on painting with a very broad brush. We are to think of theories, success, and referential central terms. 20. This discourse yields at best only spurious correlations. To diagnose part of the trouble, let us look at an extension of Lawton's argument, intended to block the charge that matters have altered in the 20th century. Consider, for instance, virtually all those geological theories prior to the 1960s which denied any lateral motion to the continents. Such theories were, by any standard, highly successful, but would anyone today be prepared to say that their constituent theoretical claims committed as they were to laterally stable continents are almost true? There are 2 points that ought to be conceded to Lawton at the outset. First, there were indeed large parts of early 20th century geology that offered successful explanations and predictions of various phenomena, and which survive, sometimes reconceptualized, in current geological practice. Second, although there was, from 1915 on, a minority tradition that asserted the lateral motion of continents, the individual practices of most influential geologists, especially in the United States between the wars, contain the statement that the continents do not move laterally. Is this enough to support Lawton's anti-realist conclusion? I do not think so. For the point of the excursion through the history of science is to convince us that the apparent successes of contemporary science might be misleading, that the terms of the languages of currently successful practices do not refer. To produce conviction on this point, Lawton must establish more than the points I have conceded. It will be necessary to show that the denial of the lateral motion of continents actually plays some role in the successes of the old practice. No sensible realist should ever want to assert that the idle parts of an individual practice, past or present, are justified by the success of the whole. 21. Underscore 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 underscore. Lawton's broad brush way of discussing whole theories is reminiscent of the following confutation of those who think that successful basketball teams are typically those with tall players. We trot out examples of successful teams on which there is one diminutive person. It is, of course, important not to disclose the fact that this person has little or nothing to do with the team's success. Similarly, it is not enough to conceive a theory as a set of statements and distribute the success of the whole uniformly over the parts. One has to see how the statements are used. 22. On the account of practices that I offered in Chapter 3 and used in analyzing scientific progress in Chapter 4, the set of explanatory schemata encapsulates the ways in which accepted statements are deployed. So, if this example is to do what Lawton requires of it, we need to show that the denial that continents move laterally figures in some schema of pre-20th century geology that was successfully employed in explaining and/or predicting. At this point, matters become difficult. The refusal to allow lateral continental motion is not so much a constituent of successful explanations and predictions, something that figures in the explanatory schemata of the practice, but a constraint, a boundary condition, with which the explanations/predictions of early 20th century geology have to be compatible. To the extent that early 20th century geology was successful, its achievements were in areas in which this constraint was irrelevant, areas in which, for example, recognition of the physical properties of rock strata could be used to explain and predict geophysical features. I can now offer a general diagnosis of what goes wrong in the examples on Lawton's list. Either the analysis is not sufficiently fine-grained to see that the sources of error are not involved in the apparent successes of past science, or there are flawed views about reference. In some instances both errors combine. Let me now support this diagnosis by considering one of his central examples, the commitment to an all-pervading ether in 19th century electromagnetic theory/optics. 23. Lawton contends that ether theories in the 1830s and 1840s were strikingly successful. This contention is a useful, but rough, description of a complex situation. Within the consensus practice of physicists in those decades there underscore 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 were a number of accepted statements, well deployed in accepted schemata, which seemed to presuppose the existence of the ether. A number of eminent individual scientists also advanced claims about the nature of the ether, some of which secured wide acceptance, others of which were controversial. Before we can assess Lawton's thesis, it is important to separate different enterprises within the physics of the period. Lawton's central concern seems to be with the most obviously successful of these ventures. Within the theory of light, the optical ether functioned centrally in explanations of reflection, refraction, interference, double refraction, diffraction, and polarization. We need to ask two questions about this situation. First, what statements of the theory were deployed in providing these explanations and predictions? Second, do these statements contain non-referring terms? In particular, do they involve putative references to ethers or subtle fluids? Consider, in this context, Fresnel's prediction of the Poisson bright spot. 24. On a superficial reading, Fresnel's derivation of descriptions of the fringes produced in diffraction is reassuringly familiar. He appeals to Christian Huygens' conception of the wave front as a center of secondary wave propagation, applies the principle of interference, and computes the resultant wave motions at the screen using the mathematics that physics students learn from textbooks on optics. First, Fresnel shows how to resolve a single wave into two component waves that differ in phase by lambda/2. He then calculates the wave motion at a point on the screen produced by an infinitesimal r segment of the wave front. Integration yields the entire contribution of the wave front, and the resultant formula enables Fresnel to plot the expected distribution of illuminated and unilluminated zones. 25. Underscore 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 underscore. Fresnel's treatment of particular problems reveals his introduction of an explanatory schema, applicable to questions of the form, what is the intensity of light received at point P, which, omitting quantitative detail, can be understood as involving the use of Huygens' construction, together with the principle of interference to compute the intensity at the target point by summing the contributions along all possible paths. Fresnel's view of the dependency involved here is endorsed in contemporary physics. His mathematics for articulating the dependency is enshrined in elementary texts and is embedded in a richer mathematical framework in advanced discussions. So, by contemporary lights, it is hardly surprising that his discussions of interference and diffraction were so strikingly successful. He was right about so much. But, as Lawton's use of this achievement indicates, we are missing part of the story. Suppose that we probe a little more deeply, asking what Fresnel was talking about when he discussed wave propagation and offered his mathematical calculations of resultant intensities. Contemporary physics texts are very clear in specifying what they use Fresnel's mathematics to discuss the propagation of the electromagnetic field in cases where the frequencies are very high. Modern treatments do not make any reference to an all-pervading ether in which the light waves are propagated. But, for Fresnel and many of those who followed him, the existence of such an ether was a presupposition of the successful schemata for treating interference, diffraction, and polarization, apparently forced upon wave theorists by their belief that any wave propagation requires a medium in which the wave propagates. All the successes of the schema can be preserved, even if the belief and the presupposition that it brings in its train are abandoned. That, to a first approximation, is what occurred in the subsequent history of wave optics. Do the schemata successfully employed by Fresnel and other wave theorists of the early and middle 19th century contain inextricable commitments to the ether? Do the terms figuring in them fail to refer because of Fresnel's understandably mistaken belief about the necessity for a medium of propagation? First, let Fresnel speak for himself. Here is his introduction of the general approach to light which he champions in the Preis-Ewing memoir. Descartes, Hooke, Huygens, Euler, thought that light resulted from the vibrations of an extremely subtle universal fluid, set in motion by the rapid movements of the particles of luminous bodies, in the same way that the air is stirred by the vibrations of sounding bodies. 26. Underscore 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 underscore. Moreover, the ether makes a second entrance when Fresnel discusses the interference of light waves. First, his statement of the problem to be solved. Given the intensities and the relative positions of any number of systems of light waves of the same wavelength, which propagate in the same direction, to determine the intensity of the vibrations resulting from the joint action of these different systems, that is to say the velocity of the oscillations of the molecules of the ether. Similar vocabulary occurs in his solution, as in the formulation of the equation of propagation. Thus, representing by U the velocity of the molecules of ether, we have U equals a sin. However, by the time Huygens's principle is applied to calculate the intensities of light received at a screen, partially occluded by a semi-infinite obstruction, his discussion is carried through in terms of light waves and intensity rather than by explicit references to the vibrations of the molecules of the ether. Historians have rightly insisted that the ether played an important role in Fresnel's thinking. 27. Even my brief survey of some key points in the Preis-Ewing memoir should enable us to see why. But we should not jump too quickly to the conclusion that the terms employed by Fresnel in his successful schemata fail to refer. Consider two hypotheses about the mode of reference of Fresnel's term light wave, or, more exactly, about the tokens of that term that figure in his solutions to problems of interference and diffraction. H.R. Fresnel's dominant intention is to talk about light, and the wave-like propagation of light, however that is constituted. He has, of course, a false belief about the medium of propagation. But, since his primary aim is to discuss light and its wave-like qualities, his tokens of light wave in the solutions of the diffraction and INTE reference problems genuinely refer to electromagnetic waves of high frequency. Hn. Fresnel's references are explicitly fixed through the descriptions he gives at the beginning of the memoir in characterizing the wave theory of light and in introducing the wave equation. Tokens of light wave that occur later in the memoir, for example in the solutions to the problems of diffraction, thus have their references fixed by the description the oscillations of the molecules of the ether. Since there is no ether, they fail to refer. Underscore 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 underscore. To generate Lauden's preferred conclusion that some central terms of successful optical ether theories fail to refer, one must accept Hn and reject Hr. It is not enough to claim that the term ether fails to refer. 28 For this term does not figure directly in the schemata that Fresnel employs so successfully. Lauden must contend that the vocabulary that does occur in the striking problem solutions is so thoroughly permeated by faulty references to the ether that that vocabulary is non-referential. There is a lot to be said for Hr. The sole function of the ether in the Preis-Ewing memoir and throughout most of Fresnel's writings is to answer to the felt need for a medium in which light waves propagate. Fresnel typically makes no detailed claims about the nature of this medium. 29 Why, then, should we give priority to a description making reference to an entity about which Fresnel would surely have admitted his almost total ignorance, rather than seeing his dominant intention as that of talking about the wave-like features of light, however they happen to be realized? Fresnel's situation is, after all, not so uncommon. People sometimes find themselves in the position to understand the internal structure of a system without knowing its constitution or its origin. Geneticists did not fail to refer to DNA even when they believed that the genetic material was composed of proteins, and physiologists were able to identify functions while thinking in terms of divine design and not the action of natural selection. Fresnel's success is based on his insights into the propagation of transverse waves, and his faulty beliefs about the constitution of those waves are irrelevant to his analysis. This, of course, is why his work has been so successfully encapsulated in contemporary physics. 30. Underscore 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 underscore. The centerpiece of the Pries-Ewing memoir is the juxtaposition of Fresnel's mathematical treatment of the propagation of transverse waves with the results of his experiments on diffraction. At this stage of the writing, as I noted earlier, explicit references to the ether are very much in the background. Fresnel talks about the intensity of the light at various positions on his screens, presenting numbers that record the intensities he has observed, and it is surely implausible to contend that his belief about the ether is so pervasive that these references are fixed through descriptions concerning the oscillations of ether molecules. By simple extension of this point, I suggest that his tokens of light waves in these passages have their reference fixed to the waves whose combined propagation produces the intensities specified in his mathematical calculations, whatever the medium in which they are propagated. In other words, I propose that we treat Fresnel's language just as we treated Priestley's discourse in the last chapter, accepting HR. If HR is correct, then Lawton is wrong about this example. Let me now offer a more general strategy for coping with the broader class of cases to which the Fresnel case belongs. Recall that I distinguished earlier between those parts of the practices of 19th-century physicists in which successful explanations and predictions were provided by schemata that were taken to presuppose the existence of ethers, and the detailed attempts to formulate the principles that govern the supposed ethers. There is no doubt that non-referential terms are centrally involved in many of the latter discussions. However, it is also clear that decades of work by extraordinarily talented scientists produced no set of principles adequate to all the functions that the ether was supposed to fulfill. An important byproduct of these investigations was the provision of mathematical descriptions of elastic solids. Otherwise, the 19th-century ether theories, the serious attempts to study the ether and its properties, were frustratingly unsuccessful and controversial. 31. While Lawton's invocation of ether theories casts no shadow on the ref. Underscore 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 underscore. The ether. Those should be given their due, but should not be seen as some sort of creeping rot that invades everywhere. Lawton's penchant for tarring past theories as a whole with local misconceptions seems to me to be as unbalanced as neglecting every aspect of the past that does not fit within contemporary views of nature. Moreover, it signally fails to explain how the textbook presentations of historical figures, the Whig history of the science text, is ever possible in the first place. Erential status of those terms that are frequently used in successful schemata, we do learn something important from the example. Distinguish two kinds of posits introduced within scientific practice: working posits and presuppositional posits. The ether is a prime example of a presuppositional posit, rarely employed in explanation or prediction, never subjected to empirical measurement, yet seemingly required to exist if the claims about electromagnetic and light waves were to be true. The moral of Lawton's story is not that theoretical positing in general is untrustworthy, but that presuppositional posits are suspect. Lawton recalls, with considerable rhetorical effect, James Clerk Maxwell's remark that the ether was better confirmed than any other theoretical entity in natural philosophy. Although we can understand his claim, based as it was on the multiplicity of phenomena to which schemata appealing to wave propagation had been successfully applied, Maxwell was wrong. The entire confirmation of the existence of the ether rested on a series of paths, each sharing a common link. The success of the optical and electromagnetic schemata, employing the mathematical account of wave propagation begun by Fresnel and extended by his successors, gave scientists good reason for believing that electromagnetic waves were propagated according to Maxwell's equations. From that conclusion they could derive the existence of the ether, but only by supposing in every case that wave propagation requires a medium. Thus the confirmation of the existence of the ether was no better than the evidence for that supposition. Contrast the ether with the working posits of theoretical science that are referred to and characterized directly in successful schemata: atoms, molecules, genes, electromagnetic fields, and so forth. In some cases, we even devise numerous techniques for measuring the magnitudes of quantities that these entities possess, or for representing the entities in various ways. If Laudan's story has an anti-realist moral, it is that the presuppositional posits of contemporary science may not exist. Laudan's use of the pessimistic induction from the history of science to discredit the claims to reference and truth of current science and to undermine a realist account of progress is the most sophisticated that I know. I have been arguing that it is not sophisticated enough. It leaves untouched the central realist claim. A finer-grained look at the history of science shows that where we are successful, our references and our claims tend to survive even extensive changes in practice and to be built upon by later scientists, giving us grounds for optimism that our successful schemata employ terms that genuinely refer, claims that are true, and offer views about dependencies in nature that are correct. 149. 5. Settling for less. Recent philosophy of science contains a number of positions that oppose the claims of my account of progress, by offering a different conception of the aims of science. This is most evident in the work of Bas van Fraassen, whose ideas and arguments I now want to consider. Van Fraassen takes realism to be a thesis about the aims of science, not about the achievements of science. Realists, he suggests, think that the aim of science is to provide us with a literally true story of the world. The account of progress that I have outlined is committed to views about both aims and achievements. 32. I have not simply contended that the sciences aim to arrive at concepts that single out natural kinds, schemata that correctly capture objective dependencies, significant statements that are true, but that various parts of the sciences achieve these aims. 33. Avowals of aim without achievement ring somewhat hollow, and, if it were conceded on the basis of the pessimistic induction, for example that realist aims of science were never attained and are even unattainable, that concession could be used to persuade us to settle for less. Van Fraassen's characterization of scientific realism thus strikes me as too weak, because realists ought to advance theses about what the sciences succeed in doing. It is also too strong. The aim of arriving at a literally true story of the world might not only be something that is unattainable, but something we can recognize ourselves as being unable to attain. Van Fraassen's realist seems to have a mad passion for details, all the details. But, since human beings do not have cognitive abilities like those of a Laplacian demon, who would, we presume, be able to identify the structure in a complete description of nature, the realist goal that I have set for science, that of fathoming the structure of nature, requires something different. Our primary tasks are to achieve a language that recognizes natural divisions and a set of explanatory schemata that pick out dependencies. To the extent that we can then advance true answers to significant questions, we aim to do so. But we know, on the basis of understanding our own cognitive limitations, that we will sometimes only be able to determine the approximate values of magnitudes, and that in dealing with complex systems we shall have to provide an idealized treatment if we are not to lose sight of the structure of the situation. Sober realists who underscore 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 understand human cognitive limitations will see that the whole truth is not something that we want, and that, in some cases, the attempt to achieve truth would interfere with our primary aims. The debate between Van Fraassen and his realist opponents is an internal dispute within the broader controversy about realism discussed in Section 2. Van Fraassen is willing to allow the possibility of arriving at some kinds of true beliefs. His opposition to realism is based on maintaining that the domain over which we can reliably generate true beliefs is limited to observables. Van Fraassen is a local anti-realist for whom the feature U that marks the limit of our defensible claims is the property of referring to unobservable entities. He suggests that the aim of science should be to achieve theories that are empirically adequate, that deliver the truth about observables. Once again, I think that Van Fraassen's formulation skews the issue in an important way. Let us ask which truths about observables we would want an ideal science to deliver. All of them? Surely not, for that would bury what we really want to know in a clutter from which our limited cognitive systems could not retrieve the desired information. The significant ones. But, in this case, what does significance amount to? It is far from clear that Van Fraassen's framework allows him to offer the type of account of cognitive significance that I sketched in the previous chapter. I shall not pursue this line of inquiry, because I think that there is a fundamental difficulty with Van Fraassen's project of limiting science to the observable. Why should we settle for less than the delineation of natural kinds, the provision of correct schemata, the answering of significant questions? Van Fraassen's objections to these apparently desirable but ambitious goals would seem to be that they are too ambitious. Nothing in his writings suggests that it would not be a good thing to know about the behavior of unobservables. The line of argument appears to be that these goals are beyond our epistemic reach. Given the discussion of the pessimistic induction in the previous section, this is a species of argument we should recognize as exactly to the point. My general account of scientific progress takes the following form: we would like our components of practice to achieve the qualities X, Y, Z, and so forth. If our account of ourselves shows that we are limited in attaining one of these qualities in certain cases, then we should seek approximations or idealizations that advance the overall project of fathoming the structure of nature. If Van Fraassen were able to show that our cognitive limitations prevent us from any knowledge of the unobservable, then the idea of scientific progress that I have delineated would be unfeasible, and some modification of it in the direction of the anti-realist aim he advances would be motivated. But if there is no reason to believe that our cognitive limitations are so great that they bar knowledge of the unobservable, then there is no reason to abandon the account of progress I have outlined. Van Fraassen's argument is of the right sort because considerations of human cognitive limitations should be used in formulating goals that are attainable for us. Whether it is a cogent critique. 151. Of the account of progress I have proposed depends on whether our cognitive limitations are as Van Fraassen maintains. Several of Van Fraassen's critics have noted that, whereas he allows our ability to arrive at reliable generalizations, he frowns on any attempt to offer inferences about the unobservable. 34. They have asked, quite reasonably, how this difference in treatment is to be motivated. Van Fraassen's response to such criticisms is to admit that the belief that theories are empirically adequate invariably involves risks. He denies that his willingness to take the risks commits him to belief in the truth of the theories, since it is not an epistemological principle that one might as well hang for a sheep as a lamb. But now we should surely ask whether there is a difference between the two kinds of epistemic risks sufficient to warrant the conclusion that our knowledge is restricted to the observable. Or, to pursue Van Fraassen's comparison, we need to see why we can make off with the lamb but are likely to be caught if we try for the sheep. There is a celebrated argument, due to Grover Maxwell, that there is no principled way to distinguish observables from unobservables. Van Fraassen is concerned to rebut this line of reasoning. He concedes that the distinction between observables and non-observables is vague. As Maxwell rightly pointed out, there is a continuum of cases in which we achieve visual representations of ever smaller objects by interposing pieces of glass between the objects and us. However, Van Fraassen contends that there are clear examples of unobservables and clear examples of observables. He tests for observability by relativizing to our actual cognitive equipment and to the activities in which we can engage. The moons of Jupiter count as observable because astronauts could go there and look. Electrons do not count as observable because, do what we may, there is no way for us to achieve an unaided visual representation of an electron. Now there are many kinds of things that human beings have never actually seen, and which we believe to exist or to have existed. Nobody has ever had unaided observation of a dinosaur or of the members of countless other species which inhabited our planet before we evolved. Are these organisms unobservable or simply unobserved? Perhaps we can think of ourselves, in the style of Van Frassen's thought experiment, as transported back in time and provided with an opportunity to confront a triceratops. But is time travel physically possible? If it is not, then it appears that Van Frassen's test will not allow this type of explanation of the observability of dinosaurs. For, if we were to allow that X's are observable when human beings can obtain unaided observations of X's by processes that involve suspension of physical laws, then observability would be easy. Electrons would count as underscore 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 underscore. Observable if we permitted the Lockean fantasy that microscopical versions of ourselves could wander among them, but, of course, that fantasy suspends most of what we think we know about the microstructure of the world. 35. Van Frassen's test for observability must demand that there be physically possible processes that could lead to unaided observation. But now the organisms of the past are in serious trouble. Given the physical impossibility of time travel, the only way to conceive of the possibility of unaided observation of them is to suppose that the course of evolutionary history had been different, that human observers had evolved in time to observe each departed species. There are two kinds of problems with that scenario. First, on any conception of species that takes particular species taxa to be constituted by position in the phylogenetic tree, that requires that humans have the evolutionary history we actually have, it will be impossible for us to observe our ancestors. 36. Second, and more prosaically, the environmental conditions required for some extinct species to flourish are incompatible with our survival, even for short periods. I conclude that many extinct organisms, like electrons, genes, the internal structures of stars, and numerous other entities of science, will count as unobservable. Discussing the merits of far-fetched scenarios for bringing us into contact with extinct organisms strikes me as faintly ludicrous, a venture born of a misguided test for judging our epistemic access to various aspects of nature. Paleontologists think they know a great deal about the past history of life. Why should the decision about whether their claims are true or merely empirically adequate turn on recondite scenarios which, even if possible, are never likely to be actualized? Philosophy of science fiction can be entertaining, but thought is better directed to considering the grounds for believing that there were past organisms like those that figure in paleontological reconstructions. From Cuvier on, paleontologists have assembled numerous claims about the extinct species that once inhabited our planet. Deleting that entire body of claims from our science would improve our epistemic position in one obvious respect. If P is the conjunction of the statements about extinct organisms belonging to the consensus practice of paleontologists, and O is the conjunction of all the accepted statements about observables that occur in the consensus practice of any science, then, as a simple matter of probability theory, P plus O is more risky than O. We could lower our risks further by deleting conjunct from O itself. The sheep that Van Frassen worries about pursuing is P plus O, the allegedly attainable lamb is O. Claims about the existence of extinct organisms are sometimes founded. Underscore 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 on the collection of fragments, bits of tooth, bone, or shell. Occasionally, paleontologists are lucky and find whole specimens, mammoths buried in the frozen tundra or ants encased in amber. But it is important to see that the hypothesis that the specimens we now find, whether fragmentary or complete, are remnants of previously living organisms might be wrong. Although we view the teeth and shells as traces of past life, there could be some alternative explanation of their presence. Should we then be cautious and view ourselves as having no knowledge of any unobserved organisms who inhabited the earth before humans were here? The natural response, give us a rival explanation, and we'll consider whether it is sufficiently serious to threaten our confidence in P. By accepting P, we are able to make some predictions about the kinds of fossils we would expect to find and to give many explanations of the presence of the fossils we do find. Of the characteristics of the ancestral form of living ants subsequently, and quite unexpectedly, largely confirmed through discovery of a rare specimen encased in amber. It is possible that all these successes are merely apparent. But to take that possibility seriously, we need some alternative explanation of our apparent success. The last-ditch defense of those who hoped to resist the 19th century paleontological account of the history of life was to declare that the apparent fossils were a test from God. This provides a rival explanation for the presence of what we took to be traces of past life. Outside philosophy classes, it typically provokes incredulity based on the judgment that our world contains animals that die and leave teeth, bones, and shells behind, but that it does not contain gods and demons who behave in the envisaged ways. We use our general scientific picture of the world and our relation to it to dismiss any rival explanations of fossil findings as implausible. If that strategy seems suspect, then it is worth considering our beliefs about observables. Science provides us with a picture of how we relate to the bits of tooth, bone, and shell. That picture proposes that our beliefs are generated and supported through complex causal interactions with teeth, bones, and shells. Imagine that a philosopher now becomes selectively worried, adopting the outline of the story and accepting the idea that beliefs are psychological states with complex causal antecedents, but denying that our standard picture of causation is correct. Perhaps we are deceived, he suggests. There are no bones, shells, and teeth, only a malevolent demon who works upon us. The style of argument is Van Frassen's, for, in both cases, the suggestion is that we abandon various risky beliefs since there are possible rival explanations for what we take to be occurring. 37 Both arguments should underscore 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 be resisted. However, it is impossible to rebut them without taking for granted our normal standards for assessing the possibility of rival explanations, standards that are grounded in our picture of the world and our relation to it. With respect to extinct organisms, genes, and subatomic particles, confidence is based on the idea that there are no plausible rival explanations of the phenomena. 38 If Van Frassen's maxim is be agnostic whenever you might go wrong, then the agnosticism he recommends is far more sweeping than he suggests. If it is be agnostic whenever there is a plausible rival account of nature and our relation to it, then the maxim is thoroughly sensible. But the standards of plausible explanation have to be set by our scientific picture. Once these standards are invoked, it appears that there is no basis for distinguishing our commitments to observables from those to extinct organisms, genes, or subatomic particles. I shall conclude this discussion of Van Frassen's provocative views by considering briefly a counter that he gives to an argument having some affinities with mine. Hilary Putnam argued that claims about unobservables are needed if we are to explain the success of science. After provisionally accepting the demand for a scientific explanation of the success of science, Van Frassen continues. Science is a biological phenomenon, an activity by one kind of organism which facilitates its interaction with the environment. And this makes me think that a very different kind of scientific explanation is required. I can best make the point by contrasting two accounts of the mouse who runs from its enemy, the cat. Saint Augustine already remarked on this phenomenon, and provided an intentional explanation. The mouse perceives that the cat is its enemy, hence the mouse runs. What is postulated here is the adequacy of the mouse's thought to the order of nature. The relation of enmity is correctly reflected in his mind. But the Darwinist says, do not ask why the mouse runs from its enemy. Species which do not cope with their natural enemies no longer exist. That is why there are only ones who do. By the same token, Van Frassen suggests, the explanation of why the theories of current science are successful lies in the fact that only the successful ones survive the winnowing of scientific ideas. This passage raises slippery issues. Darwinians want not only to claim that underscore 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 in 20th century philosophy. But the parallel to Van Frassen's argument does not assume that there are sense data in anything like the traditional sense. It appeals to a small part of our ordinary scientific lore, the claim that we are subjects who can be in psychological states as the result of interactions with something else, and asks us to remain agnostic about the causes of those states. There are numerous different ways to formulate this agnostic position, some of which commit themselves to very little indeed. However, the important common theme is that the conclusion of the parallel to Van Frassen's argument ought to lead us to say less about the world rather than to introduce special posits. 38. As Nancy Cartwright trenchantly puts it, if there are no electrons in the cloud chamber, I do not know why the tracks are there. 155. Successful organisms are those that leave descendants, but also to investigate those characteristics that promote reproductive success, carrying out the inquiry at whatever level of generality is possible. Thus we can distinguish current species and those that have endured for significant periods in the past, the possession of high Darwinian fitness, borne by those organisms that have characteristics that dispose them to survive and to reproduce most successfully, the generic characteristics that endow organisms with high Darwinian fitness, and, finally, the particular ways in which organisms belonging to particular species achieve these generic characteristics. Similarly, in the case of scientific theories, we should separate current theories and those that have endured for significant periods in the past, the possession of high propensities for espousal by scientists, borne by those theories that have great predictive and explanatory power, the generic characteristics that endow theories with great predictive and explanatory power, and, finally, the particular ways in which particular theories achieve these generic characteristics. Van Frassen suggests that the presence of certain species is to be explained by noting that the organisms belonging to them have high fitness in the relevant environments, and this is indeed a relatively shallow level of Darwinian explanation, corresponding to the understanding of in terms of 39 by analogy. We could explain the endurance and current presence of theories which appear successful by remarking that those which did not have high explanatory and predictive power tended to be discarded, a relatively shallow level of explanation that again explains in terms of. This should not be the end of the story. Darwinians want to know, at whatever level of generality is possible, what kinds of organism-environment relationships confer reproductive success they want to explain, and by moving on to. Similarly, Putnam's demand is to ask what it is about those theories that are explanatorily and predictively successful and that posit unobservables that makes for their explanatory and predictive success. The answer given by the realist is that such theories succeed in this way because they fasten on aspects of reality. If they did not, it would be a miracle that they were so successful. Now that answer can be challenged, as it is challenged by the pessimistic inductivists by claiming that highly successful theories frequently introduced posits that we no longer recognize. But, as we saw in the previous section, that challenge can be turned back. I thus suggest that a parallel to the thoroughly Darwinian strategy of trying to elicit the general characteristics of the organism-environment relation that confers underscore 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 39. To characterize this explanation as shallow is not simply an aesthetic judgment. The simple practice of noting that members of enduring species had high fitness is close to the caricature view of Darwinism as tautologous, explaining survival in terms of itself. The explanatory power of this practice derives from its comparison of actual outcomes with probabilistic expectations and its denial that other factors interfered to separate the actual from the expected. Real evolutionary biologists, unlike Van Frassen Darwinists, typically go further, asking for the sources of the high fitness. 156. Reproductive success is that of trying to elicit the theory-nature relation that confers explanatory and predictive success, is used to account for and. Finally, we may probe in more detail, looking at the precise ways in which members of a particular species survive and reproduce so well, noting, for example, the traits of mice that enable them to detect the presence of cats. Analogously, our inquiries into the successes of particular sciences may proceed as far as explaining the details of the explanatory and predictive successes of paleontology and genetics by showing how references to extinct organisms and to genes play a crucial role in the schemata of these practices, and how no explanation of the resultant success rivals that of the simple suggestion that there were once organisms that are now extinct and that there are genes. 6 Goals in flux. Let me now take up a different type of concern about my account of progress. On my conception, the cognitive goal of science is to attain significant truth, where significance is understood in terms of charting divisions and recognizing explanatory dependencies in nature insofar as it is possible for beings with our limitations to do so. This goal is independent of field and time, independent of how we think it might be achieved. By contrast, Lawton has argued that there is no single set of aims that holds for all sciences and for all times. Instead, he proposes a reticulational model of scientific change in which not only theories but also methodologies and axiologies can be debated and modified. 40. Lawton and I share the idea that the state of a science at a time is multidimensional, but our views about what I call practices are importantly different. Ignoring substantial points about the relations between the individual and the social, my picture of a consensus practice distinguishes the following: the goals of science and the actual best ways of achieving those goals, the implicit characterization of goals in the specification of significant questions, and the formulation of principles deemed to govern appropriate ways of achieving the goals in the methodological statements of the practice. Scientific practices contain, but stands outside practice. On my account, the goals of science do not change over time, although scientists may offer different ideas about sub-goals in the light of their beliefs about the world. For Lawton, by contrast, the counterpart of a practice contains 4 components: theories, ontology, methodology, and axiology. In underscore 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 40. This position is elaborated in his, and there are some tensions between this later work and the view of progress in terms of puzzle solving advanced in. I shall not explore possible ways of resolving the tension, since I am primarily interested in the challenge posed by Lawton's claims about variable aims. 157. The present discussion it will not be necessary to consider the ontology of a science, so I shall formulate Lawton's position by attributing to him the view that science consists of a sequence of practices, each of which can be represented as a triple. Apparently, for Lawton, there are no epistemic aims except those represented within the L practice. Thus he has no counterpart for. Lawton would like to use his reticulational model to understand how the sciences can change rationally, and, in particular, how there can be rational changes in all 3 components of L practice. His insight is to see that the rationality of a transition from to is judged by the available evidence and whatever remains constant throughout the transition. He envisages the possibility that a sequence of such rational transitions might culminate in changes in methodologies and axiologies as well as in theories. 41. But there is an obvious question: what are the principles that govern rational L practice transitions? The fact that methodology and axiology are mentioned in the picture might blind us to the point that there has to be a methodology outside the picture. Lawton plainly wants to divide changes in L practice into 2 types, those that are rational and those that are not. Hence there must be statements of the forms T, M, A just in case T. T given M, A. T, M, A just in case M. M given T, A. T, M, A just in case A. A given T, M. Where, in each case, LL means that the change is rational. Lawton does not say a great deal that enables us to fill in the blanks in these statements, but it is clear that, in general, the rationality of changing one L practice to another involves remedying various kinds of inconsistencies among elements. In the special case of changes of aims, corresponding to my third schema, he does propose that we revise aims in the light of theories and methods so as to devise substitutes for goals that come to be regarded as unattainable. 42. Here are several worrying features of this reticulational model, for instance, the apparent difficulty of saying how, in a clash between theory and methodology, we should decide whether to revise theory or to change methodology, and the seeming possibility that the state of L practice at the end underscore 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 of a sequence of changes might look with disfavor upon some of the transitions that generated that L practice. But the fundamental concern that I have here is with the status of the principles that result when the correct substitutions are made in the preceding schemata. What makes the principles of rational transition among L practices the right principles? Since it is clear that Lawton regards rational transitions among L practices as relieving inconsistencies, and that he does not think that every way of remedying inconsistency is rational, the demand is for understanding why relief from inconsistency should be sought and why it should not be sought in the obvious fashion of hacking away at our L practices until they are so minimal as to avoid the contradictions. The obvious answer is that there are enduring goals that are not represented in Lawton's official picture and that the rules of rationality formulate good strategies for attaining these goals. We eliminate inconsistency because we want our claims to be true, and we do not do so by means of some scorched earth policy because we want as much significant truth as we can get. 43. But if Lawton were to offer this explanation, his thesis that the goals of science vary across time would be reformulated so that it was no longer at odds with the picture of progress I have offered. All that would vary would be the formulation of derivative goals, and that type of variation is captured in my framework by the conception of shifts in the notion of significance. On the other hand, if Lawton does not explain the status of the principles of rational L practice transition by appealing to their promotion of enduring goals, it is unclear that he has any basis for supposing that these principles have any special quality. Anyone is free to characterize a set of transitions with some honorific term, but the significance of doing so needs to be explained. The argument so far is intended to show that if there is to be rational change in scientific axiology, there have to be some enduring goals that provide a basis against which judgments of rationality make sense. Once this conclusion is reached, there is a natural explanation of apparent variation in the goals of science. Scientists seek to present true answers to significant questions, insofar as they are able. As their views about objective dependencies. Underscore 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 change, what they take to be significant will shift. Moreover, in light of the statements they accept, they will view certain kinds of questions as admitting exact answers, others as approachable in terms of idealizations or approximations, and yet others, perhaps, as unanswerable by human beings. Changes in the statements accepted will be reflected in these appraisals, leading to differences in the formulation of derivative aims. The explanation I have just sketched should be familiar from discussions of ethical relativism. 44. Apparent differences in moral judgments may stem from differences in belief against a background of shared fundamental values. This, I suggest, is exactly what occurs in the history of science. Lawton's reticulational model is driven by the idea that there are genuine modifications of fundamental aims of science from epoch to epoch. On closer view, I claim, changes in formulations of the aims of science can be understood as expressions of the enduring goal of discovering as much significant truth as human beings can in the light of changing beliefs about what is significant, what nature is like, and what the nature of our relation to nature is. Lawton's principal example of axiological shifts in the history of science concerns an alleged oscillation between demanding that theories be true and demanding merely that they save the phenomena. Despite the fact that he is an adept chronicler of disputes between those who formulate these aims, particularly in the context of 18th century physical science, Lawton misses a simple explanation of the evidence he cites. It is hard to believe that any of the major protagonists in these debates would have dissented from the goals that were identified in the last chapter. All would have hoped to formulate explanatory schemata that captured the dependencies of phenomena, to pose and to answer questions picked out as significant by such schemata to the extent that the formulation of the schemata and the answering of significant questions were possible for human beings. The dispute is not about desirability but about attainability. Those who settle for less, arguing that hypotheses should save the phenomena, do so not because they think it undesirable to achieve true hypotheses but because they think it beyond the power of the human scientists to discriminate the truth from the rival possibilities. 7. Social interference. It should be apparent by now that my account of progress is not committed to the idea that truth is easily won, nor to the view that the facts force themselves upon us if the conditions are right. Achieving the truth is tricky, but not uniformly so. Moreover, the history of science cautions us against writing off any domain of investigation as inaccessible. Given the finiteness of our collective lifespan, the boundedness of our distribution in space, and the limitations of our cognitive systems, it is highly likely that there are some underscore 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 aspects of the universe that we shall never be able to fathom. However, it is not clear that we can come to know which these are without an enormous amount of effort. Casual attempts to write off certain phenomena as beyond the reach of science are typically premature. After all, who would have thought that we would have come to know as much as we do about the composition of matter or the history of life? Recall how many eminent biologists before Darwin despaired of ever understanding the origins of species, the mystery of mysteries. Contemporary work in the sociology of science embodies a vigorous critique of the confident attitude that I have adopted. It would be simple to respond to that critique by pointing out that it assumes that views of science which suppose that realist goals are set and attained inevitably embody a naive epistemology on which the human mind is transparent to nature. Barry Barnes presents the approach he hopes to undermine as follows. Although it would be generally agreed that biasing factors occur, in different degrees, in most institutional contexts, and hence that most belief systems embody some degree of error and distortion, the natural sciences are generally accepted as true and indeed toward bodies of knowledge, their methods as impartial, unbiased models of investigation. Thus, science can function as a model of how we would be able to orient ourselves to the world in the absence of our psychological biases and social prejudices. Similar suggestions that one can only maintain that science aims at and attains truth by neglecting the complexities of the processes that give rise to belief and adopting a simple-minded epistemology can be found in a justly famous study of daily laboratory practice. At the onset of stabilization, the object was the virtual image of the statement. Subsequently, the statement becomes the mirror image of the reality out there. Thus the justification for the statement TRF is pyrogluhispro NH2 is simply that TRF really is pyrogluhispron. At the same time, the past becomes inverted. TRF has been there all along, just waiting to be revealed for all to see. The history of its construction is also transformed from this new vantage point. The process of construction is turned into the pursuit of a single path which led inevitably to the actual structure. The quick response is simply to slough off the epistemological ideas that these writers attribute to their opposition and then to proceed with one's business. The fundamental realist thesis is that we arrive at true statements about the world. That thesis does not imply that we have unbiased access to nature, merely that the biases are not so powerful that they prevent us from working our way out of false belief. Nor should realists be seen as embracing a curious kind of positivism, the justification for belief that P is to be P45. Intelligent realists will claim that the justification for belief about the structure of TRF is a process involving interactions between scientists and nature, and that the belief is justified because processes of this general sort regularly and reliably generate true beliefs. 46. Showing that the sociological attack on realism works by foisting upon realists naive epistemologies that they do not adopt and should not want is quick but unsatisfying. There are deep and important insights in recent discussions in the sociology of science, and these are missed unless realists meet the fundamental challenge. Is there an account of our relationship to the realists' supposed independent reality that will both accord with the detailed accounts we have of the social lives of scientists and support the claim that we gain knowledge of this independent reality? 47. According to the picture developed in Chapter 3, changes in consensus practice result from modifications of individual practice, in accordance with rules for consensus formation. Those changes in individual practice, in turn, result from two types of process: conversations with peers and encounters with nature. 48. The encounters with nature involve the impinging of stimuli on cognitive systems whose prior states play an important role in determining the new state of the system. Thus there is no suggestion that experience is raw or unbiased. Those prior states are partially caused by conversations with peers, earlier encounters with nature, and, ultimately, the training process and even the earlier intellectual ontogeny of the scientists. The deep point of the sociological critique is that the social forces that operate in this modification of practice, the rules for consensus shaping, the conversations with peers, the training process and broader socialization within a larger community may be sufficiently powerful that the effects of nature are negligible. If correct, this point would undermine my account of progress from within, accepting the idea that we can use our scientific picture of nature and our relation to it to appraise our beliefs about nature, and maintaining that when the appraisal is done it reveals that relationship to be too tenuous to deliver true beliefs. 49. The persistence of our judgments about nature. The persistence underscore 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 I have used in earlier sections to generate optimistic conclusions would then be seen as a consequence of the inertia of social systems. The challenge may be presented in either a radical or a conservative way. On the conservative version, the practice of a science would be divided into two parts: a framework that remains unaffected by any interactions with nature and a filling that adjusts to nature. The radical way of elaborating the challenge would be to contend that nature has no input at all into our scientific practices, so that all modifications of consensus practice result from social forces. Both variants can be developed to lead to interesting empirical claims about changes in science. Let us start with the radical challenge, and with an extreme version of it. Social forces might be so strong at the level of individual practice that precisely the same changes in individual practice would occur whatever stimuli impinged upon the individual scientist. This formulation is surely false. Scientists who are apparently subjected to the same social forces disagree because they have engaged in different encounters with nature. We could deliberately contrive for members of the same research team perhaps the closest approximation to the social equivalent of monozygotic twins we can reasonably expect to get to receive different results from runs of the same experiment and test the claim that differences in stimuli will cause differences in modifications of practice. A far more serious suggestion is that even if social forces do not constrain individual practice in the extreme fashion just bruited, they do make it impossible for the different effects of different stimuli to be absorbed into consensus practice. Those who only hear about challenging results will dismiss them as poorly done, and, if the challenger insists on them, he will lose whatever authority he has and may even be driven out of the community. It is not difficult to devise general models of scientific communities, in which those who have greatest authority do not engage in experimentation and in which there is a pronounced tendency among all members to defer to authority, and which show how a community's consensus practice could be completely independent of any input from nature. This version of the sociological challenge represents a clear theoretical possibility. The question is whether that possibility is actualized in science. The most plausible versions of the thesis that consensus practice is socially determined are those that combine the idea of the last paragraph with a more conservative approach. Divide the consensus practice of a community into two parts: framework and filling. Elements of the framework are impervious to modification through encounters with nature, either because the framework is never modified in individual practice or because modifications of the framework in individual practice are unable to spread throughout the community so as to be absorbed into later consensus. Elements of the filling, however, underscore 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 attempting to understand the dynamics of introduction and diffusion of ideas that might challenge parts of consensus practice. 163 can be modified as a result of causal interactions with nature, and the modifications can spread through the community to enter consensus practice. I hope that it is now apparent that the sociological critique is both intelligible and difficult to assess. The issue that it raises should recall a familiar dispute. Organismal phenotypes are the result of an interaction between the genotype and the organism's environment. Disentangling the relative contributions of the two has proved highly problematic. Especially with respect to those behavioral traits that most fascinate us, there has been a pronounced tendency to gravitate to one of two polar positions. Either it is proposed that the genes exert an iron grip, or it is suggested that the genes provide no constraints at all. As soon as the extreme positions are articulated, they are quickly disavowed. Everybody agrees that there are two important determinants. But there is still room for dispute about relative importance, about the extent to which variation in phenotype is limited by genotype. 50. In the present case, too, there are two types of factor which prove hard to disentangle. The practices of individuals respond both to stimuli from external, a social nature, and to the remarks made by teachers, friends, colleagues, and adversaries. The consensus practice responds to changes in individual practices that are mediated by the social structure of the community. The position that the sociologists attack is the extreme suggestion that social determinants make no difference. Given the same inputs from a social nature, there will be the same modifications of consensus practice, no matter what the social structure. They counterpose the extreme view that inputs from nature are impotent, or at least impotent with respect to the framework of consensus practice. Given the same social structure, there will be the same modifications of consensus practice, no matter what the inputs from a social nature, and, in particular, the framework of consensus practice will remain unaltered. I claim that there is a vast, unexplored middle ground between these extremes. What does a realist account like mine need? It is not necessary to assume the thesis of social transparency that traditional philosophy of science presupposes and that sociologists rightly attack. 51. Nor is it enough simply to deny. Underscore 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 5. The sociologist's polar antithesis. The relevant issue is whether, given the actual social structures present in scientific communities, the input from a social nature is sufficiently strong to keep consensus practice on track. The issue can be framed precisely as follows: let us suppose that there is a community of scientists with a consensus practice C1, a distribution of individual practices, and a particular social structure. Let C2 be a practice such that, given the way the world is, the shift from C1 to C2 would be progressive in any of the senses articulated in the last chapter. The facilitating encounters for the shift from C1 to C2 are those sequences of stimuli that would lead the community from its initial state to a subsequent state in which the consensus practice is C2. My account of progress does depend on the idea that, with respect to the kinds of consensus practices, distributions of individual practices, and social structures actually found in science, there are facilitating encounters actually available for scientists to make progressive shifts. Ideally, I would like to contend that this obtains for every facet of scientific practice, so that there is no inviolable framework that input from nature cannot displace. However, a conservative version of the sociological critique would be compatible with the partial applicability of my conception of cognitive progress. So far I have merely tried to arrive at a clear view of what is at stake. Let us now return to the claims and arguments of skeptical sociologists. Latour and Wilger appear to commit themselves to the extreme position that I have delineated. We do not use the notion of reality to account for the stabilization of a statement, because this reality is formed as a consequence of this stabilization. We do not wish to say that facts do not exist nor that there is no such thing as reality. In this simple sense, our position is not relativist. Our point is that out-there-ness is the consequence of scientific work rather than its cause. I interpret this passage as recognizing that people engage in causal interactions with something beyond themselves and the social sphere. Their beliefs, or more generally consensus practices, are not affected by these interactions. The fact that TRF has a certain structure does not play a causal role in the genesis of the belief that it has that structure. Rather, because we believe, as the result of a complex social process, that TRF has that structure, the fact that TRF has that structure is constructed. The thesis of the social construction of facts is thus the claim that the acceptance of statements as firm parts of consensus practice is to be explained in a particular underscore 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 underscore. To reject any analysis of the grounds of cognition that attempts to reduce the social inputs to complexes of asocial interactions with nature. Fashion, a fashion that makes no reference to the constraining power of stimuli from external, asocial nature. 52. Why should anyone believe this? Latour and Wilger offer a detailed account of the social exchanges that preceded the endorsement of the claim that TRF is pyrogluhis pro NH2. That account can obviously raise serious questions about the wisdom of ignoring social processes and social structures in an investigation of scientific change. It can challenge the confidence of those who think that the modification of individual practice and of consensus practice will be affected only by the stimuli received from external, asocial nature. Latour and Wilger thus make a plausible case for supposing that the extreme opposite view about the modification of consensus is mistaken. But this is a long way short of their conclusion. To defend the thesis of the construction of facts, as I have interpreted it, one would have to show that the encounters with nature that occurred during the genesis of belief about TRF played no role. However those encounters had turned out, the end result would have been the same. Since Latour and Wilger do not describe the actual experiments in any detail, they provide no reason for supposing that that is so. Once again, the comparison with nature-nurture debates proves valuable. Those who believe that genotypes exert powerful constraints on phenotypes buttress their case by showing how similar phenotypes result under wide variety in the environment. To defend Latour and Wilger's thesis, it is not enough to revel in the social complexities of the processes that stand behind changes in consensus practice, although that is a welcome corrective to the simplifications of some traditional thinking about scientific change. It must be shown how the outcomes would remain invariant under modifications of the input from nature. There is an ideal experiment. Take a large number of populations of scientists, separate them so that no interpopulation communication is possible, start each in the state of the community of molecular endocrinologists at the beginning of Latour and Wilger's story, same consensus practice, same distribution of individual practices, same social structure. Expose each population to different inputs from nature, perhaps by simply having them run their assays on different substances. How much variation in consensus practice do you get? If the consensus underscore 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 practices are all the same, then there would be powerful support for Latour and Wilger's thesis of social determination and the construction of facts. If they vary, with the variation perfectly correlated with the substances presented, then there would be powerful support for the old-fashioned idea that, at least for this kind of social arrangement and this kind of statement, input from reality is strong enough to keep science on track. Other results would testify to an interaction between the social factors and inputs from a social nature. We cannot perform the experiment. But there is a common feeling that we know in advance how it would turn out. Surely, we think, there would be some variation. Some of the groups would adopt a different belief about the structure of TRF, or would at least fail to adopt the belief that TRF is pyroglucose pro NH2. Moreover, we expect to find some kind of correlation between the substances presented and the beliefs about structure that result, so that the realist idea that beliefs covary to some extent with the state of nature would be sustained. I find it implausible to think that, with respect to this example, our judgment is entirely self-deception. The experiment we envisage is too close in kind to naturally occurring situations in which people who encounter different parts of nature form different beliefs. 53. Let us consider some obvious objections. First, it may be suggested that my formulation of the issue, with its pronouncements about what would have happened had the world been different, is suspect. I am sympathetic to the complaint that consideration of ideal experiments is somewhat artificial, but it is important to see that such consideration crystallizes what is at stake in the sociological critique. It is not enough simply to observe that there are social processes that occur when consensus practice is shifted. The thesis is that the character of the shifts is determined by these processes and not by inputs from nature. That thesis immediately makes counterfactual claims. It implies that differences in interactions with nature would not systematically be reflected in the modifications of consensus practice. Talk of ideal experiments and their consequences presents the counterfactual claims precisely. Of course, we predict the outcomes of these ideal experiments by relying on our judgments about what actual figures do in a variety of actual situations. My formulations should appear less contrived if we recognize their kinship with everyday knowledge about how people in different social contexts and in different relations to nature behave, and how this knowledge serves us as the basis for making counterfactual predictions, judgments of the forms of underscore 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 underscore. S had not seen X, then S would not have believed that P, and if S had not been in a society of type Y, then S would not have believed that Q are hardly alien. The suggestions about the outcomes of ideal experiments that I have offered simply introduce such forms of judgment into reflection about episodes of scientific change. In some instances there are theoretical reasons for worrying that encounters with nature have no power to constrain consensus practice. Sociologists of science have been much influenced by the thesis of the theory-latenness of observation and by the thesis of the underdetermination of theory by evidence. 54. They have also been much concerned with unsettled controversies, in which, because we do not know how to describe the relations between the participants and external nature, we are not able to use claims about the differences in inputs from reality to explain the variation in belief. But to recognize the methodological usefulness of ignoring scientists' encounters with nature in certain types of analysis, should not lead us to the far more ambitious claim that the world never has an impact on our beliefs. The inferential gap is bridged by taking it for granted that there are alternative ways of responding to any possible sequence of encounters with nature, so that the choice between rival modifications of consensus practice must be determined by social forces. A sociologist of science might contend that the cognitive propensities present in mid-19th century naturalists yield no resolution of the question whether organisms are related by descent with modification, given any possible sequence of encounters with nature that those naturalists might have had, so that the actual resolution of that issue had to be affected by social causes. That contention cannot be supported simply by pointing out that there is an interesting network of social relations among the early defenders of minimal Darwinism. The issue revolves around the possibility of identifying a reliable process of reasoning that could generate the switch to minimal Darwinism, given the stimuli that the naturalists actually received. In Chapter 2 I tried to show that this is indeed possible, and that the process is encapsulated in the long argument of the origin. I now suggest that this serves as a paradigm for responding to sociological critiques. The first task must be to formulate those critiques as I have done, in terms of ideal experiments and the outcomes that both realists and their critics expect. Next, one can try to bring to bear empirical information about people's actual behavior in different contexts on study of the conditions of decision. if it is suggested that general considerations, for example that of underdetermination of theory by evidence, reveal that the scientific decision under scrutiny could not have been determined through response to nature, then one must consider whether or not there are available, reliable processes that would underscore 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 deliver a verdict. Here there can be no substitute for looking at the historical details of the circumstances under which decisions were made. 55. 8 Metaphysical options. Realism is sometimes a modest doctrine. Much of the debate about scientific realism in recent years has concerned a minimal version, the thesis that the terms of successful scientific theories refer to entities that exist independently of us. This version, entity realism, hardly seems worth the fuss. Unless we are quite wrong about the simple idea that we interact with something independent of ourselves, then to the extent that references of our terms are fixed through causal interactions, it is hard to see how we could not be referentially successful. Of course, this is quite compatible with the thesis that we know nothing at all about the entities to which we refer and, therefore, seems of little comfort to a realist. 56 Entity realism deserves. Michael Devitt's jibe that it is anti-realism with a fig leaf. I have spent most of this chapter replying to objections to a much stronger version of realism, one that insists that many of the claims we make about nature are true. Traditional critiques of realism are typically directed at this stronger version. However, the point of the enterprise is to guard against challenges to the view of progress that I advanced in the previous chapter. That view appears to be committed to an even bolder version of realism, so that even if I have been successful in turning back the complaints that have figured in recent discussions, the immodesty of my position requires additional defense. On my account, the primary modes of scientific progress are conceptual and explanatory progress. Both involve notions that may make modest realists queasy. Is it reasonable to believe that there are natural kinds that exist independently of human cognition? Or that there are objective dependencies among the phenomena? Affirmative answers to these questions generate underscore 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 strong realism, a position that conceives of nature as having determinate joints and mind-independent causal structure. Many realists would prefer not to go so far. Ever since Hume, philosophers have faced the challenge of explaining how we are in a position to gain evidence for statements involving a family of notions, statements that identify causal relationships, statements that talk of objective explanatory dependence, statements that assert that a particular set of objects is a natural kind, statements that talk of natural necessities. The root problem seems to be that we have no semantical account of such statements that will fit into an epistemological account. 57 Those theories that offer reductionist analyses in terms that fit neatly into empiricist epistemologies, for example, the efforts of philosophers from Mill to Hempel and John Mackey to make causal claims epistemologically tractable, face apparently insuperable difficulties in doing justice to the concepts they are trying to analyze. 58 Analyses that seem to do better, for example, approaches in terms of possible worlds, raise obvious epistemological concerns. How do our encounters with actual nature provide information about the non-actual? 59. Strong realism accepts the metaphysical commitments and tries to develop a response to the epistemological worries. Concerns about the possibility of knowing about kinds and causes derive, it is suggested, from an oversimplified empiricist epistemology. 60 Empiricists worry that we can never know about causes because our basic perceptual knowledge is limited to identifying certain kinds of attributes. We can see that the first billiard ball moved, that it hit the second, and that the second moved after the impact, but we cannot see that the impact caused the motion of the second ball. Strong realists can maintain, with some plausibility, that the epistemological presuppositions of such worries about causation are unfounded. Perception. underscore 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 is not simply the registering of information in a hitherto blank mind. Rather, as I suggested in Chapter 3, pi beliefs come about through the activation of underlying propensities, and it might be possible to contend that we have cognitive propensities that regularly lead us to form the pi belief that A caused B against the background of a large class of cognitive states when we confront a situation in which A caused B. This is obviously vague, but strong realists can aim to remedy the vagueness, work out the details, and conclude that there is nothing epistemologically problematic about attributions of causation, natural kinds, or objective dependencies. 61. Strong realism is not the only way of buttressing my talk of adequate concepts and objective dependencies. An alternative is to link the notions of natural kind and objective dependency to our organization of nature. Consider the cognitive desiderata of describing the world so that we can formulate generalizations, and, more generally, explain phenomena that are classed together in similar ways. I have suggested elsewhere that scientific explanation consists in achieving a unified vision of the phenomena. We can conceive of the sequence of practices in a field as attempting to modify the language and the set of explanatory schemata so as to achieve the greatest unity among the set of accepted statements. Unity, in this case, is, to a first approximation, understood in terms of generating the largest set of consequences through the use of the smallest number of patterns. More precisely, let a systematization of a set of statements be a collection of derivations, all of whose constituent statements belong to the set. Each systematization can be seen as instantiating a set of schemata, the basis of the systematization. The greatest unification of our system of beliefs is obtained when we use a systematization which generates as many conclusions as possible and whose basis contains the smallest number of most stringent schemata. 62. As I shall suggest in Chapter 7, the growth of scientific knowledge is underscore 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 governed by a principle of unification. Modifications of consensus practice are correctly supported by pointing out that they would lead to a system of belief that is more unified. 63. The use of that principle is apparent in Darwin's defense of his minimal schemata and is striking in his correspondence. 64. But even if one accepts the idea that changes in scientific practice can be justified by appeals to the unification they promote, the real task for any alternative to strong realism is to say what explanatory correctness amounts to explain what is meant by saying that a schema records the objective dependencies in nature. How is that to be done? There is a line of thought that runs from Kant through Peirce to recent writers such as Sellers and Putnam that can usefully be adapted here. 65. Consider science as a sequence of practices that attempt to incorporate true statements and to articulate the best unification of them. As this sequence proceeds, certain features of the organization of beliefs may stabilize, predicates of particular types may be used in explanatory schemata and employed in inductive generalization, particular schemata may endure. The joints of nature and the objective dependencies are the reflections of these stable elements. The natural kinds would be the extensions of the predicates that figured in our explanatory schemata and were counted as projectable in the limit, as our practices developed to embrace more and more phenomena. Objective dependencies would be those recorded in the schemata that emerged in the limit of our practices. According to this view, the unification of our account of the world is a cognitive desideratum for us. 66. A desideratum that we place ahead of finding the literal truth on the many occasions that we idealize the phenomena. The causal structure of the world, the divisions of things into kinds, the objective dependencies among phenomena are all generated from our efforts at organization. To say that a particular predicate picks out a natural kind is thus to claim that marking out the extension of that predicate would figure in the underscore 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 ultimate practice. 67 Hailing a schema as correct is predicting that that schema will have a part in the ideal unification of the phenomena. For my present purposes I am not concerned to articulate the details of this rival to strong realism. Indeed, the project of this book can go forward without choosing between the alternatives. The account of progress I have offered depends on the possibility of making sense of the notions of adequate concepts and correct explanatory schemata. Unless there are compelling reasons for thinking that both the strong realist and the Kantian strategy for explicating these notions are doomed, then skepticism about my commitment to these notions seems unfounded. I do not see that there are such compelling reasons. 9 Possible losses. I began by considering a general worry about the coherence of the goal of attaining truth, a worry that is prominent in Kuhn. I shall conclude with a second type of Kuhnian concern, one that challenges ideas of accumulation in science. After offering his traditional philosophical question about truth, Kuhn advances his evaluation as a historian of the view that science makes progress by achieving truth. I do not doubt, for example, that Newton's mechanics improves on Aristotle's and that Einstein's improves on Newton's as instruments for puzzle solving. But I can see in their succession no coherent direction of ontological development. On the contrary, in some important respects, though by no means in all, Einstein's general theory of relativity is closer to Aristotle's than either of them is to Newton's. In other places, Kuhn is more explicit about the exact nature of the similarities and differences. He claims that there are important affinities between Aristotelian explanations and explanations in 19th-century physics. As became increasingly mathematical, explanation came increasingly to depend upon the exhibition of suitable forms and the derivation of their consequences. In structure, though not in substance, explanation was again that of Aristotelian physics. Asked to explain a particular natural phenomenon, the physicist would write down an appropriate differential equation and deduce from it, perhaps conjoined with specified boundary conditions, the phenomenon in question. The contrast is with the causal mechanical style of explanation characteristic of Cartesian and Newtonian physics, where, it is supposed, there are active agents or isolable causes. Underscore 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 underscore. Furthermore, Kuhn suggests, there are important differences between the explanatory projects of classical physics and those of Einstein's general relativity. In the 18th century, Newtonians found it unscientific to ask for the cause of gravity. However, general relativity does explain gravitational attraction. So, apparently, an explanatory project that was once rejected has been reinstated. Kuhn's remarks seem directed against the conjunction of two claims: physics has made progress from Aristotle to Newton to Fourier to Maxwell to Einstein. Progress consists in the accumulation of explanatory strategies. I defend a version of explanatory progress consists in the incorporation of correct schemata, the replacement of incorrect schemata, the extension of correct schemata. I also defend a version of physics made explanatory progress from Aristotle to Newton to Fourier to Maxwell to Einstein. So Kuhn's examples will be at odds with my account if one of the transitions involves the rejection of a schema subsequently recognized as correct, or the incorporation of a schema subsequently recognized as incorrect. It appears that Kuhn's references to the revivals of Aristotelian ideas in the 19th century and in the work of Einstein are intended to suggest that the former error has occurred. Let us call such instances explanatory losses. Is there an Aristotelian schema that we can recognize as correct and that was eliminated in the transition to Newtonian physics? Consider first Aristotle's explanations of motion, as cited by Kuhn. Stones fell to the center of the universe because their nature or form could be entirely realized only in that position. Fire rose to the periphery for the same reason, and celestial matter realized its nature by turning regularly and eternally in place. The explanations are familiar from Aristotle's writings on motion, and it is not hard to uncover an underlying schema. Natural motion. Question: why does body X move naturally to place P? Answer: 1. X is composed of the elements earth, air, fire, and water in the proportions P, Q, R, S. 2. The natural place of a body composed of the elements in proportions P, Q, R, S is P. 3. Bodies realize their natures most fully when they are in their natural places. 4. Bodies in natural motion strive to realize their natures most fully. Hence in natural motion, X moves to P. Perhaps this schema errs in being generous to Aristotle in that it suggests that there are formulable principles of Aristotelian physics that specify the 174 natural places of mixed bodies. 68. But I offer the schema only as an example of a way in which the explanatory structure of Aristotle's account of motion might be exposed. Plausible amendments will not affect the thrust of my argument. Natural motion is abandoned in Newtonian mechanics. But is it correct? No. We do not regard it as formulating the correct dependencies because it wrongly suggests that differences in tendencies to rise and fall result from differences in the composition of bodies out of particular substances. Nothing so specific will do justice to Kuhn's idea that Aristotelian explanation formulates an insight abandoned in Newton and rediscovered later. Perhaps Aristotle can be viewed as mistaken about much of the detail and yet, perhaps, be credited with recognizing something that Newton missed: the anisotropy of space and the relevance of differences in spatial location to differences in motion. Consider minimal Aristotelianism. Question: why does X move to place P? Answer: 1. X is initially at place P. 2. If a body is initially at place P, then it will move to P. Hence X moves to P. Minimal Aristotelianism is so anemic that I shall take it to be correct. But minimal Aristotelianism was not abandoned in Newton's account of motion. Consider a Newtonian schema. Gravitation. Question: why is X at time t? Answer: 1. X is initially at. The only other bodies in the universe are y1. Yn with initial positions. 2. The mass of X is m, the masses of y1, yn, are m1, mn. 3. The only force acting is that of gravity. 4. The force on a body of mass m1 from a body of mass m2 due to gravity is attractive, directed along the line between the bodies, and is of magnitude g m1 m2/r2 where g is a constant and r is the distance between the bodies. 5. The equation of motion for a body of mass m subjected to a net force Fi along the direction of the ith spatial coordinate is md2xi/dt2 equals Fi. Underscore 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 underscore. 6. For the n+1 body system consisting of x, y1, yn, the equations of motion are 7. The explicit motion of x is given by the equations 11 equals gi. 69. 8. Gi equals exit. Not only is gravitation not incompatible with minimal Aristotelianism, it is even an extension of it. The first lines of both schemata formulate the dependency on place, and lines of gravitation yield a conclusion that is simply taken for granted at step of minimal Aristotelianism. Of course, I have been cheating. Newtonian explanations only make phenomena of motion dependent on spatial location because the relative positions of bodies make a difference to the gravitational forces that they experience. The gravitational field itself is supposed to be invariant over space. So if Aristotelian explanations are going to capture something that Newton missed, then they will have to go beyond the bland formulation of minimal Aristotelianism to something that captures the idea that the gravitational field is dependent on spatial position. Let us try to formulate the notion that Aristotle's belief in the anisotropy of space captures an ideal of explanatory dependence that Einstein saw and Newton missed. Minimal Aristotelianism. Question: why is the gravitational field in region R, G? Answer: the attributes of space in region R are s. the relation between the attributes of space in a region and the gravitational field in that region is given by the function g, where g equals g. Hence the gravitational field in R is g. Obviously the schema is very vague. There are correct versions of it, present in Einsteinian physics and absent in Newtonian physics. Are any such versions also present in Aristotle? That seems to me highly implausible. Aristotle would not recognize the attributes of space that current physics takes to be relevant to the gravitational field. Thus the most we can claim is that Aristotle underscore 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 ion recognized the dependency of the gravitational field on some attributes of space. Even if this is conceived as an insight that generates a genuine explanatory loss in Newtonian physics, it presupposes that Aristotle gave explanations of the characteristics of the gravitational field, and this, I suggest, strains credulity. Although we could extend the discussion of Kuhn's thesis by considering the abandonment of appeals to formal causes in favor of appeals to efficient causes, the preceding treatment makes clear the strategy for going further. When the explanatory schemata of the various practices are made completely explicit, we find no basis for claiming that later consensus practices have abandoned an earlier correct schema. I conclude that the type of cumulativism to which my account of cognitive progress is committed can survive yet another influential challenge. 177. 6. Dissolving rationality. 1. Good design. Before the early 1960s, almost all philosophers took the rationality of science for granted. So prevalent was the notion that science is the epitome of human rationality that explicit announcement of allegiance to it was largely confined to popular lectures, introductory books, or preambles to more serious epistemological work. To account for this admirable feature of science, it was presupposed that scientists tacitly know methodological rules which are used to appraise newly introduced hypotheses and theories. Identifying these rules was an important, possibly the most important task for philosophy of science. 2. In the next 3 chapters I shall try to see what, if anything, can be salvaged from the thesis of the rationality of science. I shall begin by returning the notion of rationality to its psychological roots. Science is not the sort of thing that uses reasons, good or bad. Scientists engage in reasoning. The thesis of the rationality of science ought to be interpreted as claiming that scientists, for the most part or, perhaps, at the most crucial times, base their conclusions on good reasoning. Or perhaps it intends to go deeper and trace the performance of scientists to something in the institution itself that encourages good reasoning. The discussions of the last 3 chapters provide a way of thinking about science that enables us to develop this approach. The science of a time is underscore 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 constituted by the collection of individuals engaged in doing science, their relations to one another and to the broader community, their cognitive propensities and their individual practices, the consensus practices of the various fields and subfields. According to the last 2 chapters, this total system is intended to achieve certain goals. Is it well designed for doing so? We can make this question more precise by specifying the entity whose design we are to investigate, the kinds of goals we bring into consideration, and the standard for good design. The very broadest conception concerns science as a whole and its place in our societies and considers our total set of goals. Because I have explicitly forsworn analysis of our overall sense of value, my investigations will be more limited. One question, to be investigated in more detail in Chapter 8, concerns the good design of scientific communities for achieving epistemic ends. There I shall compare different types of social organization and different mixtures of cognitive strategies with respect to their expected generation of progressive sequences of consensus practices. I conceive of rationality as a means-end notion. 3 concepts of rationality are generated by thinking of entities as meeting some criterion of good design relative to a set of goals. Thinking of rationality as a means-end notion is hardly new. For articulating that familiar idea in the underscore 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 context of an explicit investigation of the subjects of rationality, the goals, and the criterion of good design transforms the debate about the rationality of science. Recent battles about scientific rationality have not been concerned with the total system, with maximization of the expected progressiveness of a sequence of consensus practices, or anything of that sort. The focus has been on individuals. Here too we can ask whether the performances of individuals are well designed for the attainment of their goals. In the context of scientific activity, individuals count as overall rational if what they do meets some criterion of good design for attaining their total set of goals. Conceptions of epistemic rationality are generated by restricting attention to epistemic goals. Recall from Chapter 3 that these are of two classes. Individuals have goals for themselves and for the communities to which they contribute. Thus we may inquire whether a scientist's actions and decisions are well designed for promoting progressive consensus practices in the community to which the scientist belongs. This is not the same as asking whether those actions and decisions are well designed for promoting modifications of the scientist's individual practice that would be progressive with respect to either the original individual practice or the consensus practice of the community. In this chapter and the two that follow, I shall be interested in questions about goodness of design for achieving epistemic goals, some of which relate to traditional problems in the philosophy of science, others of which only come into view when the distinctions of Chapter 3 are appreciated. Philosophers and reflective scientists have devoted much attention to the methods that should be followed and the inferences that should be used in extracting information from nature. I shall discuss such issues in Chapter 7, by focusing on encounters with nature. Good design of such strategies is neither necessary nor sufficient for achieving progressive sequences of consensus practices. This point will be demonstrated in Chapter 8. So much for an overview of the territory. Let us now descend from the heights and remind ourselves of the type of episode that provokes the claim that science is rational. 2. Illustration. At the 1860 meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Robert Fitzroy, one-time captain of HMS Beagle and former friend and messmate of Charles Darwin, stalked the hall, holding a Bible above his head and intoning the words "the book. The book." Meanwhile, up on the platform, the Bishop of Oxford, Samuel Wilberforce, engaged. Underscore 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 underscore. T.H. Huxley in debate about the merits of another book, Darwin Origin. Wilberforce, so the story goes, had been coached by Richard Owen, who was later to launch another undercover attack on Darwin's proposals by writing an anonymous review. This scene dramatizes traditional thinking about scientific rationality. There is a cast of 5 characters. 2 decide rationally in favor of common descent. 3 act irrationally. All 5 share a large number of beliefs about the natural world, accepting the phenomena about the distributions of organisms, comparative morphology, the fossil record, and so forth, that Darwin reported in the Origin. If that information were stored in the declarative memory of a cognitive system with an activated goal to adopt a progressive shift in individual practice, and if that system had activated cognitive propensities that were well designed for making progressive shifts, then that cognitive system would modify its state to embrace the claims and commitments of minimal Darwinism. Darwin and Huxley did this, they are therefore rational. Fitzroy, Owen, and Wilberforce did not, they are therefore irrational. 5. We explain their irrationality, perhaps, by suggesting that other, non-epistemic, goals become activated and, in consequence, their cognitive activity is diverted. What we know of the men's behavior enables us to sketch pictures of their psychological lives. Fitzroy's apparently demented display suggests that the goal of defending certain religious doctrines has become so dominant in his thinking that he is unable to respond at all to Darwin's evidence and arguments. Propensities that might have been activated to reach Darwinian conclusions are immediately inactivated once it is recognized where their application leads. The case of Wilberforce is more subtle and more interesting. Dedicated to a long-term goal of protecting the Anglican Church, Wilberforce was favorably disposed to hear that there were flaws in Darwin's argument. Deferring to an eminent authority who told him what he wanted to hear, he decided to engage Huxley in the famous debate. His non-epistemic goal was activated, and, in consequence, he applied inferential propensities that made him sympathetic to criticisms of Darwin's arguments. A similar story can be told for Owen, the most interesting of the three. Already disinclined to form beliefs about the relationships among organisms, Owen seems to have been motivated by professional jealousy. The goal of retaining his status of top dog in British biology was activated. When his tendency to suppress propensities that might lead to risky conclusions was reinforced by his desire to find holes in Darwin's arguments, he activated propensities that led him to scrutinize the minutiae of the case. His carping response to the origin was the result. These are psychological speculations. I do not claim that they are correct. Indeed, historians would surely want to tell far more subtle stories about the underscore 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 complicated characters I have mentioned. My aim is to illustrate, showing how the traditional idea that there was a distinction between rational and irrational responses to the origin can be translated into my framework. Those who believe in that distinction and its application to divide Darwin and Huxley from Fitzroy, Owen, and Wilberforce are, I think, committed to some cluster of psychological hypotheses such as I have offered. What Darwin and Huxley did must be seen as well designed for the making of cognitive progress. The cognitive systems of Fitzroy, Owen, and Wilberforce, by contrast, should be revealed as defective in some way. Perhaps non-epistemic goals became inappropriately activated, perhaps the inferential propensities they applied were unreliable. Once again, I intend only to illustrate. The point of the traditional distinction between the rational and the irrational is to mark out features of cognitive systems that are well designed for making cognitive progress. Having reframed the issues in this way, the next task is evidently to try to specify the relevant notion of good design. 3 preliminary clarifications. Because debates about scientific rationality have often taken for granted a very different perspective from the one I adopt, there is real danger that firmly entrenched ideas about rationality will be carried over in thinking about my conception of rationality as good cognitive design. Accordingly, there are some misunderstandings about past attempts to discern rationality in science that it is important to correct, and some criticisms of any such enterprise that ought to be answered. Defenders of the rationality of science are sometimes lumbered with the doctrine that only those who hold true beliefs can be rational. Thus Bruno Latour imagines attempting to divide figures from the past and the present into 2 classes, one labeled with derogatory adjectives and the other with laudatory ones. The attempt, Latour claims, is doomed. Descartes initially appears to be on the right side until we recognize his commitment to bizarre vortices. Newton only lasts among the praiseworthy while we keep his alchemical researches under wraps. So it goes. Latour concludes wryly, the only way to stop adjectives jumping randomly from one side of the divide to the other would be to believe that only this year's scientists are right, skeptical, logical, etc. Well, of course one can make the enterprise of appraisals of rationality look foolish and unworkable by choosing the wrong units of analysis. Whoever thought that a person would be rational or irrational throughout her entire career? Indeed, the tradition aimed at specifying the rationality or irrationality of particular beliefs or decisions, held or made by particular people in particular contexts. The appropriate candidates for division are not therefore people but the beliefs they held or the things they did. 182. At particular times. However, interesting problems must still be addressed. Persistent lapses might betoken serious flaws in cognitive design. When performance becomes sufficiently mixed, What we previously viewed as clear successes may come to seem matters of epistemic luck. There is a more fundamental error in Latour's critique. The distinction between the rational and irrational should not be conflated with that between the true and the false. People sometimes rationally hold false beliefs and sometimes irrationally hold true beliefs. Rationality is supposed to be an attribute of the processes that generated or sustained belief. 6. Once this point has been established, there is no basis for Latour's ironic conclusion that only this year's scientists deserve the laudatory title of rational. However, in making the character of ascriptions of rationality explicit, I have exposed a point that champions of scientific rationality have not always appreciated, and have sometimes even denied. To say that the beliefs or decisions of past scientists are rational is to advance psychological claims. Galileo did various things. He turned his telescope on the night sky, he came to believe that Jupiter has satellites, and he maintained that the Aristotelian account of the heavens is incorrect. We suppose that these actions, decisions, and beliefs are rational only because we think that there is a particular kind of causal explanation for them. We would receive a rude shock if we learned that Galileo was a huckster, that he had no faith in the power of the telescope to reveal facts about celestial bodies, or that his confidence was the result of wishful thinking, that he only hastily glanced toward Jupiter and, seeing some spots of light, decided to ingratiate himself with his Medicean patrons, that his attack on Aristotelianism was based on efforts to make a reputation, and that his arguments moved him because of the euphony of his Italian formulations. 7. The point is akin to one that is now familiar in general epistemology. Despite what the logical positivists taught and what generations of their successors have dutifully learned, rationality and justification are not simple matters of logical connection among beliefs. 8. When psychology is left out of underscore 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 epistemology, we are offered the following picture. There are epistemic rules declaring that a subject who has received certain stimuli and who believes that P is automatically justified in that belief, other rules declaring that if the subject rationally believes that P and if Q bears certain logical relations to P, then, if the subject believes that Q, the belief that Q is automatically rational. As the last type of example makes especially obvious, these rules may fail precisely because the justificatory connections are never made in the life of the subject. I may rationally believe that P, I may believe that Q, and there may be a deductively valid argument from P to Q, but I may never appreciate this argument and base my belief in Q on something quite different and irrelevant. The general moral is that epistemology should be psychologistic. Whether or not people are rational in their beliefs depends not simply on what beliefs they hold or how the propositions they believe are logically connected, but also on how their beliefs are psychologically connected. 9. As David Bloor has recognized, there is an important symmetry. Rational beliefs and actions, as well as irrational beliefs and actions, require causal explanation. 10. For any state of belief, decision, or action, we can ask for a causal explanation, focusing on proximal psychological causes or on the impact of the social and asocial environments. 11. However, Bloor's thesis is easily underscore 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 20th century preferences for banning psychology used highly abstract description of psychological processes to undergird claims about knowledge. The role of psychology in philosophy comes under attack in Freya's writings, but, as I have argued, the significance of Freya's project can only be understood against the background of his Kantian epistemology. But that epistemology remained tacit in his writings, and the success of the logical techniques that he introduced inspired his successors to make a thoroughgoing split between epistemological and psychological questions. The divorce is announced in Wittgenstein Tractatus. Psychology is no more closely related to philosophy than any other natural science. Even when epistemology was no longer seen as an extension of logic, This separation lived on until the 1970s. 1. Overinterpreted. It does not follow that there are no important distinctions among the types of processes that generate and sustain beliefs, decisions, and actions. Only when rationality is construed in the faulty apsychologistic fashion does Bloor's insight pose a threat. Many sociologists of science view the symmetry thesis as checkmate for the champions of rationality. Once it has been conceded that beliefs, actions, and decisions have causal explanations, then they see no point in trying to distinguish among the forms that these explanations may take. Resurrecting rationality, they suggest, is idle moralizing. Latour formulates the idea with characteristic panache. After contending that appraisals of rationality can typically be reversed, he concludes: there are only two ways to get out of this situation. One is to use derogatory and laudatory adjectives and their accompanying adverbs whenever it suits you. Strictly logical, totally absurd, purely rational, completely inefficient, thus become compliments or curses. They do not say anything more on the nature of the claims being so cursed or complimented. They simply help people to further their arguments as swear words help workmen to push a heavy load, or as war cries help karate fighters intimidate their opponents. This is the way in which most people employ these notions. The second way is to recognize that these adjectives are so unreliable that they make no difference to the nature of the claim, each side of the divide being as rational and as irrational as the other. I shall argue that Latour's suggestions disguise both the serious purpose and the genuine difficulties involved in appraisals of rationality. Focus for the moment on the simplest kind of cognitive progress, that of finding a true answer to a significant question. Imagine that various subjects have all the information needed to generate belief in the correct answer. There is an inferential process that could lead any of them from items in declarative memory to a state of belief in the correct answer, and all of them have the propensities required to undergo this process. Some of them activate the right propensities and achieve the true answer. Others activate propensities that are very unlikely to generate true answers, and they come to believe incorrect answers. There is a distinction to be drawn here. Some undergo processes that reliably generate true beliefs, while others undergo processes that have a very small chance of yielding true beliefs. 12. The point here is very simple. People can make cognitive mistakes, for underscore 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 sieving badly, inferring hastily, failing to act to obtain inputs from nature that would guide them to improved cognitive states. Nobody who accepts the symmetry thesis, who believes that changes in cognitive state have causal explanations, should go on to infer that there is no basis for distinguishing the types of processes that generate and sustain beliefs, actions, and decisions. Some types of processes are conducive to cognitive progress, others are not. From this perspective, Latour's dismissal of talk about rationality disguises the hard problems by suggesting that we can and do make judgments about rationality in any way we like. He thinks that we can vary our perspective on Galileo, seeing him alternatively as courageously rejecting the shackles of authority, a rev at his mathematical law of falling bodies on purely scientific grounds, or as a fanatic fellow traveler of Protestants deduces from abstract mathematics an utterly unscientific law of falling bodies. However, if our aim is to do more than make up stories about Galileo and we proceed with the approach to rationality I have been recommending, then we face two difficult projects. First, we must identify the processes that underlie Galileo's beliefs and decisions. Second, we have to assess the ability of such processes to generate and sustain cognitively valuable states. Both endeavors are error-prone. But there is a fact of the matter: either Galileo's reasoning exemplified a strategy likely to promote cognitive goals or it did not. Why should we engage in such difficult endeavors? Since Bacon and Descartes, explicit methodological reflection has been designed to improve human cognitive performance, and we look to the apparent successes of the past for guidance. 13. So the enterprise of evaluating the rationality of our predecessors does not simply express our penchant for grading people, awarding gold stars here and black marks there. Methodologists hope to analyze successful scientific reasoning in order to integrate those cognitive strategies that promote progress within the science of the present. Psychological research not only demonstrates that subjects have difficulty assimilating certain types of cognitive strategies but also shows that successful strategies can sometimes be absorbed into their cognitive lives. The delineation of formal rules, principles, and even informal canons of reasoning, when supplemented by an appropriate educational regime, can thus make people more likely to activate propensities and undergo processes that promote cognitive progress. 14. Underscore 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 underscore. Methodological reflection on the history of science is important to the practice of science, and it is hardly surprising that practicing scientists often scour the recent past for clues about strategies of reasoning, acting, and decision-making that might be employed to promote their goals. In some sciences, courses in methodology form an important part of training, sometimes explicitly endeavoring to correct the errors that earlier workers in the field were liable to make. 15. Dividing figures of the past is therefore not a matter of complimenting and cursing, but a preliminary to difficult empirical study of how to improve human cognitive performance. Let me take stock of likely objections. First, I have taken for granted the idea that there are some distinctions among people's beliefs. We cannot sensibly divide processes and propensities into those that are likely to promote cognitive progress and those that are not, without prior division of those beliefs that are true and significant from those that are either false or insignificant. Objections to the coherence of this division or to our ability to draw it will therefore affect my treatment of rationality. However, I have attempted to forestall objections of this kind by offering, in the previous chapters, a relatively detailed account of scientific progress and a response to broad criticisms, worries about truth, or about our ability to identify truth. My replies are intended to defend presuppositions of the approach to scientific rationality undertaken here. Second, historians of science are likely to wonder whether appraisals in terms of good design for cognitive progress inevitably involve a chauvinism of the present that rides roughshod over the thoughts and inferences of our predecessors. I hope that my discussion of historical examples later in this underscore 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 positive results. If you are given a test for a rare disease that gives a small rate of false positives, and if you test positive, then your risk is correctly assessed by employing information about the base rate and using Bayes' theorem. If you ignore the base rate and follow some non-Bayesian process of reasoning, you will almost certainly arrive at erroneous conclusions about your risk. Granting that people do not naturally perform the Bayesian computation, the significant points are that that computation improves their decision-making and that they can be taught to do it. Chapter will lay any such concerns to rest. In the meantime, it is possible to explain in general how the thinking and decision-making of the past can be evaluated at least partly on their own terms. To evaluate a scientist's efforts to achieve cognitive goals, we need a view of the scientist's situation, a view of the scientist's capacities, and a view of what would have promoted attainment of the goal. These views should draw on the best available information. Acquiescing in current science, we use contemporary knowledge, including historical knowledge, to make our assessment. Does this mean that we necessarily criticize the scientist for failing to see what we see or for failing to undergo the processes that we believe to promote cognitive progress? Of course not. We use our knowledge of human cognitive systems and of the historical situation to identify the kinds of propensities that would have been present in our subject and thus to delimit the kinds of psychological processes that might have been available to modify the cognitive state. We employ our current understanding of the world to consider the relative abilities of such processes to promote cognitive progress. Cognitively well-designed scientists use processes that are relatively good at promoting cognitive progress, within the comparison class of those that are available to them. They do not have to believe what we believe or even to reason as we would reason. They are seen as optimizing subject to constraints. They do the best they can. This general explanation shows that the more blatant forms of historical chauvinism can be avoided. We do not have to assume that only those who share our beliefs or emulate our strategies of good reasoning count as rational. But it is perfectly reasonable to wonder whether subtler versions have been circumvented. As we shall see in the next two sections, the notion of good cognitive design needs to be carefully disambiguated before such issues can be resolved. For the external standard, rationality is only a problem for limited beings. In the context of goal-attaining behavior, the actions of an unlimited being would not suffer a contrast between rational strategies and goal-attaining strategies. In the particular enterprise of aiming at a progressive sequence of cognitive practices, unlimited beings would pursue the trivial strategies, adopt adequate concepts and correct schemata, pose significant questions, accept true answers. The suggestion that we should follow these strategies is unhelpful. Ideals of rationality arise from considering strategies that would best enable subjects with our limitations to attain their goals. My use of the plural is deliberate. As we think about design for cognitive progress, it quickly becomes apparent that there are a number of possible ways to construct standards. There is a set of strategies available to human inquirers for use in modification of their practice. The aim is to pick out those. 188. Members of A that do well optimally, relatively well in making progressive shifts across a class of epistemic contexts. Epistemic contexts are individuated by the initial practices with which the investigators begin and the stimuli they receive. To do the accounting, we require both a way of measuring cognitive improvement and a criterion for deciding how much expected cognitive improvement is enough. So there are four loci at which specification is needed: the set A of available processes, the set C of epistemic contexts, the measurement of cognitive improvement, and the criterion of adequacy. To make this more concrete, I shall generate one standard of rationality. Let A include all the processes of cognitive modification that have been, are, and will be used by human beings. 16. Let C include all ordered pairs of possible practices and sequences of stimuli that the world will afford human subjects. I shall assume that C is large, but finite. Let the improvement set of P be the set of epistemic contexts in which P would yield a progressive shift in practice. The success ratio of P is the ratio of the cardinality of P's improvement set to the cardinality of C. The criterion of adequacy demands that the success ratio of a process be the maximal success ratio for members of A. Putting all this together, the shift from one individual practice to another was rational if and only if the process through which the shift was made has a success ratio at least as high as that of any other process used by human beings across the set of epistemic contexts that includes all possible combinations of possible initial practices and possible stimuli. Is extremely demanding. It makes no concessions to the fact that processes available to subjects at some stages in the history of science may not have been available at others, and it requires that only optimal processes count as rational. These requirements could easily be relaxed. So, for example, the criterion of adequacy could be adjusted to demand that the success ratio of a process only be in the top K% of success ratios of processes in A. Alternatively, we might want to partition the set of epistemic contexts focusing on those that call for a particular species of cognitive strategy and compare strategies that belong to the same species. The set A could be indexed to the cognitive resources available at the time of the subject whose rationality we are considering, so that we exclude processes that would have been simply inaccessible to people at that time, processes that only become available through the explicit articulation and inculcation of methodological principles, for example. We might also decide that success ratios over the entire set C are not of interest to us, limiting our attention to the kinds of practices that are available to the contemporaries of our subject and to the kinds of stimuli that they might have received. Unlike the earlier proposals for modifying, this one does not necessarily weaken the standard. The set of shifts it would admit as rational does not necessarily include those admitted by. Similarly, if we amend the measurement criterion by taking into account the magnitude as well as the direction of the change in practice, we are likely to obtain a different standard, but one that may not be any weaker. 17. Judgments about the history of the sciences often resolve the vagueness in context by implicitly comparing two rival processes. Simple claims about rationality can avoid fine-grained resolutions by focusing on the differences between the processes undergone by those whom we retrospectively praise and the processes of their opponents. Galileo's modification of his practice counts as rational because looking at the heavens rather than not looking is, it seems, likely to have a high success ratio in modifying astronomical practice. The details of which processes are available, the epistemic contexts we consider, the ways cognitive improvement is measured seem insignificant beside the gross differences we expect to find. However we do the accounting, we think that we shall get the same result. Of course, as the history becomes more refined and it is understood why the telescope might have seemed an unreliable instrument, confidence that we can ignore the vagueness begins to waver. Which standard is the right one? There is no answer. A methodological ideal would be to describe optimal improving processes for as broad a range of contexts and as large as class of alternatives as possible. Provides a valuable target for the methodologist, pointing to a goal optimal cognitive design at which we aim. Where explicit methodology is done, one can thus expect that there will be attempts to meet the exacting demands of 18. Underscore 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 underscore. For study of the historical development of science, however, may prove far too demanding. Recall that the problem of rationality arises for limited beings. Rational inquirers are those who do the best they can to promote cognitive progress subject to their limitations. Sees them as having available to them all possible human processes of cognitive modification and as failing unless they modify their cognitive states through undergoing those processes that, as the world actually is, are most likely to generate cognitive progress. That concedes very little to our limitations. In effect, we are recognizing that people are unlikely to attain ideal practices, but we ask that their methods of practice modification be ideal. Allowing that we are not substantively omniscient, we demand methodological omniscience. Just as the goal of attaining significant truth sets a worthy ideal for human cognition, so too is a valuable methodological ideal. Just as our beliefs need not be true to be cognitively good, so too subjects may be commended for their modifications of cognitive state, even though they do not measure up to demands too much of historical subjects. It may also require too little. Imagine a scientist in some epistemic context who modifies her cognitive state through a process that fortuitously satisfies. The activation of her inferential propensities comes about because of her prior history of enthusiasm for numerological mysticism. Despite her odd penchant for mumbo-jumbo, she was, for once, lucky. The obvious way to circumvent this type of difficulty is to apply a version of the external standard at a higher level, requiring not only that the actual process involved in cognitive modification be well designed for promoting cognitive progress, but that the higher order propensities responsible for the production of that process themselves should be likely to generate progress promoting processes. Have we embarked on a regress? Perhaps. Someone with sufficient ingenuity might be able to construct an example in which the presence of a higher order propensity meeting the appropriate standard was itself due to some bizarre feature of the subject's causal history which would not have been expected to contribute to cognitive performance but somehow does so in a fortuitous way. I shall not be interested in exploring such recondite possibilities. More significant seems to me the possibility that a scientist might activate a higher order propensity that does relatively well, when compared with rivals, at generating progress-promoting processes, even though the process actually produced does rather poorly at modifying practice in a progressive way. Consider two examples in which scientists fail to meet the rigorous requirements of the external standard but also versions generated by more liberal decisions about the available processes and the criterion of adequacy. One tries to follow a process that we actually endorse. Faced with a problem that allows for Bayesian reasoning, he patiently assembles statistical 191 information, attempts to formulate the right versions of Bayes' theorem and other probabilistic principles that are needed, and computes an answer. Unfortunately, something goes wrong. Perhaps there is a flaw in the collection of statistics, or a misapplication of the probabilistic theorems, or even a simple arithmetical error. As a result, the process actually followed has a very high chance of generating false conclusions, so that it fails to meet any of the external standards. The other scientist, faced with a different problem of evaluating a new hypothesis, proceeds by appealing to the methodological traditions of her community. These traditions suggest that new hypotheses are to be assessed by considering a number of qualities and offers a proposal for weighing the relative significance of these qualities. Our scientist follows the traditional procedures impeccably. She arrives at a correct determination of the extent to which the novel hypothesis satisfies the accepted desiderata and makes her evaluation in accordance with the method of weighing different virtues. Unfortunately, however, undergoing that process following the advice of tradition is far worse than available courses of reasoning that the scientist considers and explicitly rejects. The dismissed rivals would have been far more likely to issue in cognitive progress. I claim that there are scientists meeting the descriptions of the last paragraph whose decisions, on the occasions under consideration, are eminently rational. Indeed, I strongly suspect that many of the epistemic performances of scientists, great and humble, are similar to those I have sketched. 19. We are no more immune from methodological mistakes or some other version of the external standard, than we are from substantive error. Yet our susceptibility is not aptly characterized by declaring us to be irrational or even not rational. Especially in the large changes that have attracted most of the discussion about scientific rationality, scientific decision-making is very complicated. There are many considerations that might come into play in assessing the merits of Darwin's proposals or those of Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Lavoisier, Dalton, Einstein, or Wegener. Those who attempt to think through the issues may go astray in any number of ways. They may fail to remember or to appreciate certain kinds of relevant information, they may misformulate mathematical problems or miss possible lines of solution, they may fail to be sufficiently imaginative to see how apparent difficulties might be answered, they may make logical or mathematical errors in the middle of complex lines of argument. In consequence, the processes they undergo may not be well. Underscore 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 suited for the generation of cognitive progress. Simply lumping these various kinds of mistakes together with one another and with the extreme lapses of those who serve us as paradigms of irrationality is unhelpful. It is possible to introduce a finer-grained taxonomy of cases by recognizing that propensities for reaching decisions by undergoing certain kinds of processes, some of which would be progress-promoting, can also lead to performances that go astray in various ways. So, for example, my imaginary Bayesian bungler activates a good higher-order propensity, trying to resolve a problem by applying Bayesian ideas in a case to which such ideas are appropriate. The goodness of that propensity consists in the fact that the processes it can be expected to produce include some that would promote cognitive progress, even though the actual process generated is not among them. Similarly, in instances of complex scientific evaluation, proponents of rival positions may attempt to assemble evidence, assess arguments, and apply methodological principles in an overall fashion that would promote cognitive progress, despite the fact that their actual performances are flawed. We may applaud the basic propensities while recognizing the foibles of the resultant processes. Turn now to my second scientist. Evaluating her epistemic performance depends on the details of the story. The appeal to tradition may sometimes be born of inflexible, dogmatic thinking. It may also arise from modesty. Once we have broken free of the idea that methodological principles can be known a priori so that one can know, just by thinking hard enough, how to satisfy, then methodological misinformation, sanctioned by tradition, can be treated in the same fashion as substantive misinformation, encapsulated in hallowed lore. Scientists may tentatively explore a line of reasoning that would, as things stand, promote cognitive progress, drawing back from it because they perceive it as at odds with approved canons. Their rejection may be deliberately based on a sense of the improbability that they will have made a methodological breakthrough that their wise predecessors and contemporaries have missed. Something must be wrong with the apparently appealing argument. So they reason, and, in following traditional ideas, they undergo a process that is far less well designed for promoting cognitive progress. Let us take stock. I began by approaching scientific rationality from the perspective of the external standard. Rational decisions are those that issue from processes that have a high expectation of promoting cognitive progress. But there is no single external standard. Rather, there are many different ways in which we may make the general idea more precise. However, satisfaction of the external standard, even in its most exacting form, does not guarantee that all kinds of cognitive lapses have been avoided, for there may be people who meet that standard fortuitously by following bizarre higher-order strategies. On the other hand, sometimes those who are moved by higher-order propensities that have a high expectation of generating processes that meet the external standard should count as rational, despite the fact that the actual processes that underlie their decisions do not meet the standard. 193. Doubtless, with more exploration of cases, more varieties of rationality could be introduced, more complications unearthed, yet more intricate criteria proposed. Enough. The moral of my discussion is not that we should continue to refine our definition of rationality and to seek some complex disjunctive analysis that will cover all the possibilities. Instead, I propose to dissolve the notion of rationality. There are two contexts in which the notion of rationality functions. The ideal of methodology is to formulate principles of rational inference. Here the external standard plays an important role, just as we would like our practices to attain the ideals delineated in Chapter 4, so too we would like to be able to specify processes satisfying and, for good measure, to identify higher-order propensities that would generate such processes. The other context is that of epistemic appraisal. Here there are numerous kinds of cognitive appraisals that we might wish to make, and no one of them has a unique title to the term rational. The processes that people undergo vary with respect to their progress-promoting qualities. The notion of rationality preserves a minimal usefulness in allowing us to discriminate the normally functioning members of our species from those with pronounced cognitive deficiencies. But for the purposes of evaluating the performances of past historical actors, we do better to think in terms of goodness of cognitive design, recognizing both that this varies and that there are many sources of variation. Scientists, past and present, are variously imaginative, thorough, rigorous, bold, clear-headed, open-minded, modest, and so forth. Almost all of them are rational. 5. The limits of tolerance. My approach to rationality accommodates the historian's contentions that many of those who were on the wrong side were epistemically virtuous in at least some respects. Is it too ecumenical? Some of those who play major roles in the scientific debates of the past act in ways that suggest that they are attempting to realize non-epistemic rather than epistemic ends. There is no evidence that the friars who intrigued against Galileo were sensitive to some clever objections to his scientific doctrines. 20. On the contrary, their assessment of his idea seems to have been thoroughly subordinated to protecting a certain kind of religious life and advancing their own ecclesiastical careers. In similar fashion, Bellarmine's decree of 1616, banning the teaching of Copernicanism, looks like a calculated political move, designed to secure the interests of the Church. Part of the traditional idea of underscore 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 underscore. An opposition between the rational scientist and the prejudiced opponents of science is best captured by noting that some people do not give the highest priority to impersonal cognitive goals but to certain practical ends, and that their actions are well designed for achieving these ends. The label irrational is most tempting when behavior that appears to indicate the pursuit of non-epistemic ends is accompanied by professions of devotion to the ideal of cognitive progress. Sometimes people's decision-making exhibits deviations from progress-promoting processes that are hard to explain except by supposing that the cognitive goals they explicitly honor are not those that motivate their decisions. The hallmarks of such cases are varieties of inflexibility, blindness, or deafness. Thus, when scientists continue to defend their assertions by rehearsing the same arguments, even when they have been presented with criticisms and counterarguments that their contemporaries take extremely seriously, when they neither reply to nor even acknowledge such counterarguments, it seems that we must either credit them with insights that are denied to the multitude or else suppose that the conclusions they maintain are too valuable to be risked by engaging in any kind of dialogue. Consider, in this light, the case of creation scientists. Ever since this group of critics of Darwinian evolutionary biology achieved prominence, champions of orthodoxy have wanted to label them as pseudoscientists. The apsychologistic character of 20th-century philosophy of science influences the formulation of the charge. If creation scientists are pseudoscientists, that must be because they defend a pseudoscience, a doctrine that can be distinguished from genuine science by its logical characteristics. Philosophers shift uneasily at this, because one of the great morals of the demise of logical positivism was the difficulty or, to put it bluntly, apparent impossibility of articulating a criterion for distinguishing genuine science. Moreover, a sober look at the history of paleontology will reveal that the creationists effectively espouse what was once scientific consensus, not a scientific consensus that was overthrown by Darwin in 1859 but one that began to erode in the early years of the 19th century. The apsychologistic point of view has matters exactly backward. There is nothing intrinsically unscientific about the doctrines, no reason to castigate Thomas Burnet, or others who held them, as pseudoscientists. The primary division is a psychological one between scientists and pseudoscientists. The behavior of creation scientists indicates a kind of inflexibility, deafness, or blindness. They make an objection to some facet of evolutionary biology. Darwin's defenders respond by suggesting that the objection is misformulated, that it does not attack what Darwinists claim, that it rests on false assumptions, or that it is logically fallacious. How do creation scientists reply? Typically, by reiterating the argument. Anyone who has followed exchanges in this controversy or has read the transcripts of a series of debates sees that there is no adaptation to any of the principal criticisms. One important example among many is the creationist use of the second law of thermodynamics. For nearly 20 years, the major exponents of creation science have been declaring that the second law of thermodynamics is incompatible with the evolution of life. Creationists have been in the presence of people who have given lengthy critiques of their objection, and there is substantial evidence that their eyes have wandered over some of the pages on which such critiques have been printed. How has their thinking adapted to these critiques? Apparently not at all, for they make no replies to them and continue to present their ideas in exactly the same ways. There are limits to proper tolerance. In some cases, epistemic performance is so inflexible that we either view the cognitive systems in question as poorly designed for the promotion of cognitive goals or suppose that the goals that are being activated are not cognitive at all. Where the latter supposition is correct and the subjects in question profess cognitive goals, some form of deception or self-deception is occurring. The category of pseudoscientists is a psychological category. The derivative category of pseudosciences is derivatively psychological, not logical as philosophers have traditionally supposed. Pseudoscientists are those whose psychological lives are configured in a particular way. Pseudoscience is just what these people do. 6. Closing debate. Dissolving rationality, we have refocused the issues to which that notion was directed in terms of goodness of cognitive design. Let us now turn back to the question of the rationality of science. In holding science to be the supreme embodiment of human reason, rationalists 21 are advancing claims about the ways in which scientific debates, including those debates that mark times of large transition, have typically, if not invariably, been closed. Their anti-rationalist opponents offer rival ideas about the closure of those debates. I shall start by showing how the fundamental themes of rationalism and anti-rationalism can be expressed in my preferred idiom. The rationalist model embodies the following assumptions.